Welcome to the county ground for day 3, although we haven't had too much play in this game in the first couple of days, of the final championship match of the season between Essex and Surrey here at Chelmsford. We have clear blue skies. Can you believe it? There is not a cloud in the sky. It's not particularly high summer. It's around about a top temperature of 14 degrees today, and it's one of those days where coming to the ground you're not quite sure exactly what you need to wear, because it could get pretty chilly, but equally the sun is very, very pleasant. So I think the spectators who are still coming into the ground are taking into account all possible options of what they need to wear. No play at all yesterday, 28.5 overs on day 1, and Essex, who chose to bat on a used pitch, 116 for 1, with Dean Elgar 54 and Tom Wesley 52. Dean Elgar going past his 1,000 runs for the season in the process. It is a 104 over day if the light holds. Lunch will be at 1:10. I'm Nick Ledhill, and with me today we've got Mark Church and also Dan Whiting. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning, Nick. And in golfing terms, they say day 3 is a moving day. Well, this game needs to move along quite rapidly today, doesn't it?
It does.
I don't know what's going on. There's a little bit of chat amongst the spectators, not amongst the players, of possibly an innings forfeit to actually make a game of it. But we'll see what happens.
It looks like we're not going to quite get the thrills of 2018, which is a match that certainly I know Mark will remember well, where the last time these two sides encountered each other, after Surrey had won a title, we had the most extraordinary contest where I think Surrey made about 60 odd first time up. Essex got a very big lead. Surrey then more or less matched Essex in the second innings, and then I think Essex won with a wicket to spare, about 130 for 9 or something like that, wasn't it? Absolutely extraordinary. I don't think I'm going to get that drama, but I remember that match well because a well-known Sky commentator who still works for them just casually said to us a couple of days in, I've no idea why we're doing this game, and it turned out to be an absolute belter. But I don't think we'll quite get that excitement.
No. Well, I mean, I think if we can get something close to that, the spectators will be very happy. And look at these people here, decent crowd already, enjoying the sunshine, enjoying the late September sunshine, and these people are the lifeblood of county cricket. These guys who turn up week in, week out need a lot of credit, as do the ground staff as well, because they've got this on. Yesterday this was a lake, and how they've got this on is, it's nothing short of turning water into wine, perhaps. It's a miracle.
Well, yes. I mean, it's an extraordinary achievement on the part of the ground staff, because I think they were sent back to square one because they'd had to sort of get rid of an awful lot of water to make the conditions playable. I mean, almost as much rain fell again, so they were literally back to square one. And my one concern was, how strong is the sun now, in this last week of September as a drying agent without much wind? And thankfully, it seems to have done a trick this morning just to help to dry things out even further. I imagine it still must be a little bit damp underfoot, but it's been a tremendous effort indeed by the ground staff here, and indeed at all the other venues around the country where they're going to get play today. It will be interesting to see which grounds have been able to put up with the weather and which are still struggling to get on the field, but we will let you know about that in due course. But pleased to say we are going to have a prompt start here.
Yeah, umpires Ian Blackwell and Rob Bailey just making their way out to the middle. Match referee for this game is Mike Smith, the old Gloucestershire left armour. One test for England. I don't think he got a wicket, actually. I think Matthew Elliott was dropped by somebody at slip. I can't remember who dropped him.
2000. Trying to think of when that would have been.
2001?
There was an Ashes series, I think.
Possibly 2001.
Or 97.
Well, it was one of those.
Elliott in 97 rings a bell to me. But it's going to be interesting to see if Essex can continue their good progress of day 1, where they're actually scoring quite freely. Obviously, it's not a full-strength Surrey side. But Kemar Roach is still very much around.
But even Surrey at full, even when they're blooding their debutants, Ollie Sykes, one of them, schoolboy cricketer, schoolboy cricketer of the year from Tunbridge School. Josh Blake there, got 100 here in the One Day Cup, and Yusuf Majid as well, who I think will come into this game more and more, because if you have a look at the wicket, it's green in the middle and looks shaved at the end. So I think there'll be a little bit of seam movement there for the seamers if they can bang it in halfway down the pitch, and also a little bit of turn there for the seamers.
So we just do the last 3 balls of this incomplete Kemar Roach. He goes round the wicket and bowls a very good ball first up actually to Dean Elgar, which cuts back into the left-hander. Isn't gathered in cleanly behind the stumps, but that's a useful start, and it's going to make Elgar watchful initially here. But he made good progress on day 1, and Tom Wesley's had a very strong second half of the season. So as I say, Essex will be, that Worcestershire game aside, I'll be pretty pleased with the way they've conducted their run-in. Too much time lost in the Hampshire game. 2 slips and a wide gully. That's well pitched up, and Elgar just moves across his crease and plays it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Got square cover, just in front of square. We've got an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, quite wide, and a long leg, I think we'll call it, away to our right. Crowd will build up because it's the last game of the season, and everyone, fairly decent weather today and most of tomorrow, so nicer day today than tomorrow, but we should have play for much of the 2 days, as this is on leg stump and clipped away by Elgar for the first run of the morning down towards long leg, and takes the score up to 117 for 1 and takes his own score to 55. And it'll mean that he'll keep the strike for the start of the first complete over of this third morning here at Chelmsford. As I say, with not a cloud in the sky, deep blue sky, actually just a little bit of wispy high cloud, one very small area, and an aircraft passing just beyond that at the old Hayes close end.
Yeah, you can see them coming into Stansted actually, can't you? And the trails away to our left.
Now the Graham Gooch end, of course, the new name for it, and lovely morning really.
Yeah, Tom Laws is going to take us away from the Sir Alistair Cook end. I believe the ends are called because this end is nearer to Malden and that one's nearer to Leytonstone. So
absolutely, just Alistair Cook's where he's from.
Here's Laws in past umpire Rob Bailey, and that's played out to gully. 2 slips where Dan Lawrence and Dom Sibley are. Lawrence returning to his former parish. Ollie Sykes at mid-wicket there, polishing the ball. Kemar Roach at mid-on, Rory Burns at mid-off, Ryan Patel extra cover. We've got point, and there's a long leg as well, as Laws comes in, and that's just tucked off the hip by Elgar. Nice timing, he could well get 4 runs there. He does. That's a lovely shot, and despite the rain of yesterday, this outfield is still really quick.
Well, that was one of the first things we wanted to check out on, was how was the outfield going to sort of play when we had a ball going across it, and so that went pretty well, didn't it? So that's a good sign.
Yeah, certainly did.
Thought there might be a chance of getting some more run 4s at Chelmsford, which would be very unusual, with the ball just sort of stopping and a long chase back for the fielder. That would have been quite tough, actually, maybe a 3, but that one hit firmly enough and very well.
Someone told me the other day there was an all-run 6 at the Oval back in the late 70s with Intercab Lam and Robin Jackman, 2 of the more unlikely candidates. No overthrows, and they thought the ball was going to go for, playing right on one end of the square, thought the ball was going to go for 4, and it sort of stopped a few inches just short of the rope, and the fielding side had sort of given up the ghost and suddenly realised, oh, hang on. So, yeah.
Oh, I can remember still.
I'm not sure Intercab ran too many 6s in his time, but there you go. Laws bounding in. Elgar forward, pushes it out to Ryan Patel, who's had a really strong second half of the season. Started it with that 100 against Essex at the Oval. He's got 70s at Taunton, he got 70 odd at Trembridge, and then he got 100 last week against Durham, 134, which was a masterclass in concentration. left alone by Elgar and goes into the gloves of Josh Blake.
It was always clear, wasn't it, that one or two of the, if you like, the less heralded players in the Surrey side, the non-international players, were going to have to step up, and that's a really good example of what he's done in the second half of the season.
He's not the only one, though.
Yeah,
there's been a few.
Others as well.
Jordan Clark,
good example as well.
Has been fantastic. Cameron Steele had a very strong start to the season where he won a couple of games.
Stacks of wickets.
Yeah. Laws punched off the back foot by Elgar. He's going to get a couple here. As James Taylor is in pursuit and throws the ball in. Yeah, who else has been pretty good? Well, Dan Worrell's had a wonderful season. But it's those guys who, aren't the sort of, well, Worrell's probably a big name, but those guys who aren't the big names have been the unsung heroes for Surrey in this.
And it was almost of necessity, wasn't it, with all the calls in the various competition, international formats for Surrey.
Yeah.
That having some of the guys who are going to be available for most of the season to make key contributions was going to be important, and that's how it's played out.
Here's Tom Laws. Down the leg side. Good take by Blake. And that completes the end of the first over from the Sir Alistair Cook end. And already we've got physios and drinks and whatever coming on for... Oh, it's for Elgar. At least he's faced the ball. I don't think Wesley's faced the ball yet, has he?
No. It's slightly strange today because obviously... had there been more riding on this round of games, that the weather would have been really, really frustrating, wouldn't it? The fact we've had this dreadful weather for the first 2 days, and there was a potential scenario with the four strongest sides in the country playing each other in this last round of games. It could have been the most fantastic end to the season. As it is, although there are some issues to be settled today and tomorrow, I think most people have got a fair idea of how it's going to pan out. Lancashire almost certainly going down, Yorkshire going up, and Sussex probably champions of Division 2.
Wesley's having a drink out there. Must be thirsty work watching 9 balls from the non-strikers end.
Maybe forgot to have one before we went out. But the only I suppose the second, third to be determined as well.
Elgar looks in a spot of bother here. Actually,
yeah.
I don't know if he's pulled a calf muscle or something, or
no, he's still down on.
Yeah,
I think it's quite early actually for him to be, summoning the physio, unless it was a particular need to get some help. And the fact is, he's still having some work done on a calf or something like that.
Yeah, what a wonderful signing he's been for Essex, though.
This is a feature of the Essex season, in that the two signings have been outstanding in Dean Elgar and Jordan Cox. Dean Elgar had a break for the 50 over competition, came back, got 100 at Southampton, and who knows, he might get another one here. And Jordan Cox, of course, with injury and then England, he'd been sort of going to and from England venues for a few weeks, wasn't he, with being called up as cover in the Test series. But hopefully, from his point of view, he's going to get to see some more live action in an England shirt. But I think his performances for Essex, obviously catching the eye, as the old phrase goes. Still getting some treatment. He's getting sort of just some strapping, isn't he, there, Dean Elgar?
Yeah, doesn't look good, this. Doesn't look good.
But
going back to what you were saying, though, about the recruitment, I think that's been Essex's one of the integral reasons for the success of Essex in recent years is the homegrown players, and the fact that you've had people from that very strong area of cricket in northeast London, where there's some good cricket clubs around, like Chingford, Wanstead, Buckhurst Hill were always quite a decent side back in the day, and you've got people like Nick Brown, who's come from South Woodford, Jamie Porter from Chingford, people like that who've all come through sort of the ranks, but you've fused that with some really good recruitment from other counties. Elgar being a case in point, Jordan Cox being another, Matt Critchley being one a few years ago as well, a couple of years ago. and there's been some.
Yeah, Adam Rossington, who's made a
Yeah.
particularly an impact in the white ball, but they've obviously been able to develop players as well. Michael Pepper's been the one who's really come on this season. Obviously, he showed his potential in the white ball last year, particularly. Reconfirmed that this year, and has finally made his mark. Not fit for this game, sadly, but has made his mark in the Championship as well, and been able to get hundreds batting in the middle order, which is something that Essex were missing. Big runs from their keeper in the first half of the season.
Yeah, he's from Cambridge Granter Cricket Club, isn't he, Michael Pepper? He's from your neck of the woods, isn't he?
Sort of, yeah.
Sort
of like the north of, or west of Essex, but it's been a really encouraging feature of the season, his progress, because it creates an issue. Who'll be the first choice keeper next year? It'll be one to get sorted out, but
I won't have a bad word said about Adam Rossington, because he's a Barnet fan.
Absolutely.
There's not many of us about either, and you won't hear me say a bad word about Adam Rossington at all.
So we've had that long delay. Elgar is okay. It's just he had to have some strapping put on, and he seems to be fine. Seems to be fine now, ready to continue. We'll see if he's got any issues with mobility as we go along. But anyway, Kemar Roach in bright sunshine is going around the wicket, and this is driven by Elgar up towards mid-off. No particular power in the shot, but just sort of stands in his crease there. No indication immediately as to whether there was any discomfort there. 122 for 1, so 6 added. And they are playing at actually most of the Division 1. In fact, all the Division 1 games seem to be underway, which is encouraging, even at Durham. And that's, a skied off the edge, and it goes flying on the bounce down into the gully. That was an uncontrolled shot. He was looking to hit it away through mid-on, but it's actually come off a leading edge, and I don't know if it sort of bounced short there. Certainly wasn't the catching chance, but bounced short of a sort of deep and wide gully. 122 for 1.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence in the gully.
Yeah.
So the slips are Geddes and Sibley to Roach.
Almost a backward point, actually, but you feel it's like an attacking catching position. He's sort of very deep and wide, as that's just a play with a crouching shot by Elgar, just pushing forward and playing it square into the offside, and there's no run. So the most advanced game is Somerset and Hampshire, and Somerset 62 for 4, leading by 2 on a pitch that was supposed not to help the seamers, according to Tom Kohler-Cadmore, but has certainly helped Kyle Abbott quite a lot, and obviously has helped the spinners of both sides, particularly Jack Leach so far. Is Kemar Roach bowling, and that's driven by Elgar up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So that's effectively the battle for second place, and Hampshire just in the lead in terms of points at the moment. And then situation for Lancashire is not particularly encouraging. There's an awful lot for them to do, and for things to go in their favour at Trent Bridge on what, as expected, has turned out to be quite described as a benign pitch on the report I read last night as Roach bowls, and that's a good delivery, which just sees Elgar just playing a compact defensive shot, just going across his crease and playing it back down the pitch. Surrey have offered Essex not too much this morning. Accurate start, 122 for 1, 31st over, and at least the spectators who are here, and Tom, the pier stand just filling up. Obviously it's an early start, 10:30, but those that are here are knowing they're going to see pretty much a full day's play. The forecast is good as Roach bowls, and across his crease again, Elgar just plays it out towards mid-wicket, he just trudges up to speak to Tom Wesley. He's had almost all the strike, hasn't he, as Elgar, but it's going to be Tom Wesley who's going to have a go now.
You can count to 6.
Yeah, 122 for 1. So interesting to see where this game is going to go, Dan, because obviously, I suppose, in a normal match situation, you think, well, there's only 2 days left. You've got to sort of bat once and hope you can bowl the other side out and enforce the follow-on, I suppose, from the Essex point of view. Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see, and be interesting to see how much, because there's nothing on this for Surrey whatsoever. Essex have got prize money to play for. Be interesting to see how much Essex take the bull by the horns here. Try and move the game forward as that's gone through. Almost a bye, no carry there through to Josh Blake. Got a bit of a musical situation going out there on the pitch at the moment. We've got Elgar, we've got James Taylor, with the poetry being provided by Burns and Blake. Laws left alone by Wesley.
Well, I mean, James Taylor playing, we've had the rain, but we just have to wait for the final. Yes, it's plenty of rain. He's certainly seen rain while he's been at Chelsea for the last couple of days.
Yeah. Laws. Attacking the crease, that's got fine by Wesley. You just do not bowl to Tom Wesley around middle and leg stump, because he will just work you all day long. And that was a classic example. Just help that one on its way, little feather, little tickle around the corner, and the man, I think that's James Taylor actually, is down sort of a very square fine leg, more of a long leg actually. Oh, that's a good delivery from Laws. Wesley feeling for that one outside the off stump.
Mention that Hampshire and Somerset contesting second place. Essex, of course, if they win this game with enough points, could still be in the shake-up. In fact, particularly if Somerset were to lose the game at Taunton, Essex wouldn't have to do too much in terms of bonus points to overtake them, so there's still a chance for Essex to finish third. But mathematically, I don't think they can finish second.
Bad couple of weeks for Somerset, isn't it? Bad few weeks. The treble has evaporated in front of their very eyes, and they might not even finish second in the county championship.
But to be honest, they've given. I've seen some interviews with the Somerset players, and they've been very honest about the fact that the morale has been affected by what's happened over the last couple of weeks, and all credit for being honest about it.
Left alone, almost a wide there, but it would have been in one-day cricket. But this is red ball 4-day cricket, and Laws gets away with it. That's the end of the over. 126 for one, having started this morning on 116, so 10 runs have been added. Elgar's on 60, Wesley on 56, Tom Laws with the solitary Surrey wicket. He's one for 34 off 9. You're listening to Dan Whiting, Nick Leadhill, BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio London, and on the BBC Sport app, and on your smart speaker as well.
And what we do have now are 4 pretty strong sides at the top of Division 1. I think it's one of the strongest top 4s in terms of the championship that we've had for a while, as Kemar Roach bowls, and that's driven firmly up towards mid-on. He timed that, did Elgar, but doesn't get it through, and so there's no run. 126 for 1.
Well, I think what you've got in Division 1 is you've got probably 5 decent sides in Surrey, Essex, Hampshire, Somerset and Durham.
Yeah, Durham, I think that they've certainly shown enough, particularly with the bat, that you knew they weren't going to go down. They may have a problem with test match bowling calls perhaps next year. That might be a concern for them.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Here's Roach bowling, and nice stroke by Elgar, but again he can't pierce the field, can't get it past mid-on, and there's still no run. 126 for 1, Elgar there on 60 and Wesley 56, and Essex have added 10 this morning.
And then you probably got 4 sides then in Worcestershire, Notts, Lancs and Warwickshire, and then Kent, who are probably Division 2 standard.
Yeah, it's been a terrible season for them in all competitions really. Been very sad, and they're trying to recruit Kent. Oh, that's a good delivery, which has Elgar slightly in 2 minds. In the end he's just able to sort of trap it away square into the offside, but just where that bounced just was slightly awkward for him.
Well, the thing about Kent is they don't produce their own they're definitely not their bowlers. I mean, when was the last time they produced a quick bowler?
Well, Jordan Cox,
someone like Matt Coles.
Jordan Cox came to Essex because he said quite candidly in an interview he was fed up being in the field for 5 sessions, thinking about how he's going to bat.
Yeah,
and it became a bit wearing after a while. Oh, it's a very good delivery. It's a good spell this from Roach to start the day, offering Elgar very little. That one just cutting back into the left-hander and on its way through to Blake. Nicely taken. 2 slips, and as I say, we've got more or less sort of like a backward point now, I would say, and then we've got a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg on the boundary.
But a county the size of Kent should be producing more of their own players.
Yeah.
You know, they've got the infrastructure there, they've got a good school system there.
Indeed. And here's a good shot from Elgar to a ball that's just straying in length from Kemar Roach and clipped away out towards the deep square leg boundary, but it will be cut off and it's just going to be a couple of runs comfortably accrued, 128 for 1. But Elgar, fabulous signing, and very honest in an interview I did with him about the fact he did need a break mid-season. It was interesting, he played in the T20 but took the 50 over competition off, and next season the 50 over competition will be later in the season, and I just wonder whether there might be a change next year and he might maybe play in a bit of both or maybe play in the 50 overs. We'll see, as this one is just played out towards mid-on again by Elgar, but not getting through the field this time, and at the end of the over, 62 to him, 56 to Wesley, 128 for 1. Yeah, it's been a tremendous signing, but absolutely sort of honest that he needed to have a break, have some time to himself, go back and see family in South Africa, which he duly did. Came back refreshed and got 100 at Southampton first game back, which was great to see.
Yeah, Daniel Sams is your overseas, isn't he? And then
he got injured halfway through. And yes.
Is Elgar still overseas qualified, or is he?
Yeah. Yes. So Daniel Sams did a good job, but then got an injury.
Laws, and that's punched pleasantly off the back foot by Wesley.
But just going back to the point, I just feel that the top 4 collectively are as sort of strong as I can remember sort of in recent years, because Somerset have ticked a lot of boxes. James Roos had a very good season. Obviously Tom Banton's had a very good season. The bowling unit's been good. They had a few problems, I think, on the batting side last couple of seasons, so they faded a little bit. But obviously Jack Leach has had a very good season. Then you've got Hampshire, who the only problem for them is how long are they going to continue with this veteran bowling attack?
It's an ageing attack, isn't it? Here's Laws. Turned pleasantly to mid-wicket again by Elgar.
And to be honest, if it wasn't for their quiet start to the season, they'd be right up there, obviously, with a huge win against Surrey. It was interesting, in their early games, Keith Barker wasn't in the side. He then came in, they won a series of games, and then they actually left him out and used Dawson and Organ, the two spinners. But their batting has been a bit more consistent, and Toby Albert, obviously, a really important innings at Forbes, and I think sealing his place for next year.
He's been fantastic, Toby Albert. That's off the thigh pad. And they'll amble through for an easy leg by. Yeah, Albert got 100 against Surrey. Hampshire inflicted Surrey's record ever county championship defeat on them as they beat them by an innings and 278 runs at the end of May down at the Utility Bowl. But their attack, as you said, Nick, is ageing. I think they're all 37, aren't they? Abbas, Abbott, Barker. I think they're all 37 years old. Wide and left alone by Wesley, which in commentators' terms makes them mere juveniles, doesn't it? But
all these sides, the one thing they've got in common is very strong attacks. You obviously got Porter and Cook, and Snater's had a good season for Essex, and obviously Elgar and Cox, the recruitments that have been good there. Wesley's had a good second half of the season. Critchley's come and gone a little bit. He hasn't quite delivered with the bat in the way that he would have wanted to.
Laws. Oh, that's a good delivery. Angled in and just holding its line away from Wesley.
But he has had a very good season with the ball as like the support second spinner to Simon Harmer. And that's helped because Simon Harmer has had a sort of back problem during the season, needed to take some time off, and has just sort of been more his normal self, if you like, in recent games.
I think if you want to be up there in the county championship, you have to bowl sides out twice.
Which these two sides are more than capable of doing, as they've shown.
And in a way, your bowling attack is probably more important than your batting. Defended by Wesley.
And, you were doing the reverse fixture. I would love to see a system where if a guy gets appendicitis during a match, you can replace him with a like for like, and all Essex would do in the case of Jordan Cox there is say to Surrey, can we replace him? We guarantee the replacement will not bowl, because Jordan Cox would not have bowled. And Surrey would have said, yeah, because we know that whoever you're going to replace Jordan Cox is probably not going to be as good as him.
Yeah.
It would be good. I mean, I don't know how much of a difference that made. We don't know how many runs Jordan Cox would have made in that game, but I know Essex supporters feel it's a bit of a what if, because Surrey, in the end, they had enough and they duly won the game and played well. Fair enough. 130 for one, but it was so frustrating, of course, the illness for Cox there. As Roach bowls, and that's driven by Elgar back down the pitch, and there's no one, because no one has any doubt. Someone's got appendicitis. No one's got any doubt about whether someone's faking an injury or whatever.
No, I actually bumped into John Major, or Sir John Major, the ex-Prime Minister, during that game, and had a chat with him. You know me, Nick, I always have a little chat with ex-Prime Ministers during the second morning of a game.
Here's Roach around the wicket, bowls, and Elgar, who's I think fakes virtually everything from Roach this morning, plays it up towards mid-off, and there's no run, 130 for one.
And John Majors said, he thought it was unfair, because, we discussed that the only way you can get a substitute in a game is either through concussion or COVID. And he thought it was vastly unfair. And Essex had so many injuries. Their batting coach was they were only one injury away their batting coach on the pitch, only one injury away from their coach driver being on the pitch.
It's a good delivery. It's a good spell this from Roach, and here was a full shot from Elgar, who is limping a little bit as he completes a single. He was trying to play it away through mid-wicket. It's come off an inside edge and run down towards fine leg, but he was limping as he completed that run, and maybe not the worst thing in this scenario, but it's the last outing of the season, because Dean Elgar, we wouldn't want anyone to be hampered by injury, but I suppose it is the last game, and he'll soldier on out there, but he doesn't seem to be moving particularly freely.
I think what hampered Essex during that game as well is you had a number of players away with the England under-19 side. I think you had Benkenstein and Sane.
Yes, other people who could have played but weren't able to, was Roach up to the wicket bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and there's no run.
And that really hampered. I remember speaking to Adam Rossington, who was called up as 12th man, and he said, what am I doing here as 12th? He said, I'm a keeper with a broken finger who's been out most of the season. He said, I shouldn't be here, but doing his job and taking one for the team.
But Essex have had their moments, particularly in the last few weeks, where they've shown the credentials that they're going to need to be challenging next year, as that's outside the off stump, and there's no shot offered by Wesley, who just for once has to strike against Roach. Brilliant win against Warwickshire, who for some reason prepared a pitch that was not a typical Edgbaston pitch, that played into the hands of Porter and Cook. Venue actually where Essex have tended to struggle, and indeed Snater. They tended to struggle at Edgbaston in Championship cricket in recent years, but they won the game in 5 sessions, and of course a very good win here against Notts after the defeat against Worcestershire, which of course is one of those inconsistent performances that Essex need to obviously erase to be challenging, as Wesley drives without timing, goes up towards mid-off, and there's no run. The one thing I really liked, obviously the Taunton game was one of those occasions, absolute nip and tuck. It was a really tense affair. But the one thing I would say about Surrey is everyone had a bad game at the same time at Southampton.
Yeah.
And if in a way that's a good way of doing it, because it means you're playing at your maximum the rest of the time. Because everyone's going to have a bad day sometime during the season. It seemed like everyone saved it up for the same game. 131 for one, Elgar 63 and Wesley 57.
Yeah, I'm not sure the pitches at Edgbaston have been that great this season, which, as you say, is unusual. It's I didn't think the pitches for finals day were particularly great.
I was talking to Mark off air about that, and obviously it's Gloucestershire's bowlers like them.
That's pulled away through the leg side, and like most of the crowd there, we thought it had gone for 4, and it's dribbled out to deep square. I actually lost sight of the ball there, and picking up the noise of the crowd, I thought it had gone through mid-wicket and was going to thump into the advertising boards, and it doesn't. It just dribbles out to Ryan Patel fielding out deep square leg.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you'd like to get in touch with us, and hopefully we've got a full day for you here at Chelmsford. Bright blue skies.
Laws. Yeah, I think the pitches have been unusual at Edgbaston. I think they weren't great in the quarter-final when Warwickshire played Gloucestershire.
Yeah, again, that suited Gloucestershire as well, I think.
Yeah, they did, because, typical of one of Mark Alain's side, it was like watching Gloucestershire in the late 90s, early 2000s when they won all that silverware, when Harvey and Alain would just bowl wicket to wicket and strangle sides. That's whipped away gorgeously by Wesley with a real flourish. Subcontinental stroke play there. That was a lovely shot.
Tom Cadmell's gone at Taunton for 17, and Somerset at 69 for 5, lead by only 9. Abbott and Abbas sharing the wickets. There was one tweet saying that Abbott and Abbas must be the best opening pair in the Championship, and our colleagues here at Essex Cricket got back and said, what about Porter and Cook?
Oh, that's a little bit quicker from Laws. Thumps into Wesley's thigh pad.
But again, it's two strong combinations in both sides. And
yeah.
Of course, Surrey the same and Somerset much the same as well, and key to the success of those sides. But they've certainly done a good job, and Kyle Abbott likes bowling against Somerset in the month of September, because he famously was a candidate for Essex Player of the Month in 2019 in September, when the famous Hampshire victory against Somerset at Southampton, which effectively put Essex in pole position for the Championship when they went to Taunton, and it was rain affected. So
here's Laws in from the Alistair Cook end, left alone by Wesley.
I think got about 17 wickets or something like that, and the jokes were that he was Essex Player of the month, and I don't know quite. I thought it might be extended to the next time he played here. He might have got a standing ovation when he was coming into bat, which would have been typical of the sort of humour of the Essex crowd. But I don't think it actually materialised in the end. But yes, I think Somerset are sick of Kyle Abbott in the month of September.
After fears were raised,
Laws.
nearby homes and businesses could be at risk without
Bustling
action.
in.
Will Lodge is from the local
Left
council.
alone, again no carry through to Blake. Now completely over. I'm going to hand over to my partner in crime and the man who's been the pioneer and the voice of Surrey cricket for a number of years, Mr. Mark Church.
Thank you very much, Dan. So, had half an hour's play. So, bright blue sky, a little bit of wispy high cotton wool cloud is around. Yeah, those stats, by the way, Abbas and Abbott, courtesy of Essex Cricket, 85 wickets at 22.75, Porter and Cook 98 at 17.85. So Porter and Cook just having the edge, but two very strong opening attacks. And as I say, the thing about these four strong sides at the top of the division, they've all got very strong bowling attacks when anywhere near full strength. And Mark will be with us in a moment. I've got to do an update into our news bulletin. Well, pleased to say that we've got bright blue skies, and we've started on time at 10:30, and Essex haven't lost a wicket with 20 runs added on the third morning. With Dean Elgar hobbling, he's had some treatment, but he's still out there. Obviously he's got some sort of injury hampering him, but he's gone on to 65. Tom Wesley on 61. Essex 137 for 1. 5 sessions basically lost in this game, and it's going to be hard to engineer a result from here, but Essex looking to get as many runs as they can and try and put Surrey under pressure later on. 137 for 1. And here's Kemar Roach has bowled very well this morning outside the off stump and left alone by Wesley, who hasn't faced too much of him. And good morning to Mark Church. Nice to be back with you again, Mark.
Thank you, Nick. Good morning, everybody. If I was Rory Burns and Surrey, do you know what would be worrying me the most here?
What would that be?
Dean Elgar hobbling. Because
yes,
Elgar, I said before, if he gets hit or he gets an injury, he tends to go on and get a double hundred or something like
Gordon
that.
Greenwich scenario.
I think
a few years ago,
Surrey's
yes.
best way of getting Elgar out here is running him out.
which
I
could
think
be a
from here.
possibility if there's a misjudgment as Roach up to the wicket bowls. That's outside the off stump and Wesley has nothing to do with it. Essex just happy to sort of bed in this morning, 137 for one.
The talk around the crowd of setting a game up, I think if you were a detective, you'd look at the first 35 minutes of evidence this morning and you'd say, that is not going to happen, is it? So I think what we're looking at here is Essex will bat for as long as they can, score as many as they can, and this game will just naturally go on its course, I think.
Here's Roach again, up to the wicket, bowls, and Wesley plays a fluent cover drive, but straight to the fielder at cover point. Annoying that because he really timed that, and unfortunately just actually picked the man out in the offside.
And the other thing with that, Nick, is, and I'm not saying this has happened, but if you're Surrey, if Essex come to you and go, listen, can we set a game up because, you know, X, Y and Z, Surrey would just sit there and go, hang on, we've just won the championship, so we really don't need to be doing any of that sort of stuff. Thank you very much.
As Roach bowls, and there's a flashing attempt at a cut shot from Wesley, but a bit of bounce there, and he plays and misses, and it goes on its way through to Blake.
Well, what I would say with this is actually for the three debutants, Surrey, these 2 days are big days for them, really. Josh Blake with the gloves and the bat, and Yusuf Majid will get a long bowl here, and for him as well. And I hope for Ollie Sykes that he gets an opportunity to have a bat. They may even bump him up the order when Surrey have a bat.
As Roach again bowls, running towards us, and good delivery, just cutting into Wesley, who just keeps his bat out of harm's way. So a little bit of cotton wool cloud just building up in patches, but it's a beautiful day. So it's one of those days where you're not quite sure what to wear because you could have sort of different weather during the day. It might get quite chilly later on, but I was sort of debating between the winter coat and the autumn spring coat today, and I've gone for the autumn spring one, and we'll just have to put up with being cold later on when I'm waiting to do an interview. But I think hopefully that's the right choice. 137 for one.
Ice on the car this morning.
Yeah,
there was ice on the car this morning.
Which is, it feels more like an April day, doesn't it, Mark? Because it's where you get the cold air or the chilly air and the strong sunshine.
Yeah, it does have a certain pre-season feel to it from the action we've seen this morning as well. But Yusuf Majid is coming into the attack now. Now, I think he'll get a very long bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end. You may see him up till lunchtime because for him, as I say, this couple of days are now important, and it'll be good to see him have a good bowl. And Elgar here, the one thing he probably isn't going to be able to do is use his feet because he can hardly move at the moment, Dean Elgar.
No, I'm not quite sure what it was.
I
must
think
have been completing a run or
no,
something.
I think it was as he set off for a run. I think he slipped.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like. And
perhaps that's not altogether surprising with all the moisture that's been around, and that's done the damage because he certainly need to get some strapping on.
So Yusuf Majid, left arm spin, will come over the wicket to Dean Elgar, the left-hander, and he's forward and tucking this into the leg side, and it's a no ball from Majid. So there'll be a couple more to this Essex total. Good partnership between Wesley and Elgar. Early wicket for Surrey. It seems a long time ago as this is whipped by Elgar into the leg side, and he'll hobble a single. And one more to him, one more to the total. The 1 wicket to fall, that of Robin Dash in the second over of the day. Where are we? Saturday, back on Thursday. Day 1, caught behind off Laws for 3, but since then Wesley and Elgar have gone about their business very nicely. The majority of it, of course, on that first day, with no play yesterday whatsoever. So the right-handed Wesley comes on to strike, and Yusuf Majid will come round the wicket to Wesley, and Wesley's driving attractively up towards mid-off. Sykes does the fielding, moving to his right.
Disappointing for Dask. He hasn't quite taken the opportunity offered to him by sort of opening the batting in this last part of the championship season.
Wesley, forward he comes, pushes this one out into the offside. Rory Burns will do the fielding. He's got a slip, a backward point, sweeper on the cover rope, a cover, deepish mid-off, mid-on, short straight mid-wicket, man just behind square on the leg side. And a deep mid wicket as Wesley pushes this one straight back up the pitch.
Yeah, he's averaged just under 18 from his 6 innings, Robin Das. May get one more opportunity late tomorrow afternoon.
Round the wicket again goes Yusuf Majid, and he'll pick up a single here. Will Wesley, in Rishti fashion, just turning the ball out there to Tom Laws, and they walk through for another single.
Nick Brown, who's not been playing in this recent run of games, averaging 35. Yeah, he got more or less half his runs for the season in one knock at Durham, which I saw, which is very good, but not quite consistent enough.
Over the wicket
season
is Majid, and this one's just punched off the back foot by Dean Elgar. Oh dear, he's got a run too here, Elgar. I say run. He's looking like me at the moment, yeah. Dean Elgar, hobbling between the wickets. Poor fella. But as I say, he's a brilliant player, Dean Elgar, at the best of times. But when he's injured, he's even more dangerous. End of the over, 143 for 1 then Essex. And Dean Elgar and Tom Wesley this morning just moving along nicely. And Elgar on 68, Wesley on 62. And it's very nice to have some good weather for the last couple of days of the summer.
Nick
very
Brown,
pleasant.
yeah. Nick Brown, testimonial next year.
Oh,
that's hope from his point of view. He gets a fair amount of time out of the middle as well. See if he is the first choice opener at the start of next season. Will be interesting. Here is Kemar Roach up to the wicket bowls. That's outside the off stump and left alone by Tom Wesley. We should mention Aaron Beard. You might have heard that Aaron has announced his retirement. Made his debut in a tour match, actually, 2016 against Sri Lanka. And he ended with 4 for 62 in that game. He'd been with Essex since he was 9 years old, so coming through the youth system. And he was involved in 2019 in the successful championship and T20 sides as Roach bowls, and that's cut away down to the third man boundary by Wesley. Nice little deft shot that. And that collects a boundary, so 147 for 1. He's also was a substitute fielder for England during a 2013 Ashes warm-up game against Essex at Chelsea, which I remember was a bit of a bizarre fixture. That one of those games where you had sides that were sort of quite sure who the 11 were. England against Essex. He was just 15 years old at that time.
Game.
That's right.
In England.
Yeah, in 2013.
For England.
That's right. Against Essex.
Yes.
Here's Roach again. Bowls. And that's just played off the back foot by Wesley back down the pitch. Yeah, so 30 championship matches, 62 wickets in that time. He got 21 in list day, 25 in the T20, and as I say, picked up that T20 Blast winners medal. So that perhaps the highlight for him. And so a good haul of matches in the end. I guess the problem showed some promise with the bat at times, but Essex have got a pretty set front three now with Porter and Cook, and we obviously have got the idea now that Cook is not, or Porter for that matter, top of England's requirements, and indeed Snater has had another very good season, so it's tough for the likes of Aaron Beard to sort of know, what sort of consistent game time are you going to get, and we wish him all the best for the future. As here's Roach bowling outside the off stump, and is left alone and goes through to Blake, but hopefully he's got a plan of what he wants to do in the future, but I'm sure he'll always be welcome when he's back at Chelmsford, and we wish him all the best.
Absolutely, and it's that time of the year, isn't it, where players are either released or retire.
Indeed, and here's Roach up to the wicket, bowls, and that's outside the off stump and left alone. So it's part of we were talking off there about Surrey's planning for the season, Mark, where they would have foreseen who the England calls might be at various times in limited overs cricket and Test cricket. And of course, Kemar Roach had international commitments mid-championship season. Of course, we're free at this time, so very much welcome back in this run-in.
Yeah, absolutely. And Carl Abbott came back, and then he was with Australia.
Here's Roach bowls, and that's played defensively by Wesley up to the covers. Of course, Sean Abbott with Australia at the moment. They were talking up his batting yesterday, so they might still be able to get his 300 and something. And then he got out straight away, unfortunately. But I know he's actually been quite useful. Bat. Yeah, been very useful for Surrey. It was interesting actually hearing Gus Atkinson saying he was disappointed with how he'd gone with the bat for Surrey this season, and obviously he'd be confident, having got the 100 in a test match, of producing more with the bat, because he's shown what he can do. He has shown glimpses of the bat, of course, for Surrey, but perhaps didn't feel he'd done as well with the bat as he could have done in his championship outings this season. 147 for 1.
Oh yes, and I think he showed that at Lords, didn't he, with that 100, that he can bat. Gus Atkinson, it's an extraordinary summer for him, really has been. Yusuf Majid will continue down below us from this Alistair Cook end, and it's whipped by Elgar into the leg side. The first delivery of the over in bright sunshine here at Chelmsford. Lots of spectators sat below us watching away, sort of in that, as you say, between clothing. As forward goes Elgar, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run, because sensibly have brought layers, but I think as the day goes on, some of those layers will come off
and then come back on again later.
Definitely by about 5 o'clock. I should think it'll be very cold as Elgar forward he goes, whips it into the leg side, will get a single down towards Sykes at long on. One more to Dean Elgar, brings the right-handed Wesley back on to strike on 66. 148 for 1 Essex on this third morning here on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio London, on BBC Sport website and app, and on your smart speaker. This is a horrible shot from Tom Wesley. He's got away with that. He was looking to go over long off there, and I'm not surprised. They're getting a man down to long off. Bottom hand came into it and he almost smeared it straight to Kemar Roach at mid-on. So now Sykes has been deposited to long off as there's a better looking shot driving into the covers, and Rory Burns with an athletic bit of fielding diving away to his left hand side. But Yusuf Majid won't mind seeing that from Wesley. Just looking a little twitchy in this over to get after Yusuf Majid. He's forward and playing this one into the offside. End of the over, tidy over. 148 for 1 then Essex. And this partnership, well, they came together with the score on 4. So if my maths tells me, Nick Gledhill, these two have added 144 now for this second wicket.
It's been a very good partnership, and these two have batted well together this season. I say Tom Wesley's had a pretty strong second half to the season. He's got his average over 40 now. 550s and just the 100, but he's got a number of half centuries. As I say, I think he's done particularly well in this second half. Jeff Hawes on our email was saying, looking for the averages on the BBC Sport website, as this is a good delivery from Kemar Roach, driven up towards mid-off. No timing there from Elgar, who just wanders down the pitch and just sweeps with his bat a little bit of grass, a little bit of dust, imaginary or otherwise, and it goes back into his stance. So I can't remember seeing it on the website this season, Jeff, but I'll have a quick look now you've raised that point. Obviously it's available via other sites. 148 for 1. As this was a delivery which is a check shot from Elgar, as he just in the end just plays it back at a square on the offside, and there's no run. Lovely blue sky and pleasant in the sunshine, but quite a cool delivery of the wind. I think it's coming from a northerly direction, and it's certainly quite chilly wind for late September.
You'll settle for this in mid-December,
I think so, yeah.
when everybody's wanting cricket again.
Roach again from the Graham Gooch end. Bowls beautiful delivery, one of the best he's bowled this morning, and that genuinely beats Elgar as he's just pushing at that outside the off stump. Very nice piece of bowling, holding its line.
Good battle this, isn't it?
Yeah, two top quality practitioners, and Roach still showing great commitment to the cause. It's a sort of an after Lord Mayor show type game for Surrey, obviously, but he's showing very much commitment to the cause here, as you'd expect. 148 for 1. Elgar 69 and Wesley 66. And this is played down towards the gully off the back foot. And there is no run.
Bit of
got some
Queen
music
in
on
our
headphones, yeah.
Very nice for a
song I
Saturday
like,
morning.
but not just at this moment. So I'm going to see if I can try and get rid of it.
Appropriately with me on air, Radio Gaga is being played in our headphones. So Nick will make a little call there to the headquarters to see whether that can disappear. As Roach round the wicket he comes to Elgar. Now Elgar lets this one go off a goodish length, and into the gloves it goes of Josh Blake, moving away to his left hand side. And Elgar wants a new bat now, so he's broken his bat. Dean Elgar, he's had an eventful morning really, hasn't he? I did think anybody who walked into the ground 10 minutes in would have thought, what on earth is happening? Because we all got very excited the sun was out, but all they would have seen is one of the batters sitting down having his foot massage and everybody else having a drink after 10 minutes.
Here is Roach again, bowls, and Elgar again just covering up, playing defensively up into the covers, and goes for a walk now. He's walked past the square leg umpire. He's got physio coming up. I was just wondering for a moment whether he was thinking of retiring her, but no, he's just got some running repairs
another bat
coming up. And he'll stick it out and battle through whatever discomfort he's in.
He always does.
Yeah,
that's the thing with Dean Elgar. As I say, he's dangerous anyway.
I don't know
the bat, but when he's injured, God dear.
We had some nice messages for you, Mark. I don't know if they've all been read out. I don't think this one has, but this one from Robert, basically saying wanted to say how great it is to have Mark back on the commentary. The sound of his voice is always soothing.
Thank you,
and
Robert,
he said, "Dear Don Topley." So I thought he was going to contrast Don being not soothing with you being soothing, but he didn't, which is very kind of him. Yes, he said, could you redo the commentary for all the Surrey games you missed during? Perhaps he's referring to what you were doing during the winter with your garden cricket. So that's quite a tall order.
As Yusuf Majid is round the wicket to Wesley. It's nicely played, just tucks it into the leg side. He won't get a single, even though Elgar was happy to take one there. Tom Laws with the athletic stop. Yes, thank you, Robert. It's very kind. It's very nice to be back, especially on a day like today with sun. As Wesley waits once again, Majid is in and he's driving down to the left of Sykes at mid-off, and this time they will take a single, so that will be one more to Tom Wesley.
So it's all been very quiet, hasn't it, and sedate this morning. We just had that sort of injury scare for Elgar. The bowling's been pretty good, the batting likewise. No great urgency, as you were saying,
this is
Mark.
what I mean.
Yeah.
It does have a certain pre-season feel to it at the moment, but I think this will just naturally play out, really, as Yusuf Majid comes over the wicket to the left-handed Elgar, who's whipping this into the leg side, and he will hobble another single as that brings Sykes round to his left, and the round of applause that you can hear is for the 150 for Essex. So Elgar moves on to 70 from 128 deliveries, and Wesley 67 from 117 deliveries so far. Yusuf Majid comes round the wicket to Wesley, and the right-handed Wesley forward again. Nice control from Yusuf Majid.
And Essex now with 6 batsmen averaging 40 plus, which is better than in some recent seasons. Pepper, Walter, Rossington, Elgar, Cox. Rossington from only 2 innings, mind you.
As forward goes Wesley, turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
Might have to exclude him on that basis, but certainly the other 5, Pepper's had a very good end to the season. Walter's been pretty consistent, 450s, and Elgar and Cox, of course. Cox's stats speak for themselves, 918 runs from 15 innings at 65.
Yeah, he's had a terrific summer, hasn't he? Forward goes Wesley again, and pushes Majid out into the offside. Round goes Burns to do the fielding. End of the over. Another tidy one from Yusuf Majid, but it's a very obvious thing to say. But you're only ever going to win a championship if you can take 20 wickets. That's the key thing, really. And Surrey in the last 3 seasons have a bowling attack that knows how to take 20 wickets and win a game of cricket. So that's been key from a Surrey perspective. to winning those 3 championships. And here is James Taylor coming into the attack to replace Kemar Roach, who's had a fairly long bowl this morning, as Kemar Roach might just have a bit of a break now. Stood up there at mid-on. But yes, James Taylor started from this Sir Alistair Cook end where we're sat, and then switched to the Graham Gooch end on the first morning. So he's coming down that slope now, isn't he, from the Graham Gooch end?
Yep. So here he comes. Taylor, brother of Tom Taylor, isn't he? Going round the wicket, and this is just pushed up into the offside. Nice compact shot from Dean Elgar, who's playing with no urgency, as if he's just having a nice net out there.
Well, I think he is.
Yeah, I think that's very much the case, isn't it? Light breeze, and as I say, I think the wind, the air mass is pretty chilly, but it's actually quite pleasant at the moment, isn't it? And certainly after the last couple of days that we've had. And it's this thing, we can't play championship cricket this late in the season, because it always rains. You never quite know, do you? You might get some decent days like this one. 150 for 1, as this is a delivery which Elgar tries to work away into the onside, but it just takes him on the pad. I do remember when cricket was tried in October in the COVID year, and we had the wettest day of all time, I think, on T20 finals.
Yes, I remember that very well. Was that the T20 finals day where nothing happened on the Saturday, and then all of a sudden at 4 o'clock on the Sunday we were playing T20 cricket?
Yes, I think that. Yes, that was all very strange, but out of necessity, of course. As Taylor going round the wicket, bowls, and it's played up towards mid-off. No great power in the shot, but Elgar, just moving along nicely. This could be his 400th of the season, I think, if he gets it. 70 from 131 balls, and Wesley 67, 146 for the second wicket so far.
Well, the other thing to remember here is in your last innings of the summer, sort of 250 not out, and after the average good.
Absolutely, and certainly for Elgar it's pretty good already, and Wesley's is improving as Taylor round the wicket, bowls, and a powerful shout for LBW there. Did that hit pad first? It was in the end played up towards cover point, but a stifled shout. Could be bat onto pad, or perhaps then off towards cover.
It wasn't the most energetic of appeals from James Taylor.
Somerset, a bit of a recovery, where they were 75 for 6 and now 108 for 6, 48 ahead, and James Roos had a very good certainly second half of the season. I think he started quietly, but he's really done well. 19 to him, and Lewis Gregory 24, so they're 48 ahead of Hampshire at the moment in the battle for second, as here Elgar just checks his shot and plays defensively into the offside, and there's no run. Worcestershire 157 for 9 against Lancashire, so they've got all 3 bowling points, but to be honest, Lancashire's hopes of staying up are somewhere between slim and none, and slim is packing its bags, and that's really down to the nature of the pitch at Trent Bridge, which entirely as expected, with 2 sides who need a draw to stay up effectively. Notts 375 for 7 at the moment in that one, so you've got a feeling it's going to take a lot for a positive result either way in that one, and I think Lancashire's days in the top division are numbered, as that's driven by Elgar, but straight to cover, and there is no run there. They've got a young player there, Notts, who's done very well, hasn't he, in the run-in. Freddie McCann, 130 in this game. I don't remember if we've got runs against Surrey as well, but he's had a great little run of games. Young player, good to see. Notts developing their own, and that's a good indication for the future for them. But 375 for 7 Notts, and they're just picking up their points. They just need to avoid defeat to stay up, and Warwickshire, a draw will suit them, so you just can't really see too much hope for Lancashire at the moment, barring a dramatic Warwickshire double collapse. 150 for 1.
Yeah, Rory Burns has gone off, and Conor McCurr is out there, stood at extra cover. Conor McCurr, as round the wicket goes Majid, and this one's just pushed off the back foot by Tom Wesley, straight back up the pitch, and shines the ball up, does Yusuf Majid. Maybe Rory Burns has gone to put his bowling boots on.
Yes, well, that'll be interesting to see that.
Round the wicket he goes once again, and this is lofted. That's nicely played by Wesley. This time he's gone over mid-on, down to long on, deliberately. And I mentioned a couple of overs ago that he was looking to go over long off, but with that one he's gone down to the long on boundary, and it's over the boundary rope and away for 4, and that brings up the 150 partnership between Elgar and Tom Wesley. Deliberately straight over the top of Kemar Roach, as Wesley is onto the back foot this time, punching into the covers. Conor McCurr does the fielding.
I shall
moving round
head
to
off
his
so Dan
right.
can be around for the start of the next over, Mark, but see you a little bit later on.
Thank you, Nick. Yes, it's been fairly sedate so far this morning in the first hour of play. A great surprise on that front as Wesley backs away, looks to cut. That's nicely bowled. Got a bit more bounce on that one. Did Yusuf Majid. Wouldn't mind seeing that one again just to see if he did just get a little bit more bounce in that delivery. Wesley was backing away, looking to cut. Nicely taken by Josh Blake behind the stumps as Wesley's forward, and typical Wesley shot, just rolls the wrists on this and threads it between the short mid wicket and the mid on. Nicely timed, and that will run away for 4 runs. So 4 more to Wesley. And again, not trying to hit that hard, he's just rolling the wrists on it, and just probably on a middle and leg line, coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Yusuf Majid, of course, will be taking it away from Wesley, the right-hander. He's in again to Wesley, and Wesley repeats the shot, this time out towards Ryan Patel at deep mid-wicket. He comes scampering round to do the fielding, but that was only ever going to be one because Dean Elgar can't run at the moment. He's just hobbling his singles, and it's the end of the over, and it's 159 for 1. And welcome back to Dan Whiting.
Morning, Churchy. Have I missed much?
Not really. It's at the moment. I think this
Got an end of season feel about it, hasn't it? From a Surrey perspective, anyway.
Well, and I think from an Essex point of view, that really and truly for them, just bat. You know, Surrey were never going to set anything up because they've already won the championship. So Surrey don't need to set anything up. So this is exactly what I expected. I think Wesley and Elgar and the Essex batting lineup will look to bat and bat and bat and bat, and probably say to Surrey, you come and bowl us out. So I think this is exactly what we expected, really.
Do you think Surrey might be interested in an innings forfeit to try and make a game of it?
Absolutely not.
That's whipped away by Wesley in that Wesley style.
The thing with that is, what does Surrey gain out of that? Absolutely nothing. Surrey gain nothing out of doing that. They've already won the championship.
Yeah.
So no, I doubt it's even been mentioned. I think this was always going to be what we were looking at, really.
Yeah.
That's the thing. If you win the championship, you can sit there and basically say, we'll do exactly what we want to do. So no, I don't think that was ever going to happen. What might happen is when Surrey go out there and bat, is you may see Ollie Sykes come up the order. They may want to see him have a bat. Yeah.
Here's Taylor in from the Graham Gooch end, formerly known as the Hayes close end.
But I think what Surrey know now is they're going to have to bowl Essex out. They're going to have to take 9 more wickets unless Essex, you know, I don't know, might midway through the last session tonight see how many runs they've got, and I just think we'll naturally go through the final 2 days of this one.
Yeah, I disagree. I can see where you're coming from, and I can see why you've said what you've said, but I just think there might be some collaboration. Maybe
I don't see why Surrey would collaborate.
Maybe that's,
it makes two.
Maybe that's
takes
my heart
two,
ruling my head.
It takes 2 to tango with that, and
yeah.
I just what does Surrey gain out of doing that? Absolutely nothing whatsoever.
You're setting up a decent game of cricket.
You could still
You're
have,
in the entertainment industry.
You could still have a decent game of cricket, and you could still see Essex get 460 and Ollie Sykes get a bat tomorrow.
Yeah. Here's Taylor. That's square driven. That could well go all the way. Who's that in pursuit? It's whoever's that is. I think it's Laws out there actually. Can't cut it off.
So yeah, I'd be amazed if that happened.
No, it's Cameron Steele on as substitute fielder.
Yeah, there's a few coming in and out of that marquee at the moment to do some fielding. But I just think all I would say is thank goodness we've got good weather for the last 2 days.
Yeah.
Because, for the supporters that have come in, they're going to see some good cricket whichever way it goes.
Yeah. Taylor left alone by Wesley.
And also from a sort of batting point of view, I was saying to Nick, it doesn't have to do the average good at the end of the season in your last innings if you're 250 not out. So I think Elgar...
Always thinking of a red inker.
Well,
always thinking of a red inker.
Pretty sure Elgar and Wesley will be thinking exactly the same thing at the moment.
Yeah, I agree.
Just bad.
I agree. James Taylor, 2 slips in. Half a quartet. As that's driven out to Kemar Roach at mid-off, and that completes the over. So 167 for 1. Elgar is on 84, Wesley on 70, and these two have put on 163 so far, and Robin Das must be kicking himself.
Yeah, well, that's an opener. That's always the peril of opening the batting.
I've been there many a time. My day's been over by 1:31 on a Saturday afternoon on many an occasion.
Watching everybody else score runs.
I've been showered and changed by 4:30 with a pint in my hand.
Yes.
That's the the thing about opening the batting, isn't it?
Part of the job, really, isn't it? The good thing here is that Yusuf Majid's going to get a good bowl from this Sir Alistair Cook end. He's in over the wicket to Elgar, who's driving up to the right of Kemar Roach at a deepish mid-off, and they will pick up another single. And Elgar moves seamlessly here onto 71, and Wesley comes back on to strike. Now they're keeping Kemar Roach down at... He's not quite long on, he's probably 20 yards in from the boundary rope. We saw Wesley go over the top in the last over. That's short from Majid, and he just stand up tall and whip it into the leg side, and round comes Cameron Steele to do the fielding, and they will pick up a couple more. 2 more to the total, 2 more to Tom Wesley, and Tom Wesley has moved on to 86 now. So the Essex captain 14 away from 100 in what I think will be his last innings of the season, as Majid's in and he's driving, and there's Conor McCurr still out there diving away to his right to do the fielding.
Yeah, sorry, I got the scores round the wrong way in the last over, didn't I? It's Wesley's on 86, not Elgar.
He's played some nice shots this morning, as Wesley, as he's forward here and pushing Yusuf Majid straight back up the pitch.
Looks a good wicket, doesn't it?
Well, that's the other thing. From what we've seen so far, and we're into day 3, taking 20 wickets on this would be fairly tricky. As driving again is Wesley. That's a nice looking shot, and we'll get 4 here because it has got under. Ollie Sykes diving away to his left, and that will race away for 4 runs and take Wesley into the 90s, on to 90 exactly. Tom Wesley, just a very nice looking drive up towards mid-off and just getting underneath the diving Sykes and over the boundary rope and away for 4 more. Just pushing on a touch here is Wesley against Yusuf Majid, and that's short and wide, and that's punched by Wesley. A little too straight because it goes up to Ollie Sykes at mid-off. End of the over, 174 for 1 then. Essex, Elgar 71, Wesley on 90. I think the nice thing though is a good crowd in today, and for the Essex faithful, they're getting to see Wesley and Elgar continuing on from where they left off on the first day. But yes, it looks a good pitch, it really does.
Yeah, they love their cricket here. There's some Not many, Essex aren't one of the bigger counties around the circuit, but the ones that do come here are, they love the game. They're very partisan, but they're also warm and welcoming to outsiders, as that's full from Taylor and driven out by Elgar. Yeah, they're decent people. We've been very nicely looked after, haven't we, in the last couple of days?
Oh, absolutely. And they know their cricket, and also they've seen huge amounts of success here at Chelmsford.
Oh, I think
over
they
the
punched
years.
above their weight massively. They're a non-test playing county, and I think Essex have punched above their weight for 40 years, if I'm honest with you. They've had a couple of grim times. That's whipped beautifully by Wesley.
If you were gonna say, show me a Tom Wesley shot,
Yeah,
that would be it.
yeah, that's
Back of a length. I would say that's back of a length on the top of off stump, and he's just stood up and whipped it through mid wicket for 4.
yeah. It's a touch of. I'm not saying he's in the class of somebody like Azharuddin, but there's something about a little bit of Azharuddin about him, isn't there? James Taylor. Wesley just gets onto the front foot.
I think that's the length and line.
Yeah.
James Taylor has just got to bang away at to Tom Wesley. If he's got one area of his game where you may have a chance, it's when you can get him driving outside the off stump, Tom Wesley. But we said it about Dan Lawrence, but Wesley's got it as well. Those wrists of gold, I heard someone describe it as once, and it's about right, actually.
Cut venomously by Wesley. Ryan Patel can't cut that one off, and he is motoring this morning, going along serenely, and he's playing shots all around the wicket. Straight drives, whips through mid wicket, and they're cut of venom backward a square.
But he's actually in the last half hour sort of raced to 98 without actually doing anything too spectacular.
Taylor in, and that's going to be his 100. That's a gorgeous shot, and textbook Tom Wesley shot to take him to 3 figures. 141 balls, 22 fours in there, and that is an innings of the highest quality. He's placed shots all around the ground, and his timing has been impeccable.
Yeah, lovely innings from Tom Wesley, and especially this morning. And again, it's a typical Wesley shot, really. Just that ball angling into his pads and a roll of the wrists, and absolutely whistled off to the mid-wicket boundary rope for 4. This is the other way that Surrey could get a bat. Is that Wesley just whistles to 250 very, very quickly.
I hope so, for the sake of the game. And again, he's not timed this one as well, but that's going to go out to Ollie Sykes. Is that Ollie Sykes? No, that's Ollie Sykes there. Get the ball. I can't see who that is. Is it Geddes out there, deep square?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah. They're quite similar in stature, and they're both wearing a long sleeve cable knit. Although Ollie Sykes has got the sunnies on with white, sort of a bit like Christopher Biggins back in the day, with white sort of plastic.
Yes.
They're called arms of the sunglasses.
Yes.
I think they are, aren't
Sort
they?
of the big arms of your sunglasses.
I'm not saying Ollie Sykes is anything like Christopher Biggins in any other way, but those sunglasses have a touch of the panache about them.
Well, the other thing to keep in mind is sort of batting points as well with Essex. So you've got that 110 overs, haven't you, to get to your
what are they? They've got
maximum.
42.
Well, they're actually ticking along nicely.
Yeah, they are.
Just normally they're just
4.5
ticking. They're not
and
having
over.
to do anything spectacular. Yusuf Majid will come round the wicket to Tom Wesley, who's forward, and plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Yusuf Majid, he came through in the One Day Cup this year. Do you like the look of him, Churchy?
Absolutely, and I think when he it was a couple of years ago now, as he's in, that's too short, and that's cut away by Wesley out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope when he came into that One Day side. And I've been looking forward to seeing him bowl in Championship cricket as well, and have a long bowl in Championship cricket on a pitch that isn't offering him a great deal actually, at the moment.
Actually being able to get it above the eye line and bowl with flight as opposed to having to bowl one-day darts.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And against two very good players at the moment, as Elgar comes back onto strike, and driving is Elgar handsomely away through extra cover for 4, and he's just lent on that as Dean Elgar, and that has whistled away for 4 runs.
Yeah, Elgar was dropped at slip just before we went off for rain, when Essex had about 100 on day 1. It was a very tough chance,
wasn't it, for Sibley? He did pretty well to get a hand to it.
Churchy.
Yeah, I wouldn't have even seen it. As Yusuf Majid is in, and he's driving again, and it's a repeat from Dean Elgar. And Yusuf Majid here is just trying to get that ball outside the off stump with a little bit of flight, and all that Dean Elgar is doing is just waiting and waiting, and then just punching through the covers and away for 4. So 4 more to him, and as I say, just naturally this morning, now they're just going along at a good rate. Our Essex, without having to do anything or sort of try anything different, they're just nicely going through the gears at the moment. 197 for 1, and Yusuf Majid is going to change his angle of attack, come round the wicket to Elgar. Totally understandably, he's gone a bit flatter and quicker with that delivery, and this is pushed by Elgar straight back up the pitch, and Yusuf Majid does the fielding off his own bowling as he comes in once again, and forward goes Elgar, plays this one down towards backward point, and there's no run. End of the over, 197 for 1 then. Elgar has 80, Wesley's on 104. 85 overs remaining today, because we're playing the 104 overs today. And James Taylor will continue from the Graham Gooch end of the ground. And Wesley will be the man on strike on 104 from 144 deliveries. So yes, ticking along with a boundary and over at the moment, Essex. As there's a chat between Rory Burns and James Taylor. Taylor stood at the top of his mark, Burns at mid-on, Roach at mid-off. Yusuf Majid's at a deepish backward point as Taylor's over the wicket to Wesley. Wesley's forward and plays this straight to Yusuf Majid in there at backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, the second wicket partnership, the record between Surrey and Essex, 206, and that was for Essex, that is. For Surrey it is a little bit more, it's 316 between Mickey Stewart and Kenny Barrington at the Oval in 1962. But for Essex, as Taylor comes in and Wesley again brings that bottom hand into play. Yeah, Essex is... sorry, I've lost my train of thought. I do apologise, Church. He's very rude of me here. It is 206, which was between J.A. Cutmore and J. O'Connor.
That's a while ago.
Tom O'Connor.
That was a while ago.
They were naming that tune back in 1929 at the Oval.
That is a while ago. So, so these two aren't too far away from that, are they?
No. Taylor tickled around the corner. That's deft from Elgar. Clever cricket. Just helping it on its way. Just getting some bat on ball. Not trying to hit it too hard. And that's a lovely way to bring up the 200.
I reckon he's taken that off middle and off. As Dean Elgar just shuffled across his stumps and then on the angle just helped it down to a fine leg boundary rope.
Defended.
Looks a little frustrated here, James Taylor.
Yeah.
Just can't quite find his line and length. And the problem he has then, of course, is with the right and the left hander, you can't really settle at either of them.
I think he's been very good. I mean, thought he bowled very well at Worcester, especially in the first innings against Worcestershire. 3 for 19 off 8.3. As he comes in to Elgar, who again works that one off his legs out to Ryan Patel. And then against Essex, he played in the game at the Oval. We were talking about Jordan Cox going off with appendicitis. He was 2 for 51 off 12.
I've always thought with him, I think he'll have a long career with Surrey. I think he'll take a lot of wickets for Surrey as well. His problem's been injury, but I think he's got a lot about him, James Taylor.
Yeah, I think he's pretty accurate as he just aborts his run up there. I think he's pretty accurate. I think he's tall, and I think on wickets which have got a little bit more bounce in them, I reckon he's probably a right handful.
And I think he'll complement the other bowlers at Surrey.
Yeah, he offers
in
something
their
different. Just defended by Wesley.
There goes the TV remote. Thank you to Mr. Jay Kitley, who's across the other side in his production studio, but he has just let me know that Essex went from 150 to 200 in 7 overs. So without actually doing anything spectacular, they added the 50 runs in 7 overs. So what's that? 7 and over? But they haven't done anything dramatic. They've just batted, these two, and they've batted very nicely so far. Messrs Elgar and Wesley, and of course you've got two very experienced players out there in the middle, and Dan Lawrence is coming in to have a bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Just wonder whether Yusuf Majid might get a go at the other end. He's had a little go from this Sir Alistair Cook end, didn't find very much, so it may be that he'll come on and have a go from t'other end. But we've got the off spin of Dan Lawrence now into the attack.
Surrey could do with a wicket here.
Yes, I think they might have to work very hard for it, I'll tell you.
That's probably an understatement, to say the least.
As I say, I think these two are doing it exactly right, Elgar and Wesley.
That's probably like me saying Celtic or Rangers have got a sniff of the Scottish Premier League title.
As round the wicket then goes Lawrence, and Elgar turns this one into the leg side. But as I say, he's hopping around there, Dean Elgar, but he's dangerous at the best of times. But when he's injured, God dear.
And Surrey are bowling for a retired hurt.
Well, I don't think they'll get it. I cannot see that happening with Elgar, as he waits with that bat raised as Lawrence round the wicket to him, and now that was very short, and Dean Elgar was sort of in two minds about whether to pull that or punch it down the ground, and it sort of looped back towards Dan Lawrence, who dived to his left but didn't get anything on it, and the throw hits the stumps. They get a single, and the ripple of applause is for the 200 partnership between Elgar and Wesley.
Lawrence and Elgar just having a little chuckle there together. Good to see.
Yes, I think Lawrence would have accepted that wasn't his best delivery if he had managed to take the caught and bowled off Dean Elgar. So Wesley, the right-hander, comes back onto strike as Lawrence is over the wicket to him, and Wesley just works this one into the leg side. Will stroll another single, well, the Essex skipper, and he's got no choice really but to stroll a single, because Dean Elgar, as I say, is hobbling everything at the moment. Waits again. Does Elgar. Rob Bailey stood at this Sir Alistair Cook end, and this is just turned off the stumps by Elgar into the leg side. Ben Geddes gets round to do the fielding to his right. Just thinking about the other options that Rory Burns has out there.
Sibley.
Has Ryan Patel turned his arm over?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he
could have a little bit of a twirl, I suppose. Oh, that's what bowled.
Ooh.
Because Dean Elgar was going back to cut that, and it's just spattered him a touch.
He's hopping more and more, I think, Elgar.
Yes. He's not going to go anywhere, though. Dean Elgar, 86 from 147 deliveries. As Lawrence is into him, and Elgar works this one down the ground. We'll get a single as Sykes moves round to his right hand side. End of the over then, and one more to Dean Elgar. He's on 87. Wesley has 106, and Essex 206 for 1.
Yeah, I've got a feeling Ryan Patel had a bowl against Essex, although it's not in my notes here. He's definitely had a bowl at some point this season.
He's handy. If the ball swings, he does get it to wobble.
Just bowls wicket to wicket, doesn't he? Bowls sort of wobblers.
He's going to go to Tom Laws now. Rory Burns.
Yeah, just shuffling his pack, trying to make something happen. Because Surrey do look a little flat here. As Laws comes in around the wicket, Elgar thinks about a single, but Blake is across quickly and cuts that off.
So does the pitch at the moment.
What?
It looks a little flat. There's not a huge amount going on out there.
It's like, you know those nightclubs you used to visit, Churchy, and you used to order a pint of really overpriced, poor quality lager. It's as flat as that, mate.
Yes, I'm sure I did.
That's just worked backwards square on the offside.
Yeah, I think from an Essex point of view, their first port of call would be maximum batting points.
Yeah.
I think that would be their first port of call.
Well, they'd need another 210 or 244 in 60. Game
That's
on.
easy.
Yeah.
Easy at the moment.
Laws around the wicket, cut away by Elgar, who runs with no degree of fluency through for a single.
Well, the ground staff have done a brilliant job to get us on, and yesterday was such a sensible decision by everybody, because it gave them yesterday afternoon as well to work on getting everything dried out for this morning. So they've done a brilliant job.
Yeah, for those who didn't see the stream yesterday, or for those just listening in on BBC Radio Essex or BBC Radio London, there were puddles just pouring off the sheets that were covering the square. Churchy almost brought his snorkel and flippers along. Laws over the wicket. Wesley just playing this out to mid-wicket.
I owe one of the great men of Essex, Theo, over with Jake, over in the production booth, studio, massive room on the other side of the ground. It was Theo who worked out that Essex 50 from 150 to 200 came up in 7 overs.
Okay.
So
thank you, Theo. Very important guy around here. He gives us our lunch vouchers. That's driven out to Ryan Patel for a single.
it's interesting, isn't it? Because nice looking shot from Wesley, but that's the sort of area you want to be bowling to. The problem is now he's on 107 and there's just one slip in there.
Yeah.
But that's sort of the area you want to be bowling to Tom Wesley. But as I say, there's not a huge amount out there for the bowlers at the moment.
Short, Elgar pulls but picks out James Taylor. James Taylor's got a touch of the Travis Heads about him, hasn't he? Don't you think, with the way he looks?
Yes, his hair's definitely grown.
His hair's grown. He's
both on his top lip, chin, and head.
Yeah.
But I think it's a very, very good look.
Yeah.
For James Taylor.
He's a very nice chap as well.
Oh, he is. He's a really, really solid individual, James Taylor. Oh dear, Wesley's injured now. He's having a bit of a stretch out there in the middle. I suppose that's one hope for Rory Burns, that Elgar and Wesley both get stretchered off at the same time. But
I think Surrey's luck might have run out with that, with the Jordan Cox incident earlier in the season.
Yeah, absolutely. As Dan Lawrence from the Sir Alistair Cook end is into Elgar, and Elgar's forward and just prods this one down towards backward point. So the Surrey captain actually was having a bit of a chat there with Tom Wesley while he was doing his calisthenics mid-pitch. As round the wicket once again goes Lawrence. That's nicely bowled. Just toss that one up a touch more, and Elgar turns it into the leg side. Kemar Roach down below us, hands in his pockets, down at long off, apologies, Kemar Roach. It's very short from Lawrence, and Elgar just cuts it away through the covers out towards Ryan Patel, sweeping on that cover boundary rope, and that takes Elgar into the 90s, onto 90 exactly, 210 for one. So now this partnership is worth 206. And what was the record again?
206.
There you go. So one more, and these two write themselves into the record books, as there it is. And it's a nice way to bring up that record second wicket partnership for Essex against Surrey, as Wesley just cut it away through backward point, and the partnership moves on to 207, and Wesley moves on to 108. I'll vacate at the end of this over and bring Mr. Nick Leadhill back in. He may have a midday update to do, actually.
Thank you as always to Brian Cowley and Marcus
amazing.
Hooks for their stats as well over the season, and for a Surrey perspective, wonderful people, and they make our lives a lot easier, don't they?
Well, they're amazing, actually, with what they provide. Absolutely fantastic, and not just sort of those record stands, but also what all the players are approaching milestones. And amazing, really, what Brian and Marcus can come up with. And to be honest, to both of them, they could put anything in there and we'd read it out. As forward goes Elgar, and this one's pushed away out towards Ryan Patel, sweeping up on the cover boundary rope. One more to the total, 212 for one, and Elgar moves on to 91. Wesley comes back onto strike on 108. Bit more cloud now, the sun's disappeared behind a big cloud in the blue sky up above us, as Lawrence, with the final ball of the over, comes bouncing in over the wicket to Wesley, and Wesley gets a short one that he's punching off the back foot out towards a wideish mid-off region, and Sykes tumbles away to his left to do the fielding. End of the over, and they're moving very nicely on, these two now. 213 for one, Elgar 91, and Wesley has 109.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at their stats actually, and the previous highest on this ground for Essex against Surrey was Graham Gooch and Kenny McEwen back in 1980. In fact, a certain Mr. Gooch features in all four top partnerships on this ground. The first wicket with Brian Hardy, 138 back in 1988, 139 for the second wicket with Kenny McEwen, as we just said, 108 with Kenny McEwen as Taylor's in and Wesley works out to deep backward square. 108 with Gooch and Kenny McEwen, and for the fourth, 145 with Derek Pringle. I don't know what Derek Pringle's doing that high up the batting order. As I welcome back to the microphone, Nick Leadhill. How are you, Nick?
Yeah, and the sun has suddenly come out, and I was looking up James Cutmore and Jack O'Connor, who both had long careers between the wars for Essex. That record stood for a long time. I was so surprised it was such a low figure, 206 over all these years. So we've had a habit of getting rid of the Essex second wicket pair, obviously.
Sorry, this is Laws back in to Elgar.
James Cutmore, 342 matches. He was primarily a batter between 24 and 36. And Jack O'Connor, perhaps the better known of the two, 540 matches, off spinning all round, also bowled leg breaks. And he had 4 test matches, 1929 in the winter of 29-30.
Over the wicket, pulled, but can only pick out Sykes at mid-wicket.
But that record has stood for a long time, and it's gone today, courtesy of this excellent partnership. And just remarking also about the very high percentage of boundaries that Tom Wesley has hit in his 100.
Yeah, he's also gone through 12,000 career runs during this innings as well, which is a fine effort.
Yeah, he's batted very well.
Fall from Laws and dug out by Wesley.
I suppose it doesn't matter so much at this time of the season, getting other players in to have a knock, because it's the last match. But Matt Critchley has not had the easiest time. He had a very useful 30, I think it was 32 at Edgbaston, an extremely low scoring game. But he's not had the easiest of times with the bat, and he'd probably like a nice extended knockout there. But of course, it's curious, because of course you're not preparing for any future games.
Down the leg side, and Wesley misses out. In fact, Wesley has gone through 13,000 career runs and 12,000 for Essex.
Yeah.
Who did he get? Was it Cambridge Union? Does he?
I'd have to look that up, but it would have been
University.
England, of course. He got a few.
Of course. Yeah,
in the Test career, which is curious, because it started off fairly brightly and then sort of tracked downwards, and he got left out. But it was a brief time with England.
Laws. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's gone through Wesley. And when somebody's been out there for 157 balls, as Wesley has, and Elgar has actually, for him to actually bend one back through his gate and go through to Josh Blake means you're doing something right.
Lewis Gregory is keeping Somerset in the hunt for second place, 150 for 7. They lead by 90. He's 50 not out, and holding Hampshire up there. Notts, well, it's just got draw written all over it. 416 for 7 against Warwickshire. Remember, a draw suits both sides. Warwickshire just need a few more points from the game. Notts know that if they draw, they've got enough bonus points already. So 116 to Carl Verreyn in that one. And it looks like a draw, but it's going to suit obviously both sides.
It was a pretty dreadful pitch when Surrey played there at the end of August.
As Lawrence bowls and just pulled away, a slightly short ball, pulled away for a couple of runs, for one in fact, because of course forgetting the fact that Elgar's not particularly mobile at the moment. There might have been a possibility of a second on other occasions, but there's no urgency here. And Elgar 93, heading for what I think will be his 4th championship for 100 of the season. Wesley 110, having registered his 2nd. Lawrence bowls, and off the back foot that's played on the bounce out to cover, and there is no run. Yes, so these two increasing their impressive returns for the season. Say Tom Wesley sort of has been particularly strong in the second half of the season. A good run of scores since the return to championship action. Misses driven down the ground. Good looking shot from Wesley. It's going down towards the long on boundary pretty straight, and it's gone for 4. Get another 4 for Tom Wesley in this innings. He goes to 114 out of 220 for 1. New second wicket record for Essex against Surrey.
I thought there might be a bit of caught and bowled action going on there, but he hit it with such venom that Lawrence couldn't even get anywhere near it.
He's looked an informed player really since the return to championship action, and here he goes. Oh, he tries to play one which maybe just turns a little bit. He's trying to hit it away down the ground, and it's come off a bit of a thickish edge if anything, and just rolled into the offside, and there's no run. Real question of what might have been in this game. Surrey with a full strength side with a championship still at stake, but obviously understandable. Surrey obviously it's not the easiest game to motivate yourself forward, to the extent that Dan Lawrence has bowled a no ball as it's played up towards mid wicket. He doesn't bowl many of those.
No, he doesn't. Yusuf Majid got called for one first
Yeah,
ball.
first ball as well. It was just as Lawrence bowls a twirl of the arm, and that's lofted away down the ground by Wesley, and that's going to go, I think, all the way for 6. It does. It was pretty straight. Roach couldn't get across to it. And the 6 to Tom Wesley takes him up to 120 from 162. It's really quite a brilliant innings, this, because he and Elgar were sort of going along in tandem for a while, but he's accelerated past the South African opener, who won't mind it one bit. This has been a quite brilliant display from Wesley as he goes onto the back foot and drives that one away out towards deep cover and collects a single. But Tom Wesley here, 23 fours and a 6 in his 121 not out, and I think he's closing in pretty quickly on his highest score of the season. 93 to Elgar, 121 to Wesley, 225 the partnership, a new record for Essex against Surrey, and it's 229 for 1.
Yeah, this is good entertainment for the crowd, basking in the late summer sunshine. And Wesley at the heart of the theatre here at the Cloud FM County Ground in Chelmsford. Laws is in, and Wesley, circumspect, just defends that out to Ollie Sykes.
I've got bright sunshine coming into the box, it tends to do in this time of year, so get the sunglasses on. And yeah, Wesley's previous best 122, so he's just needs a 1 run to equal that and a couple to overtake it.
Never mind the sunglasses, it's so nice in here, Nick. I might get the speedos on.
Elgar closing in on his what will be his 4th 100 of the season if he gets it.
Laws down the leg side, good carry through to Josh Blake. 100 here in the One Day Cup against Essex for Josh Blake.
But yes, and Dan, it's still
innings.
all morning I'm thinking about what might have been with this game. Decent weather. You always knew that Somerset Hampshire was probably going to be a short game, and they would have all been sitting there at Taunton looking to see what was going on in this game. But it's a scenario that almost happened, but
Driven by Wesley out to Taylor at mid-off.
Lancashire sort of prevented that really with that win against Somerset, which in the end I think has come too late for them. Yes, there were a couple of what-ifs there. Hampshire were just denied a victory by Kent, and of course we had that Somerset defeat against Lancashire, but it was very nearly a very, very close run thing this season.
Defended by Wesley out to Kemar Roach at point. Yeah, it's interesting because Somerset obviously beating Surrey in that absolute crackerjacker game down in Taunton a couple of weeks ago. Some of their fans thought they'd won the title at that point, even though Surrey were 8 points ahead. I mean, I was expecting the open top bus tour to do a circuit around Taunton that evening. Some of their fans got way ahead of themselves. Short and pulled by Wesley, goes out to deep square boundary for a single.
I think they used to assume that Lancashire would be a walkover.
Yeah,
and
they
probably with some justification on the basis of their recent results.
Yeah, they did, and I think they thought that once they'd beaten Surrey on finals day as well, Gloucestershire would be a walkover in that final. Yeah. And I think they thought Glamorgan would be a walkover in the One Day Cup as well. As Laws is going to come around the wicket, and that goes out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, you had some sympathy for Somerset there because Glamorgan basically had a very settled limited overs side. I mean, they were so strong in the One Day Cup, I think they actually were able to rest Colin Ingram and bring in Sam Northeast here as a replacement player. And of course, they ended up basically with almost their full strength T20 side, and Somerset were not the side that they would like ideally pick in a T20. So, yeah, all credit to Glamorgan. They played very well on the day. But yes, it might have been that Somerset were getting a bit ahead of themselves. But I can understand they would have said, Lancashire will win that, and Hampshire, well, that's going to be tight, but we're going to be at home, and that could be the key thing. So yeah, it has gone wrong for them. They've done well this season, but yeah, sometimes it doesn't quite work out.
He's had a good year, hasn't he, Colin Ingram? He's made the BBC Team of the Year, isn't he? I don't know if you saw that at all.
I haven't seen it yet, but I'm not surprised he's in there. Nice little story actually about one of the games going on in Division 2 that we're not really mentioning much. There's nothing on it. It's Glamorgan against Gloucestershire, where there's been a double forfeit, which we don't think is going to happen here, but we'll see. Lawrence comes into bowl, and that's lofted away down the grounds, going up towards deep mid wicket. It's safe, and it's gathered in there. There's going to be the one run, and that is 122 to 123 to Wesley, equaling, bettering his previous best of the season, his second century, 230 for 1. Yes, it's rather appropriate this, because Glamorgan had got to 381 for 4, and then they decided to declare, which is rather nice on the Gloucestershire bowlers. As that one clipped away out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. And then there was a double forfeit, and Gloucestershire got 382 to win. And it's nice that game being set up, because the undisputed game of the season was the reverse fixture at Cheltenham, which was the tie, the 592 tie. So I think that's quite nice for the supporters there to set that one up. What a game that was. As Lawrence bowls, and that's driven away just wide of mid-wood on, and collect another single. Elgar goes along to 94. And 232 for 1.
Gloucestershire tied with Surrey as well in the Vitality Blast.
That was that great run they had, which basically upset the apple cart in that South group. It really did. As Lawrence bowls and driven back down the ground. We looked at the scenarios with about 4 games to go. We realised that Gloucestershire had 2 at Cheltenham, which is their stronghold. They had Middlesex here. Amazingly, they lost that. But then they beat Middlesex here in the reverse fixture. Yeah. And they did enough to get over the line. They weren't playing in the last round of games when Hampshire played Essex. This is hit, not miscued by Wesley, who's throwing the bat a bit now. Goes up towards square leg. Maybe he'd like Matt Critchley to have a knock. Feels he's been out there long enough.
I think Wesley's here for a good time, not for a long time now.
Yeah, 232 for 1. Not going to do any harm for Matt Critchley to get some runs under his belt in a fairly benign situation. Lawrence bowls to Wesley, and Wesley hits that one in the air, but safe over mid-off. It's going to be another boundary to him. Tremendous exhibition of this. He is chancing his arm, but it's fantastic batting. 236 for 1, and Wesley goes along to 127 at the end of that over, with Elgar on 94 and the Stanworth 232.
Yeah, Wesley going along very nicely. Half an hour left till lunch. So the BBC's Team of the Year in county cricket, which was voted for by the general public, Rory Burns in there. Average 55.63, 3 centuries. Skippered Surrey to a 3rd consecutive title.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I don't think there's any sort of qualms about that one.
Had a great run at a really important time as well for Surrey. They had a real purple patch, didn't they?
Yeah. Laws. Oh, is that a catch? Down the leg side. It was a tough one. No, it's not. It's going to be a leg bye, actually. I've done Blake a disservice there. I hope his father doesn't shout at me. He's around the ground at some point. So, yeah, it's off the pads. Alex Davis from Warwickshire is alongside Rory Burns. He's 37% of the vote. He scored 1,110 runs at 52. Oh, that's gorgeous from Wesley. He's only going to get a couple, but he deserved more. He's played that on the up off the front foot. And then you choose 3 middle order batters, and Colin Ingram makes that list. He scored nearly 1,300 runs at 90.
Yes, they've got some big scores. Glamorgan again this season, not been good enough to get them up in the promotion hunt.
No, Cardiff can be quite tough to bowl sides now, can't it? Down the leg side by Laws, no run, goes into the gloves of Blake. David Beddingham, 75% of the vote. I mean, you can't argue with that.
No, absolutely not. And critical to Durham, to say, who may have issues with on the bowling front, depending on England call-ups, but their batting has been critical to their comfortable survival in Division 1, and Beddingham's been a big part of that.
And then one of your lads, Nick, Jordan Cox.
Well, I think he does sneak his way in there.
Yeah, yeah, 65.57 average. That's just...
Tell you what, Elgar will be a close thing for Davis for me. I perfectly accept Rory Burns, but Elgar's certainly got a claim up there as well.
Yeah, Dominic Sibley scored over 1,000 runs as well.
Yeah.
So I think he's in with a shout, but I think you can't make it too sort of centric to one side, can you? That's the thing. So, but Jordan Cox, he's got 400s, 250s. Great signing for Essex. As that's played out to James Taylor at mid-off. Then wicket keeper. Who would your wicket keeper be? Nick, who would you go for?
Right, after a bit of thinking, but I wonder if they have gone for Rue.
No.
No, right.
No.
Because I think that would have been...
Now, I had a little vote in this, and I went for John Simpson.
Yes.
Because I think he's
there probably needs to be a Sussex player in there somewhere. I don't accept that.
He's skippered Sussex. He's gone through 1,000 runs. He's skippered Sussex. He's kept in all 3 formats. His keeping's exemplary, as that's driven by Wesley, but only picks out extra cover. That's the ND over. 239 for 1. Elgar on 94. Wesley 129. But the vote went to the man who took that catch at that Gloucestershire v Glamorgan game on the very last ball, James Bracey.
Yep.
Who scored close on 1,100 runs.
It's just that thing about measuring Division 2 runs against Division 1.
Yeah.
I think you always have to take that into account, because there are some more comfortable runs to be made in Division 2, put it that way.
Yeah.
Some of those pitches can be pretty flat. Grace Road, for example.
Bracey has averaged 62 and he's taken 58 dismissals this season. Who'd your all-rounder be? Who'd you go for?
Let's have a think about that. Taylor is going to bowl. I mean, I wonder if Lewis Gregory might be in the shout for that, because he could almost qualify certainly as a bowling all-rounder, as his first ball of the new over. It's pulled away off the bowling of Taylor out towards the deep square leg, and there's going to be one more to Elgar, who goes along to 95, 240 for 1. No wickets have fallen on this third morning as this second wicket partnership continues to build. Interested to see how far Essex go. I've got a feeling Surrey will be batting today, but it might not be for quite a while yet.
It's not Lewis Gregory?
No, so we're looking at an all-rounder. A genuine all-rounder, or someone better, stronger with the bat and the ball?
I would say possibly stronger with the ball in previous years.
Well, this is a attempted pull shot, and it's a slower ball, which Wesley, just for once, misses out. Misjudged that one, didn't make any contact, stays on 129, 240 for 1.
He's been stronger with the ball in previous years, but he's averaged close on 61 this year with the bat. 3 centuries.
Right.
And he's also taken 54 wickets.
Is he in one of these two sides normally?
No, he plays in Division 1 though.
Right. But think about that. It's not Somerset, not a Somerset player.
He might be playing against Somerset.
So that's a run down towards backward point, and there is no run. So Liam Dawson.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a good. I think that's a fair pick. I mean, certainly Hampshire's player of the season. He has been absolutely outstanding. And you feel still a little bit unlucky not to be in contention for England tours to Asia because of his batting, as well as his ability with slow left arm. But obviously Jack Leach is a hard man to dislodge.
Well, he's certainly very good against Hampshire. Against Surrey down at the Utilita Bowl.
Taylor bowls, and this is a defensive shot from Wesley. Wasn't expecting that.
Good
so he just got into line and played that back into the offside. He's played himself in this morning, yes, he's captain, and has really batted brilliantly. And as I say, it's been a terrific end to the sort of campaign for him. We'll just have a look at some of his contributions in recent times, because he's been extremely strong and has boosted his average after a sort of a moderate first half of the season. He's been very good in recent times as Tom Wesley. 68 against Worcestershire, 64 against Hampshire, 122 against Notts. That's the delivery which has gone through the keeper and is going down towards the boundary at the Graham Gooch end, and it's by. So it's a rare mistake for Blake. That one he wasn't able to gather in. I've just behaved a little bit awkwardly. Let's have a look at the ball from Taylor there, which it kept low. It kept low and went through him. It bounced before it got to him, and he couldn't gather it in.
Yeah,
so 4
horrible
buys.
one there for Blake.
244 for 1.
Who'd your spinner be?
I think
as well as Dawson. Dawson gets in as the all-rounder, but it's asked for a spinner as well.
Right. 244 for 1. There's this next delivery driven up towards mid-on, and there is no run, 244 for one. Elgar 95, Wesley 129. These two came together when the score was 4, so they put on 240, a new Essex second wicket record against Surrey. So I'm thinking of of course you've got to think of both divisions, which division is the player in?
2.
Make it right. Yeah, just trying to think of an outstanding spinner in Division 2. Probably when you mention it, it'll ring a bell.
Yeah, it's Jack Carson at Sussex, the youngster.
I wouldn't have got that, but no, he has done very well.
From Northern Ireland, and he's 23 years old. He's taken 47 wickets, so he's the 3rd highest wicket taker. And then I'm looking for some seam bowlers. I'm looking for 3 seam bowlers.
Well, Dan Worrell must be close to it.
He's definitely in there. Yeah, with 60% of the vote. He's one of the first names.
Any of the Hampshire? Well, I'd have probably Porter and Cook. We'll see.
One of them gets in, as that's a leg by. Just dribbles out onto the onside off the bowling floors.
One of them gets in.
One of them gets in.
Yeah, it's a very close run thing. I mean, I'm thinking about who the public as a whole might vote for Cook because he's more talked about in terms of England set up, but Porter equally deserving.
They've gone Porter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because there was nothing much to choose between what they've done this season, and you can make Essex Player of the Season. You got on the one column you got Elgar and Cox, and on the other column you got Porter and Cook.
Whipped away by Wesley out to deep square for a single. Yeah, so Dan Worrell has got 52 wickets at an average of 16.15. Jamie Porter's got 55 wickets at an average of 19.29. And the other seamer who makes the BBC's County Cricket Team of the Year is Ben Code at Yorkshire.
Yeah, fair enough, because Yorkshire finally came good in the second half of the season, didn't they?
Yeah.
It's like a flick of a switch.
That's a thick inside edge onto the thigh pad, I think, there. Going to go away for 1.
And poor old Middlesex, who've not been able to get on the field at Hove. I'll just see if they have managed to have any sort of a start there, but it's been extremely wet. Play due to start at 12:40. Sussex and Middlesex, they've not been on yet. But it's a hopeless case now for Middlesex. Yorkshire just need a draw in their game, and unfortunately Middlesex, a bit like Essex's surprise defeat against Worcestershire, they had a first innings lead against Gloucestershire at Lords and then got bowled out for 165 and lost the game, and you can't afford to do that.
Worked backward a square on the offside. That's an intelligent shot by Wesley. He's deliberately played that. That brings up to 250, and that is very clever cricket from Tom Wesley. Let the ball come onto him and played it so late it could have been the final session tomorrow, Nick.
Yes, I mean, Yorkshire, there's been a terrific second half of the season. I think they were predicted by Cricinfo to win Division 2, and I couldn't quite see the logic in the prediction at the start because there was nothing to suggest from the previous year as to why, but Sussex will be deserving champions. They just need a draw.
Defended. Yeah, great job by, Paul Farbrace down at Sussex, and I think everyone in Division 1's looking forward to a midsummer trip down to Hove.
Interestingly, Lancashire 15 for 2 against Worcestershire at New Road, so I suspect suspect it's going to be difficult to get 400 or 450 quickly on that pitch, with Worcester making 180 and Lancashire 15 for 2.
Yeah, Dale Benkenstein's had a bad few years in his coaching career, as that's been worked into mid-wicket. One fan on social media described Lancashire as being Benkenstein's monster. And
I have to say, the Lancashire fans were very critical of him after those 3 innings defeats, and I'll say, for whatever reason it is, there seems to be a bit of a contrast in that Surrey, with that planning and knowing they're going to be missing players and working out who they had on their books that we could do with you playing in game X, game Y, the Somerset game, for example. And yet, we heard about game management. We know that there were so many good players on Lancashire's books, but they had a 16-year-old batting at number 4, I think.
Rocky Flintoff.
Yeah. And it was just odd that none of them sort of were came in because of sort of the game management angle, whatever it was. But I can understand the frustration. There obviously is good reason for that, but I can understand the frustration of the Lancashire supporters as Taylor bowls, and it's just run down towards final leg for a single, because they lost to Hampshire at Old Trafford, I think, by an innings. They lost to Surrey. I think it was Durham. They got absolutely hammered.
Yeah,
by,
they did,
and that was almost, I suppose, unforgivable from the fans' point of view.
The problem that the fans think is that they've got too much sort of salary is being chewed up by people like Joss Butler, never plays for them.
Yeah,
Phil Salt, never plays for them. Against Surrey, Tom Bailey was rested. Saqib Mahmood was rested, and they played the youngsters.
Yeah, as this is played back down the pitch. I didn't know that they'd been rested, actually. That's really surprising.
And the other thing that they think is the club Lancashire are very low down the list when it comes to priorities at Old Trafford. They think that pop concerts and hotels and the Manchester Invincibles or whatever, or Manchester Originals, that's the sort of priority for those at Old Trafford at the moment.
That's what the fans have been saying on on social media, certainly.
Yeah.
Here is next delivery from Taylor, driven up towards mid-off. Good shot, but nicely timed, but straight to the field. 134 to Wesley, no run there. 252 for one, stand of 248. Essex have a batting point. Yeah. But it's as I say, that there is a scenario where they can overtake one of Somerset or Hampshire with a big win, but they can't finish second. Michael on our emails, Michael Biswell in 28-degree Garcia in Spain, saying thanks very much and for the coverage. Thank you for that. That's driven away nicely. It's past the umpire standing at point, a single out to the covered stand in front of the apartments, away to our left, and it's 253 for one. Essex have three seam bowlers, all very similar. They need a bit of pace, and if Jamal Richards can be slowly introduced into the championship side, it would be a different speed. Interesting.
Yeah, I like Jamal. He looks a good prospect, doesn't he?
That four-seamer needs, of course, importantly, to be able to score runs, because Snater, Cook and Porter, they can all do their bit with the bat, but they're all 9, 10s, 11s. They need that four-seamer, obviously, to be able to contribute with the bat as well. That's a bit of a loose shot from Elgar, but he's reaching for it. Doesn't succeed with the cut, and it stays at 253 for one. It'd be very interesting, because obviously Rich has got capability with the bat, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do. And you say, great to see Michael Pepper scoring with 200s. Very much so, Michael. Someone who saw that 92 at Durham in 21, and he never was able to kick on after that. One of the highlights of the season, Michael Pepper being able to finally show he's got what it takes with the red ball. And you say, nice to hear Mark back on the air. Indeed, so say all of us, as that's pushed away in front of square onto the offside. And they go through for a quick single. So it's a 250 partnership for the second wicket, which we already know is an Essex record, beating one that stood since 1929. And Surrey must be wondering where the wicket's going to come from and when they're going to have a bat. But obviously that's for Tom Wesley, I suppose, to decide, because it's probably unlikely they're going to bowl Essex out anytime soon. 254 for one after 60 overs, 98 to Elgar and 135 to Wesley. Yeah,
these two have batted for 236 minutes, and they've been there for over 350 balls now. Let's see if Yusuf Majid, coming in from the Graham Gooch end, can do anything about it. See if he can weave a bit of magic, because Surrey most definitely needs some. Just over 10 minutes to lunch, so we'll probably get 3 overs in, I'd suggest, with the spinners bowling, and Dean Elgar is on the cusp of a century. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, you're speaking about Jamal Richards there. I'd like him. I think he's got a little bit about him.
He certainly has.
He can give it a whack as well, as that's turned into the onside by Elgar. He's going to think about 2. He is going to take 2, and he comes back for his 100, and that's a very good innings from Dean Elgar. 169 balls with 11 fours in there. And what a fine piece of recruitment he's been for Essex.
Yeah, what a way to bookend this last 5 games of the season. Came back from his rest during the one-day cup. Got 100 at Southampton. A few low scores since then. Got 100 here. But he's been absolutely brilliant for Essex this season. Great professionalism. He has been the ideal replacement for Alistair Cook.
Majid played back to the bowler.
And I tell you what, if he were to play in the 50 overs or part of the 50 overs, maybe have a rest during the T20 next year, I wouldn't bet against Essex getting out of the group. They weren't that far away this year. He could make the difference next year, Elgar, if he plays in that competition.
Defended.
He would need to have a break, but that could potentially be during the T20.
Now there's an interesting one going on here at Essex, isn't there, about Anthony McGrath.
Yes.
As Majid comes around the wicket and Elgar chops that one late to Ollie Sykes at backward point, because certain publications have leaked a piece that McGrath might be off to Yorkshire next year, and I don't think either party have confirmed it, have they?
And it's a bit like Alistair Cook's retirement last year. No one will confirm anything, I'm sure.
Drilled out to long on there by Elgar just for a single. Yeah, I think these things should be done at the end of the season. Yeah. And you know, that's the way to do it. That's, you know, the professional way to do it. But
that's really what happened. I think everyone sensed that Alistair was on his way at the end of last year, and it was duly announced once the season was ended. But I think we had the clues there.
That's down the ground and out. Wesley's innings comes to an end. 135 off 189 balls, and Yusuf Majid has his first class wicket, and congratulations to him. And what a fine one it is. Tom Wesley. Yusuf deserved that. I thought he's bowled well. He's plugged away when the ball's been going around the ground, and he hasn't lost sight. He hasn't just darted it in. He's actually bowled with a bit of flight. But the members here and everyone in this crowd give Tom Wesley a standing ovation, and he thoroughly deserves it.
Yeah, marvellous innings, and as I say, indicative of a player in form, which he has certainly been in these closing weeks of the season. And it was actually a really terrific exhibition of stroke play, with a very high percentage of boundaries in the innings, and didn't quite get to the pitch of that one as he was looking to loft it away down the ground. Catch taken at long on, and pretty good catch actually in the end, but breaking that long partnership, and at least Surrey have got a wicket in their wicket column before the lunch break, because it looked like being a bit of a fruitless morning for them. But and as I say, nice for Majid to get himself on the board in terms of getting a wicket. It's taken a little while, but yeah, he did obviously managed to deceive Wesley a little bit in the flight there, and that partly was the reason why Wesley didn't quite get hold of that one in the way that he would have wanted to. But now Matt Critchley would like a nice little outing, I think, having had a difficult second half of the season with the bat. He has played a key role with the ball, with the wickets he's taken as part of a twin spin attack with Simon Harmer, but he could do with a nice little outing here. Just, I say it's strange, but it's not going to lead on to anything in terms of future games this season. But he's got a nice no-pressure situation just to get himself in and play his natural game.
Yeah, but these guys are professionals as well, and there's professional pride.
Absolutely. So Taylor's going to bowl, and that's just played by Elgar with a crouching shot just into the offside. And Dean Elgar, 101 not out, 173 balls and 11 fours to his name. Tom Laws took a good catch there at long on. It was not straightforward, just to judge it carefully, took it low down.
Yeah, he had to run in as well.
Yeah, and he did well. So the end of the partnership worth 253, new second wicket stand for Essex against Surrey record, as there is Elgar. He could be playing for lunch now, as that one's playing up towards cover. Do you see the double forfeit coming in here?
Yeah, I do. Churchy doesn't, but I do. I think Surrey, they've got nothing to lose, and I think they might, just want to go and entertain the public.
Yeah, and it's a nice, it's been set up for the fans there at Cardiff with that double forfeit. I think there's a poor forecast in the West Country tomorrow, so that's part of the reason why Gloucester have been given more than 5 sessions to get 382 after a double forfeit there. And this one driven away up towards just wide of mid-off, and there is going to be one quick single, so Kitley will get a little bit of a strike as we head towards lunch. Dean on the emails, thanks for your nice comments about the commentators around the country, indeed. And you're looking at next season, you think Essex will need to go for one more seamer with the departure of Beard and Allison, of course, to Worcestershire. And maybe the Essex opening situation, he's got Das, Brown, Cushy as the alternatives. That is going to be fascinating. Of course, Feroz Cushy, might well see a bit more of him next year. It's Nick Brown's testimonial year. I see perhaps Feroz Cushy playing more of a role in the T20, but we'll see. It's going to be fascinating next year, Dean, to see what happens in that respect. Here is Taylor coming up to the wicket, running away from us with a little bit more cloud cover than we had at the start of the day, and that's left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, Aaron Beards, that was announced yesterday, wasn't it? He's retiring from first-class cricket.
And I'm going to try and look up this afternoon one of his greatest hits in terms of his performances for Essex. I've got one in mind, but I'm going to try and dig out after lunch. We paid a little bit of a tribute to him earlier on, and so we wish him all the best. It's obviously he's in his mid-20s, and it's obviously a big sort of decision that he's made, but we wish him all the best. Straight cover in now, as that one is driven past that fielder for 2. It's going up towards the boundary, which it will be cut off just short of the rope, I think. No,
4.
In fact, it's gone over the rope for 4. Look, odds on that was going to be cut off, but Matt Kitley is pleased to be able to get his account up and running with a 4. Looked like just being a 2. But in the end, it wasn't quite cut off.
Quick outfield.
It is, with all the rain. It's tremendous from the ground staff, not just here, but around the country, to get cricket on today with all the rain that we've had. Thanks to Graham for letting us know about that record between beating Cutmore and O'Connor, the 2 stalwarts of Essex cricket between the wars, whose record stood for an awful long time, just over 200 runs, and it stood until today. Here's a good delivery, which beats Kitley on a defensive shot outside the off stump. Nice delivery that from Taylor. Elgar decided it is lunchtime. He's he's obviously he's still perhaps he could do with a break. He's been out there for 2 hours 10 minutes. He's got to 102, 4th century of the season. It's been a terrific effort from him. Having a chat with a couple of the Surrey fielders there, and it's been a wonderful effort from him, and he'll get a very generous applause, and a terrific innings from Tom Wesley, and it's been obviously a very satisfactory morning for Essex. You can't argue against a stand of 253 for the second wicket. As I say, it's interesting to see where the game goes from here, Dan.
Yeah, it certainly is. 146 runs have been put on this morning for the loss of just 1 wicket, and I think it's been a wonderful morning for Essex. I think Essex will bat on until the bonus points are done, so they'll try and get sort of around the 450 mark, and then I think Surrey might have a few. I think there might be an innings forfeit, and they might leave them a day and half a session perhaps this evening to get the 450. But Ian Blackwell, when he decides it's lunch, so we're going to be back in about 40 minutes or so, aren't we, Nick?
Yeah, and I suppose a key angle to this is that I'm pretty certain there's not many scenarios where Essex can get the draw and be enough to overtake Somerset, because they started on 179, I think, and I don't think that there's any sort of realistic scenario of enough time in the game to get the batting and bowling bonus points. It's going to be, it's possible, but it's going to take quite a big effort to try and get all those points. I'm just having a little look at the table before we go off the air at lunchtime. Yeah, Essex 179. If they did get maximum bonus points, that would be 187, and then the draw points 1. That's not going to be enough. So yeah, that strengthens your argument for the forfeit, because that wouldn't be enough. Even if Somerset lose, that wouldn't be enough. So you've made a very good point there, Dan, and the fact that Essex, it might be in their interest to try and force a way of winning this game. Anyway, we'll be back with commentary on the afternoon session at 1:20. That's quite a strong. Oh, yeah. Hi, yeah, as I was expecting about 1:15, 1:20 to do an update. Yeah, it's fine. What did you want after that?
We have a sports bulletin for about 2:30. Would that be okay?
2:30, right? Okay, I'll be back on the air 2:30. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Absolutely fine.
Actually, it could be a bit earlier. Would that be okay?
No, because no, I'll be on that segment anyway, so that's absolutely fine.
Okay, lovely. All right, thank you. At full stretch, can't quite contact. Goodlip has to go across to provide the cover. Doesn't put it out of play though. Keeps it in play. Straight to Sturk. Sturk onto Gordon. I'm thinking about Eggball.
Yes, it's quite a big day there.
Looking to get back on level terms. Dawn and concede centre at the other end. As Manchester City lead at St James's Park against Newcastle. Here, the use of 1-0 down, and Jamil Matt was almost put through. As I said, that goal from the north-east of England. Thankfully, Flanagan took it out over to Liam Gordon. There's that frenetic piece of action there. Before Walker, every now and then you see that. Just a mistimed pass, the angle wrong.
It was, yeah.
Out of play.
Jude was very iffy.
He trailed through a Jermaine Jealous goal that separates the two sides. Yeah, and once again, I mean, it's Abdul Coulter ball into Jack Kane. Jack Kane's touch wasn't quite right, and Walker were able to take it off him, and then Williams, I think it was, just playing a poor ball back out to Gordon. It was a Taylor Allen pass forward that put Jermaine Jealous in the clear, a central defender. Big lift for the home side, bearing in mind they've been excellent at home, but they have been up against it on occasion, certainly in the first 15 minutes. Excellent work by Teddy Bishop. Bishop invites Iandolo to cross the halfway line, back inside to Teddy Bishop. He's never scored so far for Colchester United. This afternoon would be a good time to do it. Out to Manny Eggball. Eggball, right-hand side of the penalty area. Takes on his man Liam Gordon. Gordon holds him up. Flanagan with the cross over the head of Tavide, and Awura Edwards gets something on it. It's a headed. It's a couple of yards wide of the target, but I've seen sometimes them sneak in. Yeah, into the corner with the keeper kind of flat-footed. It looked like that, didn't it? It looked like there was a fight in front of him between Samson Tavide and the centre half, and all of a sudden it goes over both their heads. Awura can't create too much pace on it, but he's able to just try and direct it, but it's just gone the wrong side of the post. He is a threat in the air, is Awura Edwards, as we saw at Morecambe, but this time it didn't require a big lead. No hurry time for the Walsall goalkeeper. We will have 3 minutes stoppage time.
Right.
Goes along, and maybe we'll see more of that in the second half from Walsall.
Yeah, so it's strange because you sort of know much about it.
The only shot I make is on target.
Welcome back on BBC Essex, BBC London to our coverage, also via the BBC Sport website and app via your smart speaker, to day 3 of this rain-affected championship match between Essex and Surrey. It's been a morning dominated by Essex, with Elgar and Wesley taking their second wicket stand to 253, a new second wicket record for Essex against Surrey, beating a record that has held since the 1920s. Wesley out just before lunch, nicely caught in the deep by laws off Majid. Majid's first wicket in championship cricket, but not before Wesley had made 135. Elgar resuming on 102. Matt Kitley with a 4 just before the interval. And 262 for 2 is the scores. The players make their way out. The skyline has changed a bit. There's more cloud around than there was earlier. The sky is still a very deep blue, but there's much more white, mainly just cotton wool clouds, some darker patches, but the forecast remains fine. I'm Nick Ledhill, and here's Mark Church.
Yes, thank you, Nick, and well played to Tom Wesley. Played some lovely shots and thoroughly deserved his 100. Dean Elgar's done what Dean Elgar does, and he's 102 not out, and Matt Kitley getting off the mark with a boundary. It'll be interesting to see how this afternoon pans out. I still think Essex's target here will be maximum batting point, and then declare and Surrey to bat. I can't see forfeitures of innings or anything along those lines, and actually, you know, Essex have ticked along very nicely this morning at about 4.5, 5 and over without doing anything too spectacular.
Yes, and they'd end up with a very big target for Surrey if there was a double forfeiture as well. That certainly would be true. So Majid bowling. Switch to the old Hayes close end, the Graham Gooch end, and Elgar plays the first ball out into the onside. There's no run. There is a slip in. And this is driven quite firmly up towards mid-on, but there's no run on this occasion. Majid getting that nice moment of a wicket just before lunch.
Yeah, absolutely, and a good catch from Tom Laws on the boundary.
Yeah, and he just deceived Wesley in the flight a little bit, as this is a drive along the ground, but also the hobbling Elgar as he hits it up towards long off. Whatever treatment he might have had during the lunch interval hasn't helped his stride, but he's determined to stay out there.
Beware the hobbling Elgar.
Absolutely.
I think is the lesson learnt from this morning.
So Matt Kitley. Interesting, there was still a slip in for Elgar. More you might expect it more for Kitley. A slip, short, sort of backward point comes short third man. A cover quite straight, and mid-off and mid-on, a shortish mid-wicket, a backward square leg and a deep square leg on the boundary. This is played defensively by Kitley, who has been a bit short of runs in recent times, just playing that defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. 263 for 2. And here's Majid again, bowls. It's played compact defensive shot up into the offside, up towards extra cover, straight cover, and there is no run. 263 for 2. As Majid bowls, it's played nicely into a gap on the onside. There'll be a comfortable single, although comfortable for Mick Kitley and less so for Elgar in terms of the smoothness of the running. And they go to 264 for 2.
Yeah, he's had that hobble most of the day. What were we? A couple of overs in?
There won't be many threes in this partnership, that's for sure, I think. Yes, we've had a full day, Victoria. Lovely conditions, the crowd enjoying a spectacle of stroke play. Obviously a weakened Surrey attack, and Dean Elgar and Tom Wesley taking advantage of that with a stand for the second wicket. But in the end was worth 253. That's a second wicket record for Essex against Surrey, beating a mark that was set back in the 1920s. Wesley, who was absolutely superb, he really is finishing the season so well. 25 fours and a 6 before he was caught at long on off Majid, the debutant slow left arm spinner. He was out for 135. And Dean Elgar resuming after lunch. He's 103 not out, hobbling a bit because he sustained an injury setting off for a run early this morning. But he's got his 4th century of the season, and he looks like he's got power to add. Matt Critchley has come to the crease. He's moved on to 6. All the question of how many runs Essex are going to get, whether there's any possibility of a double forfeit, or whether they look to get as many as they can and then try and bowl Surrey out twice, which will be awkward. 266 for 2. Essex going well. Just missed the 1 ball there, which is just run down to backward point for 2 by Critchley. And he's on 7. Elgar 103, 266 for 2, and over to Mark.
So James Taylor it is, coming right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Critchley, who's driving it. Comes off the face of the bat, squirts away through backward point as the sun comes out. Ben Geddes comes around to do the fielding, and they will pick up a single. Yes, with the sort of forfeiture type scenario, that from here they need another 184, and they've got another 47 overs to get them. So you take another 47 overs out. Now I know you've got a whole day tomorrow, but that's still an awful lot of runs for Surrey to go after. So as I said, I think naturally it'll be, can Essex get to that 450 and pick up maximum batting points? As round the wicket goes Taylor to Elgar. Nice looking shot from Dean Elgar. Drives away through extra cover. Kemar Roach is on the chase, sweeping up on that cover boundary rope, and they'll pick up a couple more, 2 more to Elgar. He'll move on to 105, and Essex move on to 269 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, they have actually got the batting point they need. If they would declare now and double forfeiture and win, and Somerset lose at Taunton, that would be enough. They'd need 3 batting points if Hampshire lose at Taunton. Hampshire, by the way, need 121 to win.
That won't be easy, will it, with the way that game's going? As Taylor is into Elgar, who gets fully forward to that. A bit of a lunge in that from Dean Elgar, and pushing it down towards backward point, and there's no run.
I think I know who's going to be the key man for Somerset, and he's already made a contribution with the bat. Jack Leach, 33 not out off 59 balls.
Yeah.
Might have set the thing up for himself. 180 Somerset in the end. That's a good effort in the end, because it has been a struggle, but Hampshire would have settled probably when the Somerset second innings started, for just having to make 121 to seal second place.
He nearly scored a Test match 100, didn't he?
Yes.
Jack Leach is driving straight back down the ground. Is Elgar firmly struck, and Sykes gets round to do the fielding, and there's no run.
59 to Lewis Gregory, and Kyle Abbott 5 for 37. I think he took 4 in the first inning, so not quite the devastation that he wreaked on Somerset in 2019 in the game at Southampton, but not far away from it. And he does have a very good record against, I think, more wickets against Somerset than anybody else, and certainly in the month of September.
Round the wicket once again goes Taylor, and Elgar drives again firmly through Ryan Patel at short extra cover, who got something on that. That's still going to race away for 4, and a little hand up apologetically there from Ryan Patel to James Taylor. Ryan Patel was having a bit of a bowl during the lunch break, as was Rory Burns, but 273 for 2. Elgar moves on to 109. Critchley has 8, and that was a very crisp shot from Dean Elgar.
Yes, it would be quite something if we saw Rory Burns coming on.
Oh, it's always a joy.
Yeah,
it's whether he bowls his medium pace.
Oh, he's like an Andrew Simons. He's got a couple of options.
He's off breaks.
Oh, right.
Yes, yeah.
He might even, like Gus Atkinson, switch in the middle of an over. I don't know if you saw that, where he had to bowl. Was it? No, it wasn't. It was Works.
Yes,
he had to bowl spin.
For the worst
daft situation that was. That really was daft, as it's driven away down the ground by Critchley without timing. First ball of Majid's new over. Yes, how a light can deteriorate in the course of an over to make it seem a bit odd to be changing things in the course of an over. 273 for 2. Bright sunshine here coming into our box, as Critchley, who's looking to get himself in here, just plays that defensively back down the pitch to Majid.
Yes, Burns can switch it up to his medium pace from his off breaks.
So Yusuf Majid, left arm, just 2 or 3 strides. Bowls quicker one, and cut away nicely by Critchley for 4, I think. It's going down towards the backward point boundary. It won't be cut off. That was nicely timed, just a little bit short, and played away very smartly for 4 runs.
The other thing you would say is this looks a very good pitch. So you get value for your shots even at this time of the year, and with all the rain we've had, the ground staff done a brilliant job because the outfield is still very quick.
It is. They have done a tremendous job, the ground staff, over the last couple of days, and doubtless this morning as well, as Kitley plays that one back down the pitch.
Well, I think that's why yesterday's decision was so sensible, because enabling the ground staff to get work done yesterday means we're getting cricket today.
It was actually a reasonably nice late afternoon and evening around here, but obviously it gave the ground staff time to work, which is important, as that's played away down towards square leg, and there's no run. Kitley on 12, 109 to Elgar, Wesley out for 135, Essex 277 for 2, still in the first innings of the match, third afternoon. And Majid will bowl from the Graham Gooch end, and this is played defensively by Kitley, just popping it up into the onside, the end of the over. So 109 for Elgar, 12 to Kitley, 277 for 2, and both sides, Essex have got 1 batting point, Surrey 1 wicket away from their first bowling point.
Yeah, common sense and cricket are not two words that normally go hand in hand, are they? But that was common sense yesterday, and good work from our 2 umpires and the ground staff. And with the weather like it was yesterday afternoon, it enabled the ground staff to do a huge amount of work yesterday to get us ready for today. As round the wicket goes James Taylor. That's a good length from James Taylor, and a bit of nip as well, and it beats the edge of Dean Elgar's bat, and it's taken by Blake away to his left hand side, and Elgar just indicating that just nipped at him and beat the outside edge. Nicely bowled by James Taylor. He's got Dominic Sibley as the solitary slip in there. Is Dominic Sibley. Not sure he's going to move from there all day, actually.
No.
I think even if these two put on another 200, I think he'll still be stood there. As round the wicket goes Taylor, and that's punched off the back foot by Elgar, all the way out to Mr. Kemar Roach, who comes in off the boundary rope, sweeping on that cover rope, and they'll pick up another single. One more for Elgar. He moves on to 110, and Essex move on to 278 for 2.
So we know there's a double forfeit at Cardiff. There will definitely not be one at Trent Bridge. I can put absolutely everything on that. Notts 460 for 9. Carl Verine 139 not out. Notts effectively safe. Warwickshire aren't going to win that game. And Notts, with the draw points at least, will be secure in Division 1 for next season.
Taylor is in, and again, bit of bounce outside that off stump. Just got big on Kitley, and he pushed it away down to Majid, who came round from backward point to do the fielding. Yet Notts have done exactly what they needed to do.
Which they did actually against Surrey with the wicket they prepared, I thought, which was probably just the right sort of wicket for them, because it gave them a chance to score heavily and pick up the 8 points, which of course has been what Warwickshire have been relying on for much of the season.
Yes, indeed.
Whether that's a rule change that could be done with being pushed back to say 5 or 6 points for a draw is a moot point.
Taylor is in, and Kitley forward again. We'll get a single just to the left of cover. One more to Kitley.
When you've got a side staying up with 1 win all season,
Yes.
it might indicate it's not the ideal.
And it's looking likely that it'll be Yorkshire joining Sussex coming up, isn't it?
I mean, Middlesex, they have started Middlesex, but Yorkshire just need to draw, and the Northants made 147, Yorkshire 72 for 1. I mean, I think that promotion battle is settled.
Sussex have had a fantastic season.
Yeah.
It's round the wicket goes Taylor. Elgar again just forward to a good length ball, full face at the bat, punching it up the ground to Rory Burns. Burns does the fielding.
Yeah, Sussex and Middlesex.
Right.
Sussex and Middlesex are on the field, but Middlesex are batting, but 43 for 1. But it's a bit of a hopeless situation for them now, and Sussex just need to just get a handful of points, which they'll get from the inevitable draw, I'm sure, and that will secure their place as champions.
And as I say, they have had a terrific season. Have Sussex, as Taylor is in, and To the back foot goes Dean Elgar, very watchfully, just pushes this one away into the offside end of the over. 279 for 2 Essex, Elgar 110, Critchley on 13.
It'll be a lively old atmosphere at Taunton at the moment, because Hampshire are 1 for 2, needing that 121 to get second place. So Lewis Gregory has got both wickets, and that sounds pretty lively. Actually, they came off the first 2 balls of the innings. And then James Vince has got a single off the 3rd ball, so lively stuff there. The winner gets second place. Majid with a slip, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, a backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket. That's played defensively up to short cover, and there's no run.
Just had a lovely message from Michael from the Metronomes. Afternoon to you, Michael.
As Majid is ready to come in again from the Graham Gooch end, bowling his slow left arm, and Critchley playing that just wide of cover, but not sufficiently to get a quick single, because that's probably off the cards with Elgar hobbling around.
And this time next week it will be Bex Coleman's birthday. Bex, a big Essex fan and Metronomes founder, so happy birthday to Bex for this time next week.
Yes, this one is just pushed through a little bit from Majid and driven away out towards deep mid-wicket by Critchley for a single. He's getting some time at the crease here, and he's gone along to 13, 279 for 2, 280 for 2 actually, gone to 14. So the light's causing issues. Was actually trying to see the scoreboards at the moment, because we've got very bright sunlight coming in. Here's Majid bowling, and Elgar just coming forward and playing that up into the offside, and there's no run.
Didn't expect to be needing sunglasses for day 3 of this game after what we had on days 1 and 2, but it's actually really pleasant now.
Majid bowls. That's a nice stroke by Elgar, hit away through extra cover. It will be stopped by long off running round, and that's just going to be a single. On another day they might have really quick run the first quickly and we're looking for a second, but no chance of that in this situation. Well fielded in the deep, and it's 281 for 2, and Elgar goes to 111.
Yes, and Dean Elgar's just playing the way that Dean Elgar does. I think it was one of the more obvious hundreds that we were going to see from Elgar.
Yeah, he's got a really, really good record this season. That last ball just played out into the offside, the end of Majid's over. Just pushed out by Critchley, who stays there on 14, and 111 to Elgar, 281 for 2. Tidy enough from Majid, and he's getting a good run out, getting a chance to have a good extended spell, as you were saying, Mark, in this championship debut. It's 281 for 2.
That's what they want. They want Josh Blake, obviously, with the gloves on, and can bat. Got that 100 here in the Metro Bank One Day Cup this season, did Josh Blake. Round the wicket then goes James Taylor, continuing from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and Dean Elgar hobbles another single as he works that off his hip out towards deep backward square. Then Ollie Sykes, of course, on debut. Be good to see him have a bat in terms of championship cricket. I just wonder whether they might just bump him up the order a touch.
No particular reason not to, I suppose. Dan Lawrence on his return to Chelmsford might, probably something will bat no lower than number 5, might even come up a bit, but interested to see if there's any alterations.
So the field now, they got 2 men catching at mid-wicket for the right-handed Critchley. Taylor will come over the wicket to Critchley, still got a slip in there, and forward goes Critchley, nicely played. Back up the pitch, nicely bowled by James Taylor.
And Joe Leach, who's having a good end to the season, has 2 for 15, and Lancashire are 30 for 3, 150 behind Worcestershire. They're going to have their work cut out to win that game, let alone get a big haul of batting points. And Lancashire heading down, one would think, to Division 2, although I wouldn't put it past them to come straight back up, which I think they did. I think the last time they dropped down a few years ago.
Waiting once more is Critchley as Taylor's into him. Oh, and he's looking to pull a ball that doesn't really bounce on him and wasn't that short. And it's hit him on that front pad, going down the leg side, half a shout from James Taylor. Not even sure that was short enough to be trying to pull through the leg side by Critchley. Yeah, Sussex is fantastic. Being promoted, got to T20 finals day.
Yeah.
Be interested to see how they go next summer, though. But they've got some very good young players down there at Hove. As Taylor is in once more, driving his Critchley, doesn't time this at all. And Sykes will do the fielding up at mid-off.
Well, it's interesting that Ali Orr, who was key to them a couple of years ago, went to Hampshire, made a disappointing start, then got injured. And you'd almost think, with Hampshire, with Albert sort of and Middleton looking relatively settled as the opening pair, it's almost worth him going back to Sussex now, because he's obviously had a very good record for them, and he could be key. But talking of Hampshire, Sussex, Allsop was a very important signing from Hampshire for Sussex. He played a major role across formats.
Over the wicket again goes James Taylor, and that's a naughty shot from Critchley, reaching to drive that.
And of course, having a class Indian, proven Test player in their ranks, which they've had, has helped as well.
And everybody said it, but having Ollie Robinson available.
Yeah. And actually, it's really nice to see. There weren't sort of many particular, highlights of finals day as we were discussing. It was a little bit of a damp squib, but seeing Jofra Archer turn up for Sussex in the quarter-final was splendid.
Terrific.
Nice to see him play some red ball for Sussex. Actually,
he would have wanted to play on finals day. As forward goes Critchley, plays this one back up the pitch, and the fielding's done by James Taylor, and there is no run. End of the Taylor over, 282 for 2 then. Essex 112 to Dean Elgar, and Matt Critchley's on 14.
Andrew Appleby from Newmarket says he's just taken delivery of a book called Runs and Wickets by Tony Pawson, which he's reading every word, which he says is unusual for him. He says, at his interview for officer training in 1940, Pawson was asked, is it right you captained Winchester at cricket for 2 years? And he answered, yes, sir. He said, what was your batting average last season? 108, so you're in. You're just the man we want.
Absolutely.
Yes. That's the main thing, what the batting average was.
There's your tank.
Thank
Be
you very
here
much
for the
that.
first game of the summer.
Majid bowls, and this is hit. That's a bit of a full toss, I think, in the end, and clubbed away for 4 by Elgar. Just miss out on that. It's a rare bad ball from him, and score moves along with that 4. A bit of a gift that time. And, Elgar doesn't miss out.
Yes, I was saying with Dean Elgar on the first
286 for 2.
The really good players. I know that was a full toss, but the really good player and doesn't hit the fielder very often. And Elgar has this wonderful, uncanny knack of hitting a gap.
So here is the next delivery from Majid, and just played away out towards square leg, and there is no run.
As soon as I say that, he turns out straight to square leg, but he does have a wonderful way of just manipulating the ball into gaps.
Yes, absolutely. Slip in as Majid bowls to Elgar, and Elgar drives crisply past cover for 4. Lovely shot all along the ground, and it went very quickly past cover, and nothing that long off could do running around there. 290 for 2, and Elgar on to 120.
A couple of full tosses in this over from Yusuf Majid, but still need to be put away, and that's exactly what Elgar's done on a couple of occasions.
Majid from the Graham Gooch end comes into bowl, and that's whipped away. It's a slightly loose over this, but he's going to not concede a boundary this time. It was a bit short and hit away out towards deep mid wicket, but there is cover there. Just the 1 run. Goes to 121 Elgar, 291 for 2. Lancashire 30 for 4, and Somerset must be wondering, why did they turn up against us? Why did they turn up against us? They seem to have reverted to their previous form, Lancashire, certainly with the bat. 290 for 2. 291 for 2 rather, as this is played defensively by Critchley, back down the pitch, and there's no run. Such things do seasons turn.
But it was really down to Luke Wells, wasn't it? It didn't open, came in at 5-6, and that was crucial.
Where he's batting today, as this is Played off the back foot. Nice stroke away for at least 2, going down towards the third man boundary. Now, I say at least 2. Normally we'd be looking at the possibility of a third, but with Elgar, there's no chance there. And in fact, it's going to be not just 2, but 4, because the outfield is still pretty quick, given all the problems we've had with the weather, and it manages to get to the rope. So, nice stroke that, off the back foot cut from Kitley, goes to 18. So slightly loose over that from Majid, not quite to how he was bowling earlier on, and he went the distance a little bit there. 18 to Kitley, 121 to Elgar, and it's 295 for 2.
Yes, and I think for Yusuf Majid, this is a learning experience, I suppose. He's up against a very, very fine player in Dean Elgar, and a very good player in Matt Kitley. Hasn't really settled since lunch, Yusuf Majid.
Luke Wells is not out. He's obviously just come to the crease in that game at New Road, but
he picked up wickets with his leg breaks as well, didn't he? In that win for Lancashire against Somerset. As round the wicket then goes James Taylor, and driving handsomely is Dean Elgar out to Kemar Roach, who's sweeping on the cover boundary. It actually all happened very, very quickly on that final morning in that Lancashire Somerset game.
Very even on first innings, but obviously a very, very good batting performance by Lancashire second time around. Didn't look like it, but Somerset could get 400 to win there. It's obviously a very good performance by Lancashire, but at least one game too late from their point of view. At least one game too late.
Kitley, the right-hander, stands with that bat raised as James Taylor over the wicket to him. That's a good-looking shot. It will hit Sykes at mid-off, but nice looking drive up the ground by Kitley, but there's no run.
Jeff Hawes says maybe the Essex declare at 400, sacrifice a bonus point to give themselves more time to bowl out Surrey. Because they've got to have to enforce the follow on, Jeff. Possible, but I think I'll go with yours, that they go for the full haul of batting points if they can
continue like they are, they can get there.
Yeah.
And
without taking up too much time.
And also the other thing is they're not really taking any undue risks.
No.
They're just batting normally at the moment and ticking along very nicely as Taylor is into Kitley. That's very short, and that's pulled off the front foot by Kitley out to Kemar Roach at deep backward square, and they'll take another single. One more to the total. So yes, they're just ticking along very nicely. Naturally at the moment, our Essex don't really need to do much else. 297 for 2. And what are they then? 3 runs away from a second batting point. I suppose that the other thing here is Elgar could, I said 250 not out. He could be up around 200 not out, and everybody else does what they do around him as he plays solidly forward here to James Taylor and runs away towards short extra cover, and there's no run.
And with all the rain around yesterday morning, it was nice to look at the pictures from Gaul, a splendid ground with the fort and of course the sea beyond it. Not been a great day for New Zealand. Sri Lanka 602 for 5, New Zealand 88 and 199 for 5 following on. Jai Surrey got 6 wickets with his spin in the first innings.
Round the wicket is Taylor, and this is turned off his hip by Elgar, and we'll get another single out there towards deep backward square.
And the amazing thing about the Sri Lankan innings, Kamindu Mendes 182 not out, joining Don Bradman and getting to 1,000 runs from 13 innings, and a lot of those from number 7.
And the other thing is he's done it away from Sri Lanka as well, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
He looks a very good player, doesn't he?
Nisanka looked a very good player in England, but hasn't got runs in this series, but I think he's shown the quality that will suggest he's going to be around a while. It's suddenly looking much better for Sri Lanka than it was just a few months ago in all formats.
Over the wicket again goes Taylor, and this is pushed by Kitley down to backward point, and Yusuf Majid, I have to say, has dived straight over the top of that, and that has whistled away down to the boundary rope for 4, and that will bring up the 300 for Essex. So 300 comes up for Essex, a second batting point for them. 302 for 2 they are now. Yes, and then amazing really. You think of that win in South London at the Kia Oval for Sri Lanka, And all right, people say England went at it too hard and all that good stuff, but actually Sri Lanka played brilliantly in that test match. And what that would have done for Sri Lanka, you're seeing now. I think I know they were at home and all that good stuff.
Yes, the first test against New Zealand was very tight, but they found a way of winning it, having had I think a small deficit on first innings. But obviously they've been brilliant in this second test. So this is driven off the back foot by Elgar, who hobbles through for another single. As I say, we've ruled out threes, I think, all run fours here. 303 for 2, bring Dan back in at the end of this over, which will be a fairly quick one, I think, from Majid. He's been kept on despite that expensive over last time out. Well, pretty well generally on debut. Nice tidy action, just pushing the ball through, and quickly playing in very orthodox fashion here. Up towards long on. He certainly didn't want to give this innings away quickly after struggling for runs a bit. Did get a very useful 30 odd, I think it was 32 at Edgbaston in a low scoring game. 303 for 2. There's Majid from the Graham Gooch end, bowls to Critchley, plays a nice drive into the covers but doesn't get it through.
Well, this is good pitch. Surrey attack with some inexperience in it. This really is fill your boots time, isn't it, if you're a batter?
There's Majid bowls, and this is just played with an angled bat between cover and backward point, and they get through for a single. So Critchley goes along to 24, 304 for 2. Yes, it'll improve his batting average for the season. A nice not out here, preferably with 3 figures next to it, which is still possible.
Nothing wrong with that in your last innings of the season, Nick.
Absolutely. Yes, Odd, he has had a bit of a lean run, but obviously very much got the capabilities, Matt Critchley, and has played a very useful second fiddle role with the ball. It's played by Elgar up to mid-on, and there is no run. So the good news is that every venue's had some cricket, which is great, because it looked like we might get a complete abandonment in one of the venues. So that's good news, as this is played again by Elgar, getting to the picture.
Are they playing at Durham? Are they playing at Durham?
They are.
They are,
and unfortunately Kent are suffering their usual fate. I'll give you the score there before I hand over to Dan. Durham 172 for 1 against Kent, which I'm afraid for Kent is about par for the course.
Yes, they had a tough season of Kent. Now we're going to get a bit of Ryan Patel. Wondered if we might see a little bit of Ryan Patel. So he comes into the attack. He of 4 in 4 balls. Ryan Patel, quickest 5 wicket haul in first class cricket for a bowler that came on to start a spell. 5 in 11 balls against Somerset at Guildford. Extraordinary passage of play, where all he did was run up, wobbled it, and they either missed it in LBW or nicked it to slip. So he's into the attack now from the Alistair Cook end of the ground. Josh Blake will be up to the stumps for him. Critchley on strike. Sibley still at first slip, of course, as Patel is in, right arm over the wicket, and he's up on the toes of Critchley. He pushes that one down the ground, and there's no run. Well, nice afternoon, Mr. Whiting. Sun's out.
Wonderful.
And as I say, if you're an Essex batter at the moment, this really is fill your boots time.
Certainly is. I've just been having a chat with Ryan Patel's father, actually. Over
lovely.
Sam, lovely chap.
Ryan Patel is in over the wicket. That's nicely bowled, and he will get this ball to wobble a touch. Critchley will drive up there to a deepish mid-on in Sykes, but yes, he will just get it to wobble a touch. Will Ryan Patel?
Saw Rory Burns having a warm-up in the lunch break.
I'm not sure whether it'll be his off-spin or his medium pace. Either of them are magnificent to watch. As over the wicket once again is Patel. Goes back of a length this time, and Critchley just opens the face, guides it straight down to a deepish backward point, and there's no run.
So most of the media are with you, Churchy. I don't think there'll be an innings forfeit.
I genuinely think it'll be, if they go along at this rate, they will get their maximum batting points and get to their 450, and then Logic would say they'd declare, as this one's cut away by Kitley out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and then Surrey will have a bat.
Well, if they don't play ball and go for the innings forfeit, do Essex say, roll, sod it, we're just going to bat till the end of play tomorrow?
Well, they could do,
Yeah.
and that's up to them, really.
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing. I think, actually, that one for the crowd, they might be asleep by 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
I'll have used all my anecdotes,
Well,
all
I know
my
that
jokes.
If that did happen, I can guarantee you he'd still be batting at the end of tomorrow.
Dean Elgar.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. 124 not out he is at the moment, as Ryan Patel will come round the wicket to him, and Elgar will pick up a single as he just pushes this one into the offside, and one more to Dean Elgar. He moves on to 125, and Essex move on to 306 for 2. Yes, because I suppose from a Rory Burns perspective as well, we might see a little bit of Roach and Laws in after this over 8 overs time when a new ball became available, just to see whether they could knock a couple over. But other than that, I'm not sure how much more we'll see of Roach and Laws, to be honest with you. End of the over, 306 for 2. Elgar is 125 and Kitley's on 25.
Yeah, 306 for 2 as we're meandering slowly, and wandering towards the end of the season. And it's definitely got that feel about it, hasn't it?
Well, I think that the point is, as I say, Surrey have already won the championship. So
Yusuf Majid from the Graham Gooch end. Elgar plays that back to the bowler, who dives away to stop the ball going out to long on for a single.
And actually, the other thing that nobody's mentioning is it's a pretty good Essex attack. I know not a lot's happening on this pitch at the moment, but it's still a pretty good Essex attack.
Yeah. Cook pull to Snater. That's got out to long on, and Elgar walks a single. As that's the 50 partnership up.
Yeah, it is. It's a good Essex attack, that.
Yeah, and then you've got Kitley and Harmer with the ball.
So he's still got to bat well.
Yeah. That's just cut away. However, I think that if Essex get to 450, that's their best chance of winning, is to declare then. 'Cause otherwise, could be a painful couple of days in Churchy.
No, I'd be very, very surprised.
This is where you earn your corn as a commentator.
I'd be very surprised if they didn't when they got to 450. I think that's their game plan, is try and get maximum batting points and then declare.
Played out to mid-on, shy at the stumps. They're going for Elgar's end, making him work, making him earn his corn.
Because at the moment they're going along at 4 and over.
Yeah.
So, and they're not doing anything spectacular whatsoever. So, you know, that's from here to the 110, that's another 200 runs if they go along at this rate.
Played out to mid-wicket, where Geddes, is that Geddes? It is Geddes. Geddes, Lawrence and Sibley are quite hard to distinguish, aren't they, from a distance?
Well, Sibley's quite easy to spot at the moment, because I don't think he's going to move from first slip, even when Essex are approaching the 450. I think he'll still be stood at first slip. But let's just say that Essex, you know, as I say, they're going along at 4s at the moment anyway. They've got another, how many overs left of the 110? Another 27, 37. As here is Ryan Patel in over the wicket to Kitley, who's forward and playing this one out into the offside, and there's no run. So if they do that with a little bit of impetus, they'll be at that 450 when the 110 comes up.
Yeah.
So they don't really need to do anything different to what they're doing at the moment. As Ryan Patel comes in over the wicket, and this is pushed off the back foot by Kitley, and that would mean that Surrey would have to go out there, I don't know, for 20 overs tonight with a new ball in the hands of Cook and Porter. Might be straightforward.
I think the punters want to see an innings forfeit. I think they'd like a game on their hands for tomorrow.
What the punters would like to see is that Surrey have to go out there for 20 overs tonight and a 5 down by stumps. That in over the wicket once again goes Patel, and this is driven by Kitley off a thickish outside edge down towards the third man boundary. It's a good bit of work from Yusuf Majid. He goes sprinting back and slides and gets
what a
the
throw
in, and they'll pick up a couple more for Kitley, 2 more to the total, 310 for 2.
What a throw. That was flat right over the top of the bails.
There's Blake up to the stumps to Patel. Kitley turns this one down into the leg side, and there's no run.
One thing I did notice from the One Day Cup was, how good the fielding was. I thought Majid's a good fielder. Nathan Barnwell is mustard in the field.
He did a bit of 12th man in for England, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
During the test match. So going stump to stump here is Ryan Patel, and Kitley drives. That's the sort of area he wants him driving, because he's got a shortish extra cover and a short mid wicket, a mid on and a mid off with the keeper up. So he either wants Kitley driving one straight to extra cover or trying to whip round that front pad, and that would bring LBW into account. If it doesn't do anything, slip will come into play as forward goes Kitley and pushes this one down to backward point, and there is no run. Tidy over from Ryan Patel. End of it. And Essex 310 for 2 on this third afternoon, with Elgar on 126 and Kitley on 28.
Yeah, lovely sunshine. When you're out the wind, it's very pleasant. However, if you're out of the sun and in the wind, it is
Yes, it's still cold, isn't it?
Unpleasant.
Yes.
Yes. In fact, the height of optimism in my book is a man situated in the shade and in the wind as Majid comes in. Elgar drills that one out to long off. Man situated in the shade and in the wind, and that is the
In shorts.
Cream man, and he is optimistic, to say the least.
He was here very early this morning.
He was, yeah. Gonna get one for Churchill. Played square on the offside. Kitley might get 2 here. He does. He trots back for an easy second. I thought I had you down as a 99 flake man.
I do like
with a few sprinkles. Perhaps.
I do like an ice cream. I must admit, but
Midsummer.
not today. I don't think.
Yeah. Tossed up by Majid and hoiked out to mid-on.
Yes, he'll feel he's missed out a touch there. I think Kitley trying to go more mid-wicket region, wasn't he?
Came from Derbyshire, I think 3 seasons ago now. Shorter. Oh, that's played through point, and Elgar didn't want that for a while, and then Kitley said, nah, we're going to have one.
Well, Dino Elgar certainly. Didn't they used to in football tell you to run it off if you got an injury? Well, he's certainly given himself an opportunity to run it off.
What's ever happened to the magic sponge? I mean, that cured everything. That's played out to long on for 1. Elgar and balls through. Yeah, I mean that. I reckon Jesus had a magic sponge when he went to Lazarus.
Yeah, I don't think
it cured everything, didn't it?
I don't think that's around anymore. He's still going, Dino Elgar, out there.
Majid, that's gone over the top. Has that gone? No, it's gone a couple of bounces into the advertising boards at the Graham Gooch end. And that completes the over. So 319 for 2. Dean Elgar having, well, it's a vigil now, isn't it? 206 balls, that's a vigil. 128 he's got. Kitley's on 35 from 51. The wicket takers, Tom Laws, and with his very first professional wicket, Yusuf Majid.
Well, I think the biggest compliment you can give Dean Elgar here is this is one of the more inevitable centuries you'll ever see from Dean Elgar. He just enjoys batting. There's Elgar. He's 128 not out. As round the wicket goes Ryan Patel to him, and Elgar's respectfully forward. Probably nicely here, Ryan Patel. As I say, it's a pretty obvious plan he's adopting, but that's his job. Just going stump to stump, and again with Elgar here, looking for him to drive one straight to extra cover. He's lost his slip now, so in fact Dom Sibley's just gone off. So round the wicket goes Patel. Elgar drives, and there's that man at short extra. It was along the carpet. Just got a bit of work in there at short extra cover, but that's the area he wants to be getting Elgar driving. Ryan Patel.
In early sort of millennium speak, would you say Elgar's booked himself in for bed and breakfast?
I think he's booked himself in for a 5-week all-inclusive, if I'm honest with you. As round the wicket he comes once again, and Elgar, cleverly played, just waits for this off the top of his off stump and just opens the face of the bat, guides it down towards the boundary. Down goes James Taylor to do the fielding, and they will pick up another couple. I sort of...
Is he backpacking for a year?
I said this morning, Elgar...
a gap year.
Yeah. I said this morning, I think, Elgar 250 not out at the end. Nice little number for the end of the season.
Yeah.
As around the wicket goes Patel to him, and Elgar punches off the back foot this time, straight out towards extra cover. And there is no run. And again, you're seeing why Dean Elgar scored the runs he did in Test match cricket by the way he's going about this.
Yeah.
And he just loves batting.
Yeah, he's
just
a good player.
And a bit like any really good player, they're greedy so-and-sos. If they get in, they tend to stay there and score very big runs. As Ryan Patel's into it, goes short of length this time, and that's just tucked away by Dean Elgar, who wants new gloves and a drink, I think.
He's signalling, is he?
Just wants a drink and gloves,
So he doesn't want a runner?
No, well, to be fair to him, he's an absolute shocker if he suddenly wants one now, because he's been hobbling since about
10:32. Yeah.
I think Rory Birds would go on your bike. Going since 10:30 this morning like this. Patel is over the wicket to Kitley, who drives out towards that short extra cover position, and again there is no run. So tidy over again from Ryan Patel. End of it, 322 for 2.
Would it be like Alex Stewart to Arjuna Ranatunga that time, where he said you don't get a runner for being unfit and fat?
Yes. Well, the runner thing is always utter chaos at the best of times anyway. So it's always amusing to watch it. But
we had one at Somerset which just caused chaos. It caused chaos for a commentator as well, because then the umpire has to move over to point, and it's just a nightmare. And Tom Banton, when he hobbled back onto the pitch, came back out with a runner, and it was messy, to say the least.
It always is.
Yeah.
It never goes according to plan with a runner, does it?
No.
My favourite one was, it was in the England-Australia one-day game, and it was Ian Healy who had a runner for quite a bit of his innings.
Majid played out to long on. Elgar trots through.
I think they needed a single off the last ball to win it in Australia, and Healy beat the runner that was running for him into his ground to get through for the single to win. So I think that sort of sums up at times how the runner may not be needed in certain circumstances.
Defended by Kitley.
And actually, the other thing is, whoever has to go out and run, it's a thankless job.
Oh,
It's horrible.
can you imagine running somebody out? Defended again by Kitley.
Well, it's normally, isn't it? You sort of go to the top of the order and work your way down. And, you're out in the first over of the day, and then all of a sudden you've got to do running for somebody later on.
Again, pushed a little bit more firmly this time into the covers, but no run. Yeah, you wouldn't catch me doing it, Churchy. I'd be shower changing in the bar. Send one of the kids out. Kitley playing that out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, better over this from.
Yeah.
What he mustn't do, I don't think, here is just try and bowl quickly.
No. Again defended. Good stuff from Yusuf Majid. Kitley born in Preston in Lancashire. I don't know if he's is he from Preston? Played for Melbourne Renegades in the Big Bash, London Spirit in the 100, and the Welsh Fire, which always reminds me of what happened to English people's 1980s holiday homes back in Wales back then.
Yes. Well, he's a very good cricketer, is Matt Kitley. And again, he's one of these lads that now he's, finding his way into franchise cricket. Paul Walter, of course, as Ryan Patel comes round the wicket to Dean Elgar, and he's forward his Elgar and plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Now, we had a chat, didn't we, off air, because we've had a bit of time to kill in the last few days, and we've spoken about franchise cricket and how counties lie. And do you think, especially with the test grounds as well, who host the 100, that they'll become second-class citizens, possibly in their own homes?
I think there'll be a bit of that. Now this one's bounced a touch on Elgar, and that's gone down to a deepish third man. Round goes Taylor to do the fielding, and they'll pick up another single.
I mean, it's
That'll
only
be one more to Elgar.
It's only conjecture, isn't it? I mean, it's only
Well, I
because
don't think
we
it's
haven't got
conjecture. You
a
just
crystal
have-
ball.
No, well, I don't think you need a crystal ball.
No.
You can see what's happening, and there is going to be, and there already is, a lot of franchise cricketers. In comes Patel, and that's driven firmly out towards short extra cover, and there's no run. And in this country as well, you've got the 100, of course, now, and I think it will become. I think it will become not the norm, but I think from a Surrey point of view as well, that they might find that they're not playing as much championship cricket at the Kia Oval as they probably would want to, because there's so much other cricket going on there. As they'll pick up a couple here, 2 more to the total, and 2 more to the right-handed Kitley. But it's just the way it's going.
Yeah.
And anybody who sort of worries about that, I can see why people get upset. But it is what's happening. As here is Ryan Patel, and this is turned into the leg side by Kitley, and there's no run.
Daniel Gidney came out with some quite interesting quotes. Gidney's the Lancashire CEO, and he came out in the week saying that, if county cricketers were offered, on salaries of 80, 100,000, which some are, but many aren't, then you could probably stop them from doing it.
As in over the wicket once again goes Ryan Patel, and this is pushed straight back up the ground once more by Kitley. There is no run. It's the end of the over, 326 for 2.
However, where did that money come from?
Well,
Because, counties aren't exactly cash rich in my experience.
no, and I think as well he made some very valid points.
I think he did, yeah.
And his point was that the championship could be in danger at some point of going down the route of the One Day Cup, which is a lot of youngsters playing as a developmental type competition, because a lot of the bigger players are off just playing white ball cricket.
Pushed out into the covers. However, it goes to show, I mean, England's 50 over form has been pretty lacklustre this year, isn't it? They got spanked out in India, and then so it's played out to long on. Elgar's going to hop through for a single. They've started off pretty badly, going 2-0 down to the Australians, and once they've been playing it for a while, they've got better. But is the sort of poor start to 50 over series by England, which has full houses at Lord's, by the way, as that's gone out to long off for a single. Full houses at Lord's, by the way, paying £115 a ticket and £8 a pint. Do those people deserve to see a better England? And are we not getting the best of England because they're not playing 50 over cricket now because of the marginalisation of the Metro Bank One Day Cup as one goes out to long on?
Well, it's not rocket science. If you're a bowler, 10 overs is 6 more than 4. And if you're a batter, you've got an extra 30 overs to bat. But if you're not practicing that...
1 to long on for Kitley. Essex just ticking over the scoreboard.
And as you say, I don't think
330 for 2, 135 and 39 to Elgar and Kitley respectively, as Majid comes in. Dot ball to finish the over.
And as you say, it's no great surprise that as they got into the series, England have got better because they haven't played a huge amount of 50 over cricket. I think what you've seen is it's interesting having... I know Duckett plays the same way all the time. Yeah. And Brooks found his form now. But you know, those are two guys that are playing Test match cricket.
Yeah.
And a lot of the others are... I'm just talking about batting wise now. You know, they play a lot of 20 over cricket, but not 50 over cricket. And as I say, it's a different... There was an interesting stat about Phil Salt on Test Match Special. And I think it was something like how many runs he scores and off how many balls. And it's basically the same as 2020 in 50 over cricket, as Ryan Patel is in over the wicket and this one's pushed away by Kitley. And I think it was something like 19 balls and he scores 35 and then that's it. Yeah. And as it was Sir Alistair, whose end we're sitting in at the moment, so to speak, who said in 20 over cricket that could win you the game, but in a 50 over game that isn't going to be the case. But then again, for Phil Salt, how much 50 over cricket is he playing going into that series? As none, as this one's pushed up the ground by Kitley. I think Kitley there was in two minds to try and lump that into the pavilion off the front foot, but then thought better of it, and in the end it just potted up towards Rory Burns, stood at a deepish mid-on.
The thing about Salt is, how old is Salt now? He's not that old.
I don't know.
Probably 30.
In over the wicket comes Patel, and forward once more goes the right-handed Kitley.
But when his deal's up at Lancashire, who's going to want him? He's just going to chew up a salary, isn't he? Well, you can see why Joss Buttler has gone there and is doing what he's doing, because he's at the end of his career, blah, blah, blah.
I think Phil might not need Lancashire. I think, if he's still playing for England, and then he'll get his franchise deals around the world, as this one's chopped away through the offside by the right-handed Kitley, and they'll pick up a couple more, 2 more to the total, 2 more to Kitley.
But they'll still want a county.
Well, they will, but how much of that county they will ever see is the case in point.
Yeah.
And I think someone like Phil Salt, any county would would accept the fact they're not going to see a lot of him, as this is pushed off the front foot out towards short extra cover by the right-handed Kitley, and there's no run.
But you also get some boolah as well, don't you, for having your guys play for England?
Absolutely. And
sorry to use an Essex term here on Essex
again,
television.
That's the way it should be. You know, if it's 2020, if it's 50 over or Test cricket, that's the way it should be. That the domestic game should be the feeder into that England team. As Patel is in over the wicket, and this is driven straight up the ground by the right-handed Kitley. I'm not as sure that is the case anymore, and that's not from the county side of things, that's more from the England side of things.
Yeah.
I'm not sure in this modern way of cricket that however many thousands of runs you score or however many wickets you take in terms of championship cricket, that's going to get you a test match place anymore.
No.
But I think from a sort of Phil Salt type of view, that type of player, he needs a county, but that county would accept the fact they're not going to see a huge amount of him. And actually, how much does he need to be playing for that county? Because he'd be playing for England, and then he's got his franchise cricket round the world, and that's what we're seeing more and more. I think Surrey are taking a new ball. Did wonder whether we may see a bit of Laws and Roach, so they can take a new ball after the 80 overs, of course. 332 for 2. But the cricket landscape changes every day, really.
It certainly does.
It's very difficult to keep up with it all.
It is, yeah, I agree.
And who's playing where, and is it a test match? Is it a one-day international?
Kemar in, and that's played out through point by Elgar for a single.
I'll leave you at the end of this over and bring Nick back in.
But it's been... Leave me, mate. You can't leave me.
I've obviously really missed being at cricket this summer.
Yeah.
But what has been quite interesting is when you're sort of outside of it looking in, you do actually realise quite how extraordinary a domestic summer of cricket and how much of it there is.
Roach in, and that's driven out to mid-off. Yeah, I've done 14,000 miles this summer.
Yes, and you know, that's an average summer, really.
Yep.
In terms of players and spectators and who work in the media, and there's so many different parts going on at the same time that it is difficult to keep up with. It really is, and only by sort of looking from the outside in do you sort of get an idea of that.
Oh, that's gorgeous there from Kitley. Touch of the Viv Richards about that as he just whips it through mid-wicket.
And everybody talks about the schedule, and I've always said I would no more want to try and schedule a domestic cricket season than sort of, it's a nightmare. But the one thing that sort of has jumped out at me is that the 2020 now it is sort of going down the pecking order, and I think you saw that with when finals day was sandwiched between two England T20s on a pitch that really wasn't great.
Defended by Kitley.
And I'm not having a go at the Edgbaston ground staff here, because if you have it that late in the season, it's damn difficult to get a pitch that's got anything in it.
Yeah.
And you know, really and truly, the look of when it was sandwiched between two, let's be honest, fairly pointless T20 internationals, with the players that would have wanted to play for their counties but weren't able to actually at the game, and then the game the next day for England getting rained off.
Oh, playing a miss there from Kitley. Yeah, I'm with you, and also having a 6-week gap between the group stages and the quarter-finals. It's
you could almost end up with a completely different team playing on finals day than got you in the quarterfinals to finals day.
Surrey did, more or less,
and it happens all the time. And as I say, the whole thing just doesn't look the way it should anymore.
Played into the offside, onside there, and that is the end of the over. Surrey did have a vastly different side. If you look at, all right, finals day they had Lawrence, Pope, Smith back, but they had them at the start of the season and they were missing the likes of Chris Jordan and Will Jacks and people like that away with the World Cup. You know, people like Sean Abbott were in that side at the beginning of the season who went back home. Spencer Johnson, another one who went back home. So Surrey's side looked vastly different in the second half of the Vitality Blast T20 campaign than it did the first. Anyway, we'll end this conversation because Nick Leadhill's come back into the box.
I was going to contribute
Nick,
something.
Go on,
towards
yeah.
it, but we've got half an hour to do that. So,
Go on.
Yeah. I was thinking about some of the issues that are affecting the game. Some of the most talked about ones, Laws coming into bowl. There's a bit of a wild pull there from Elgar, who's one run away from getting his highest score of the season, equaling 136, his previous best. Missed out on that one. He was looking to do it in style, trying to clear the man on the long leg boundary, but he missed out on that occasion. Just to mention the situation at Taunton is a bit of a cliffhanger. Somerset have left Hampshire 121 to win in there, 54 for 4. But Vince and Dawson are together at the crease, and that is played off the back foot. Lovely shot by Elgar. That will be 4, and that will be his best score for Essex, beating that previous of 136. His 4th championship century turns out to be his biggest, and Vince and Dawson send a bit of a shudder down Essex supporters. Because of course it was they who were instrumental in a critical stand for Hampshire against Essex this time last year, which did for Essex in the championship. So maybe they could be looking to do something to help Hampshire get second place in the Division 1. But the stack still could go either way. It's really, really tight. Must be very tense there. I wonder what it'd be like if the championship itself was at stake. Here's Laws bowling, and that's just clipped around the corner for a single down towards fine leg. And Elgar goes along to 141, 342 for 2. So some of the issues then.
Yeah.
The 5 test series against India and Australia being shoehorned and not being able to play anything in August is one issue. The fact it all has to be done by the end of July. What you were talking about was the gap between the group stages and the latter stages of indeed both the T20 and indeed the 50 over competition, where we had the final stuck out on its own. And I was thinking, is there any solution that you can come up with which will solve those problems? I came up with one, but it would affect the 100. Well, apart from that, his Laws, and this is pulled away through mid-wicket. That's a good shot. That's probably going to go for 4. It's just slowing up on the way to the boundary, but it won't be stopped. And that was a bit short from Laws, and Critchley cashed in. Critchley, as I say, he's had a disappointing second half of the season, but that slightly offset a decent first half for him. And his overall average in the mid-30s is not too bad, but he's enjoying this time at the crease. 45 to him, and 349 to him now, 346 for 2. So Critchley just one away from his 50. And he's been out of the runs a bit recently, so he'll be looking forward to getting to that mark. And here he looks to try and run it down towards third man for that 50th run, but he doesn't make any contact, and he has to stay on 49 for a while longer. So Matt Critchley, as I say, disappointing second half of the season, but he did very well did pretty well in the first half with the bat. So overall, his return is fairly decent. And he's enjoying being back in the runs in these fairly benign circumstances today. But he gets a good delivery here from Laws, which beats him outside the off stump. And he remains on 49. So we'll keep abreast of his approach to 50 and the landmark as that comes along. But it's 346 for 2, 141 to Elgar and 49 to Critchley.
Yeah, the problem does lie with 100. It lies in the fact that the ECB have loaded all their eggs into the basket of the 100. It's not going anywhere. There's a TV deal in place till 2028, so it's not going anywhere. But, however, it's affecting the county championship. Let's have a look at this ball from Kemar Roach as that goes through into gloves of play.
So,
it's affecting the county championship because we started on the 5th of April this year and we're finishing on the 30th of September. So, and we've had a massive gap from the end of May. We then had 2 games at the end of June or in early July, and then we didn't play again till the 22nd of August.
Yeah, which is an awful long time.
It's affecting the One Day Cup in the fact that it's possibly become a second 11 or a development competition. It's affecting the Blast as that is played into the offside. It's affecting the Blast because, again, that massive gap in between the quarters, and it negates, it sort of dissolves interest, doesn't it, if you're not playing like that. And it's also affecting England. It's affecting the national side now, who are now playing tomorrow on the 30th of September in Bristol, where it's going to absolutely chuck it down with rain. And I think that a lot of eggs are being loaded in favour of finding new cricket fans, as that's pushed out. Elgar looks like he's really struggling here. A lot of eggs are being pushed into the basket of finding new cricket fans to the detriment of existing cricket fans.
Yeah, because of course it's all about getting new fans, isn't it?
Well, if it is all about new fans, and if it's all about getting kids playing cricket, play the 100 in May.
Well,
and then that's when cricket clubs have their cricket clubs junior sections finished by mid-July at the school term.
Yeah.
So if you want to get them playing the game, as that's gorgeous from Elgar. That's a beautiful shot through wide mid-off, goes away for 4 runs. If you want to get kids playing cricket at their local cricket clubs, play the 100 in May if it's all about that development, if they care that much. I'm not sure they actually do.
Yeah, of course, you only have 1 week of it's in the school holidays then. But I'll give you my idea. So basically,
go on.
I'm not against. I can see the argument. It's a lovely day today, but I can see the argument about the first week of April, last week of September.
Yep.
I'm not totally against 12 matches in the championship.
Roach in, left alone.
I'm totally against 10, but I can see there was an argument put forward online about a top division of 7, where it is symmetrical.
Yeah.
So you play everybody twice. I mean, look at next season's fixture list. The first thing Hampshire and Somerset are going to be looking at, and probably Essex, although Essex has got quite a good record at the Oval. Where are we playing Surrey? And if Hampshire find they haven't got a game at Surrey, but they've got a game in Southampton where they've won the last 2 years, then, that's a good start.
Yeah.
We haven't played a game yet. So I think we need to get to a symmetrical top division.
Yeah, I agree. Roach in, left alone again by Elgar.
So I would basically let's leave the just One Day Cup to one side for the minute, but I'd play probably looking at 12 games. I'd also think the Blast needs to be cut to 12 games. I think 14 is slightly too many. The counties won't like that.
No, it's a cash cow for the counties.
And the Blast final would be late July. Now, August, the women's 100 starts, the men's doesn't. In that time, you can play 2 test matches and 3 rounds of championship games before mid-August, third week of August, the men's 100 starts. It runs alongside the women's 100 for 2 weeks. You then have the women's finals day, which could be combined with a London Spirit or Oval Invincibles home game in the men's.
Yep.
Now, here's the critical bit. The men's 100 then continues for the first 2 weeks of September, which is an international football break where Sky have got no sport at all apart from the US Tennis Open, which is quite an important event, but not massive, it's and there's no football. They haven't got the international, they haven't got the rights to the international games, have they? So Laws is coming in, and this is played into the offside. Now, because there's no run for Kitley, now because the women's 100 is finished, there's no need for afternoon games. You can play all the games in the evening and maybe 3 at the weekends, and that would be the last 2 weeks of the men's 100. That would then finish in mid-September, and that would leave you with 2 rounds of championship matches bookended by the One Day Cup final, which could be on a Saturday.
Yeah.
The advantage of that, you've got more championship cricket in August. Your 5 test series aren't shoehorned because they can carry on into the 3rd week of August. And this is going down the leg side, and Kitley attempts a leg glance, and there's no run. And I don't think it demeans the 100 because the games are still in the evening. There's no other major sport around. The first 2 weeks of September isn't really autumn. I mean, on average September, the weather conditions are pretty good, so the kids can go to school and then go and see a 100 match in the evening. The weekend in the middle there'll be no Premier League football, so the 100's got that all to itself. They could play 3 matches a day in the first weekend of September. Lord's Bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and there's no run. So that's my way. What that does, it brings the blast all into one run. The 50 overs is all in one run because the semi-finals will be about a week before the final.
Yeah.
And there's more championship cricket in August. Now, admittedly, you've still got 2 championship rounds at the end of September or mid-September. But I still, on balance, I still think that would be an improvement in terms of solving some of the problems. Not all of them, but some of them. But anyway, that's my thought. Laws comes into bowl, and this is played up to mid-wicket. So the key thing about the first 3 weeks of August, the women's 100 gets the evening slots. So they get the big priority evening slots they're not currently getting. They would follow your test matches being played during the day. Obviously, you probably get bigger crowds at some venues, but it would be nice to see how the women's 100 can stand alone. I think it's worth seeing that. I don't quite realise, well, the women's eliminator, for example, is not playing on a Friday night. It's completely beyond me, that. It's a very odd bit of scheduling, but Laws Bowls again, that's outside the off stump and left alone. But that idea at least brings some of the domestic structure closer together. And it brings the two, it means more championship cricket in August and September. So that's a thought for you.
Yeah. No, I think it makes sense. I think it makes perfect sense.
And the critical thing, it doesn't demean the 100 because they've got a 2-week slot when there's virtually no other sport, and they've got the evenings to themselves.
Yeah.
And something I was talking about with Mark earlier on, Laws Bowls and Kitley, who's helping us here by not playing any aggressive shots at Miss Over. 350 up, 350 for 2, 350 came up, 145 to Elgar and 49 to Kitley. He's been waiting to get to his 50th run, so 3 batting points for Essex. Still Surrey waiting for their first bonus point. A new ball not yet having a great effect for Surrey, so 350 for 2. So the Ashes, what's more important, the photo op of the men's and women's winners of the 100 sort of in one picture at Lord's on a Saturday evening, or the Ashes in particular being properly scheduled so that it runs through the main part of our summer into August up to the last test would be starting around about the 15th of August or 16th of August, something like that. So that's my thought. You can play 2 tests in August, 3 championship rounds, and the women's 100 can run alongside that.
Well, I think the Ashes need to go back to being every 4 years as well, because it's lost its glamour.
Well, yeah.
It's, the Aussies coming over was a big thing, wasn't it?
It was always a bigger thing when the one-day series was connected to the Ashes.
When the Texaco
2005, Bangladesh, the triangular, that's the one everyone thinks about, isn't it?
Yeah.
When the Bangladeshis undermined the Australians.
They did. Kemar in, and Elgar plays this out to deep cover. Anyway,
so there must be something but that's just an idea, and I don't think it necessarily demeans the 100 because, I think you've got to ask, would it suit Sky? And they probably say, yeah, actually we've got the women, they've got the US Open, but actually we haven't got a lot of other sport in those 2 weeks. That would be quite useful. Yeah. Matt Bailey says, if the counties can't play at their home ground because of franchise cricket in future, could they funnel some of that extra revenue into outgrounds and festival cricket? He'd like Essex back at Castle Park.
Roach in, played out to mid-on. I'm all for more outground cricket. I had the privilege of following Surrey in the One Day Cup this year and went to rugby school, which was a gorgeous venue, and Kibworth, which was quintessentially English.
Absolutely. Yeah, the idea I had with Mark is that instead of the Kookaburra being played in the championship, play the One Day Cup as a red ball competition using the Kookaburra.
Ooh, interesting. That just goes out to point. Anyway, I'll stop getting on my soapbox about this soap opera, Nick, and
there you go.
I'll let you do an update for BBC Radio Essex.
What we're talking about with Mark off air was the fact that the One Day Cup actually probably has now closer correlation to the championship in terms of younger players for Surrey being needed in the championship than it does to the T20. Well, at least some of these younger players aren't going to be involved in the T20.
No.
But if they were playing, and it solves that problem of playing Kookaburra cricket in April, which I think Alex Stewart was totally right about. That's just played away into the onside. It's going to be the 50. It's taken a while, but Critchley's got there. And that's a much needed 50. Valuable runs at Edgbaston, but a lean second half of the season. And he's got a 50 from 86 balls with 7 fours, and he's got it with a single away out towards long on. So 351 for 2, Matt Critchley. 352 for 2, Matt Critchley gets to his 50, and Elgar his best score of the season on 146.
Roach to Elgar, who plays that. He's really struggling now, Dean Elgar. He's limping, he's hopping, he's... The amount of players Surrey have injured against them this year is unbelievable. We had Jordan Cox in the game with appendicitis. We've had Elgar here, Tom Banton at Somerset, hopping around on one leg.
I think if it was another match after this, and an important one, I think he might have retired hurt ban or been asked to. So they could actually get him assessed properly, because he's obviously not comfortable. No. Something happened early on this morning when he set off for a run.
Roach to him. It was second ball or third ball, wasn't it? It was pretty early on in the day. Anyway, he's hopped through for a single, and Essex are 353 for 2. Elgar is doing a Ronnie O'Sullivan. He's got a 147, and Critchley is on 50.
Yep, and so 3 points for Essex. And as I say, we worked out the figures that a draw, even with maximum points, isn't enough for Essex to get into the top 3. But with these points, given that the game at Taunton obviously is not going to be a draw, and a win on top of it, they've now got to a situation where they can match either Somerset or Hampshire if they lose their game at Taunton. And they'll have more wins, which is the important thing. So his Laws, balls, and Critchley is sort of walking through for the single now as he hits that out towards deep square leg. 354 for 2. I wonder how Surrey will go with the bat. Still, although it's a weakened side, it's still a pretty strong looking top 5, and they shouldn't have, the way this pitch is playing, they shouldn't be unduly concerned.
No demons in it. Slow, you can adjust. It looks a lovely benign surface, doesn't it?
There's Laws outside the off stump, and no one. At least that game on Sunday, the England-Australia game, has actually got something riding on it, which didn't look recent. But I thought if there was nothing riding on it, they might well try and maybe play on the pitch that was last used for the championship match against Northampton, and the game be called off in about 10 minutes, and the Australians could go home. But it's interesting that the Australians have been quite clear. They've been using this as practice for their, because it's so close to the start of their domestic season, or I think it's already started actually, that they've been quite open. They're just using it as a series of practice matches, and it's devalued therefore. It's outside the off stump and left alone. Well, England have played in the last 2 games, particularly yesterday's.
They didn't like the cold last night, did they, the Aussies at Lords?
No, I think it must have been pretty cold there.
Yeah.
So 354 for 2, 116 for 1 at the start, just the 1 wicket. It came after a partnership of 253, a record for Essex against Surrey. This is played defensively by Critchley, back down the pitch, and there's no run.
And it's day 3 of Essex versus Surrey in the final county championship match of the season.
Bright sunshine, and Essex have had a very good day against a depleted Surrey bowling attack. 354 for 2, with Dean Elgar still there on 148. Mind you, he is hobbling around noticeably, having sustained what we thought was something of a muscle pull early on, setting off for a single. He put on 253 with Tom Wesley. That's a record for Essex against Surrey for the 2nd wicket. Wesley quite superb for his 135, 25 fours and a 6 before he was out shortly before lunch. Matt Critchley returning to form with a welcome 50 from 88 balls. But Essex very much having things their own way against the Surrey side, of course, have already won the championship. 354 for 2.
The world and
Laws bowls, and this is played away into the onside, just wide of mid-wicket, and a single for Kitley goes to 51. So Matt Kitley, as I say, very pleased to see him getting in the runs after not being quite himself with the bat for a fair period of time, actually. So he's ending the season pretty well, but 355 for 2, and I'm interested to see where this game is going to go, because surely Surrey are going to have a bat at some time today, you would have thought. 355 for 2.
Yeah, you'd think so. You'd think that they'd be sort of at the crease maybe with an hour from the end of scheduled play. Remember, today is an elongated day. It's 104 overs in the day, and there are still 47 remaining.
Fourth 50 of the season for Kitley in the first for a while.
Here he is, about to face Kimar Roach, and plays that one a little flat-footed out into the covers, and the ball dribbles out there.
And he also has a century, and a good haul of centuries for Essex in the Championship this season. Better than many recent years. Just counting them up, there are now 16 separate hundreds scored by Essex players. 8 of them share between Cox and Elgar equally.
Kimar Roach in from the Graham Gooch end, and Kitley defends that. Every time a bowler is landing, puffs of dust smoke up from the pitch, and Simon Harmer's probably licking his lips with every billow of dust that goes up in the air.
He'll certainly have an attacking field when he's bowling.
Kimar Roach in short, pulled out to deep square. Geddes doing his work out on the deep boundary, and they keep him down to a single.
Hampshire moving into slightly calmer waters. Remember, they were 1 for 2 at one point, but now 81 for 4. It's Vincent Dawson again, when he just 40 to seal second place. And they have been very, if they do get it, they have been very, very consistent since the early weeks of the season, either winning games, getting the better of draws, the one exception being the rain-ruined game against Essex at Southampton.
Smashed by Elgar off the back foot, which burst through the hands of Ollie Sykes. And that is the 100 partnership between Elgar and Kitley. Kitley's got 52 of them, Elgar's got 48. They've been out there for an hour and 29 minutes, and they've faced between them 154 balls. Rhodes to Kitley, who plays that to James Taylor, the man out at mid-off.
So while we wait for that reaction to come from the Westcott Stadium, let's focus our attention back here at
Elgar one shy of his 150.
take on Gateshead in the national team this afternoon. Let's hear from Southend United defender Joe Gubbins in the starting lineup this afternoon, and he says he's ready to take his chance when it comes.
Here is Roach. Smooth, rhythmical approach into the crease. As that's whipped away by Kitley for a single. He'll keep the strike, and at the end of the over, the score is 358 for 2. Dean Elgar 149, Matt Kitley's on 53, and Tom Laws is 1 for 65. One of the wicket takers in this Surrey's innings, the other one being with his first class wicket, Yusuf Majid, when Tom Wesley played one out in the air, done a little bit in the flight by Majid, and the ball went out to Tom Laws, who took a good catch just before lunch.
I think it's quite warm now, actually,
It's
isn't it?
very
warm. You know, it's those who came in 3 layers may only need 1 now, ourselves included.
Yeah. it's tricked us, isn't it, Nick? It's
Well, it was one of those days you had to sort of take into account every eventuality, because I think, as we said, it might well be a lot cooler than this if we're going through to about 6:15, which is possible with the clear conditions.
it's sort of hedging your bets, like my commentary earlier when I said Surrey could do with a wicket, or and then I said, you might as well say Celtic or Rangers have got a sniff of the Scottish Premiership, or
They probably have.
or the weathermen when they put those clouds on with a raindrop falling out the bottom and a sun poking out the top. I mean, that's hedging your bets, isn't it?
It's all over for Lancashire. I think 93 for 7 applied to Worcestershire's 180 all out. Here's Taylor bowling, and that's played away up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So if Somerset do lose today and hear that, their supporters hear that score, they must be wondering why it was that Lancashire was so inspired against Somerset last week, because it was a superb performance by Lancashire in the second innings with the bat, and then again with the ball.
Yeah.
An oasis for Lancashire, and otherwise a very gloomy situation. Here's Taylor again, running away from us. A bit of a loose stroke that from Kitley, just trying to play that away through the covers. And it goes through to Blake behind the stumps. He's kept pretty tidily, just think the one set of byes that went through.
Yeah, I like his keeping.
Yeah,
I think he's got a big future in the game, Josh Blake. I think his keeping is up there with, I said he's in that group, I think, behind Folkes and Simpson in the country. The other day.
Here's Taylor bowling, and that's just played away, bat and pad together up into the offside, and there's no run. It's talking of keepers, it's not as though Surrey are short of them, and I guess the key thing, is going to be sort of player availability from Surrey's point of view. The one player that was taken away from Surrey, I thought, might really cause an issue was Jamie Smith, because of the sheer weight of runs that he'd scored. And he will be missed if he's not able to contribute to Surrey as much next season as he has done this and previously.
He's a once in a generation talent.
So driven away nicely, just partly stopped at cover. They scamper through for a single, and but of course now it's looking as though Dan Lawrence probably isn't going to be involved. Chances are, one would have thought, next season, with Jamie Cox possibly sort of overtaking him as the reserve batter. I think that seems to be. It's not set in stone yet, but it does seem to be moving in that direction. And obviously, with Dan being left, Jordan Cox, not Jamie Cox. I was thinking Jordan Cox. Jamie Cox is going back a bit, isn't it? It's the sun getting to me. But yeah, obviously Dan left out of the tour party. And we'll talk more about Dan doubtless when he bats. Hopefully, he will get a bat in the next couple of days, because that will be good for the crowd to see. He's well remembered as that's clipped away off the pad down towards deep square leg for a single, and that brings Dean Elgar his first 150 for Essex. And if he was to decide he's had enough and he'd like to go and put his feet up and stop having to walk singles, it would be totally understandable, but he'll stay out there, and it's been a superb effort from him. 150 for Dean Elgar, and the fourth of his centuries this season. I say turns out to be the biggest. 16 fours, I think it's 234 balls, 359, 360 for 2, and Kitley is there on 54 as Taylor comes in, bowls. That's just played away into the onside, and they get through for a single as mid-wicket moves round towards square leg. 361 for 2. Welcome back, Mark.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, it's a long day for Surrey, this, isn't it? But I'm sure that they've inflicted a few long days on some other sides when they've been had bat in hand. So, but yes, I mean, it's a strange game, isn't it? Because in a way, I was thinking a few weeks ago, what if Surrey were as close to full strength as they could be? The championship was on the line with the Taunton game set up the way it is, with probably that game finishing before this one, and Hampshire still possibly being in the hunt themselves if they beat Somerset. So it hasn't quite turned out to be the real vintage end of the season. I say Lancashire turning up for one game are chiefly responsible for that.
They are, and I think if you've asked any of the sides, they prefer not to have a vintage end to the season. I think they prefer to just get it done and not have to worry too much. As Kemar Roach is in over the wicket, he's found the outside edge of Critchley's bat, but that has flown through the vacant third slip region and down below us for 4. So 4 more to Critchley. So finding the edge, Kemar Roach, but actually Critchley is almost opening the face of the bat on that a touch.
I think Essex supporters, given there's nothing much riding on the game, there is of course that possibility if Essex were to bowl Surrey out twice and win the match, then they can get third place. But to see Dan Lawrence batting in a normal situation without feeling pressurised into playing in a certain way, I think would be a valuable thing, because I did have a lot of sort of empathy for how he must have felt as he batted in that Test series.
Yeah, as in over the wicket goes Roach, and this one's down the leg side, and nothing on it from Critchley. I don't adhere to this whole thing of, and Dan Lawrence is a hugely talented cricketer.
Yes.
But I don't adhere to this whole thing of, well, if you're a good batter, you can open the batting. Because I think there's a real art form to opening a batting, especially in a Test match, in an international game of cricket, if you've not done it before. As Roach is in over the wicket to Critchley, and Critchley plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Well,
and I think it's a huge... It was an opportunity for him, and he wasn't going to turn it down, and he said all the right things, I'll bat wherever England want me to bat. But actually, opening the batting, it's tough. It really is. And you've got to sort of have done it before to understand it.
And the West Indies' strength is their seam bowling.
Yeah.
And Kemar was actually injured at that time, wasn't he? And obviously Sri Lanka showed they had some capability with their new ball bowlers as well.
And over the wicket again goes Roach, and this is turned into the leg side by Critchley, and there is no run. So I don't really adhere to that, especially in a Test match. I think you've got to have done it quite a bit to sort of really understand what it's all about. But he'll come again, Dan Lawrence, because he's too talented not to.
Absolutely.
That's the thing. And actually maybe he is going to have a little break from cricket at the end of the season. It'll probably do him good, to be fair. As Roach is in once more, and Critchley just opens the face of the bat and guides this one to the left of Laws at backward point. This could beat Laws to the boundary rope, I think, because it's a quick outfield. It does indeed. And it's away for 4 more.
Yes, it was sad. I think Essex supporters will have felt the same way watching Dan, particularly in the last innings against the Sri Lankans at the Oval, where he was, it was almost like sort of like a T20 match, and it just wasn't playing in a sort of structured fashion that you need to as an opener, and it's as though the whole situation had got to him a little bit.
In over the wicket again comes Roach, and this is whipped by Critchley out towards deep backward square, and they'll stroll another single, 1 more to the total. But as I say, he's too good a player not to come again.
Yeah,
and I think I felt for him with that, because you're not going to turn it down, and you're going to say all the right things about I'll bat wherever England want me to. But I think especially with opening, it's such a tough gig,
particularly when you're up against the top sides like India and Australia, which is why I think the one fault with the Bazball ethos is what you've just identified. Because you look at the Keaton Jennings and Rory Burns as 2 examples. Either the form that Rory was in, he would have been ideal. I mean, Ben Duckett, obviously a bit of a dasher, but often the best opening partnerships do have that combination with somebody who will put the foot down.
And what would be interesting, and I hope this doesn't happen for either Duckett or Crawley, but as if one of them does go down in Pakistan, who then opens the batting?
Yes.
That'll be an interesting one, really.
It would be. Here is Taylor up to the wicket. Bowls, it's outside the off stump and left alone. Coming up to 3 o'clock now. T, if we remember rightly, and that's asking a lot at the moment because it's a long day. This is 3:30, I think. 3:30.
When is tea?
Yeah, so we've got about another half hour to go till the tea break. And Surrey, we think at some point might be batting today, but it's a sort of slightly surreal situation. 370 for 2.
I would say Surrey will have about 20 overs tonight, because I think as long as Essex get to that 450 in the 110, I think that would be when they declare.
Be what they'll be looking for, yeah. as this one. There's no rush actually from Essex at the moment. They've slowed down a bit as Kitley plays that one up towards mid-on and there's no run.
I think actually Taylor's done a really good job since he's come in. He's kept it very, very tidy from this Sir Alistair Cook end. But they're in that position now that on such a good pitch that if they do want to up it, they can from here. They can sort of play catch up if they do get behind what they want to. But they're still going at 4 and over. They're still finding a boundary every over.
Well, I think we can say welcome back to the top division, Yorkshire. It's not confirmed yet, but this game at Headingley as Taylor bowls, and that's all ace, and it just goes through. Blake goes for 4. Certainly got a bat on that. It was a low chance to his right, but as he stretched in front of first slip, and it's gone down to the third man boundary for 4.
It's definitely Blake's catch because it's going down, and Dom Sibley's quite wide there. I think he's got a glove to it. Yeah. That's a chance to the right of Blake.
So a life for Kitley, 68 to him, 374 for 2. Yes, Yorkshire only need a draw. They're going to get that at the very least. 185 for 1, already 38 ahead of Northants. And Adam Ly's got a quick 100 of 112 balls, and Yorkshire are on the way back, and unfortunately for Middlesex it's going to be another season in Division 2 as this is pulled without timing up towards mid-wicket and there's no runner for quite a lot of a season. Mark, it looks as though Middlesex would be on their way back, but unfortunately, as we mentioned earlier, one sort of fatal slip-up when they lost to Gloucestershire at Lords, and Yorkshire ruthlessly taking advantage of it with a superb run in the second half of the season.
Yes, and I hope Surrey gets Scarborough. I do like a trip.
Do you remember
to
that?
Scarborough.
I think we talked about it before ourselves when there was a run where the championship winning side won at Scarborough every year.
Yes.
That we came up with one time. Yes.
I think actually that was the last one. It was Surrey in 2018.
It might have stopped now. But it was an odd, about 7 or 8 years of that. As this is driven, that's a nice stroke away through extra cover for 4. And this is a bit more like old Matt Critchley, as I say. His overall return for the season with the bat is fine. He's just had a bit of a lean run, but played a lovely stroke there. And he's enjoying actually batting at 4 rather than 5 today, because at 5 he'd still be sitting probably in the pavilion. He's had a chance to get out there. He's gone to 72, and it's 378 for 2 Essex, we think we'll get to 450 and then perhaps give Surrey a bit of a go.
Best shot he's played in this innings so far. It's a lovely shot from Critchley.
Because of course they've got to bowl Surrey out twice to win the game, so they've obviously, there's not much point actually in batting for a lot longer than that, because they've got to enforce the follow on anyway, haven't they? So this is played up towards mid wicket and there's no run, and it stays at 378 for 2.
All I would say is that the pitch is good, not a huge amount riding on this. Surrey have already won the championship. Surrey will have to switch on when they go out there to bat, because they're up against a very good bowling attack as well. That's the other thing. It's a very good Essex attack in this game. So Essex are doing their side of it very nicely at the moment, and I feel for Taylor there. How many overs has he bowled now? James Taylor, he's into that was his 21st over. He finally finds the outside edge, and the catch wasn't taken. So yeah, tough on Taylor, that it really was. But Dean Elgar just continues to do what Dean Elgar does. He's 150 not out. Critchley 72 not out. Yeah, I heard you mention the name Jamie Smith there. Surrey won't see a lot of Jamie Smith from now, really. You know, I think he's booked in terms of Test cricket for a very long time.
Did he play IPL there?
No, he's never done any of that stuff.
Right, he's April's a possibility then.
To be honest with you, he's a very good T20 player as well. So he's just an extremely good cricketer, and I think, you know, he will have to be managed very carefully.
Yeah, I mean,
England.
The only thing about him batting at 7 was I was a bit concerned he might get stranded too often, because he clearly is a better player than number 7.
The other thing is, I think he'll go up the order.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be at all surprised if at some point in his career he plays just as a batter. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Emulating what he does for Surrey, of course.
I think he's that good that I think you could just play him as a batter. But no, terrific summer for him. Fantastic, because in round the wicket goes Tom Laws from the Graham Gooch end, and forward goes Elgar, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
And for all that I know Essex supporters are a bit frustrated because of the way that obviously the talents of someone like Sam Cook are, well, not going to say ignored, but obviously he hasn't been given the chance that I think some might have expected he would get. He did get injured, of course, which didn't help this year. But, and indeed Jamie Porter, but players that we've mentioned who are specialist openers who might be needed in Australia, obviously if Crawley and Duckett are both fit and well, then they should be able to do the job.
Lords is in, and this is worked down towards long leg, and they will pick up a single. Well, I think it showed with Dan Lawrence sort of getting put into that role, that the way they think about it is that, we have our squad and our batters, they can bat anywhere in that top 6 really. But I just think with the openers role it is, and it is just little things really, I think, with that opening role. And even Crawley and Duckett, yes, they're aggressive openers, we know that, but they're used to opening the batting, so they're used to running off and having to strap the pads on and go out there for 5 overs of an evening. As Tom Laws is over the wicket, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by the right-handed Kitley, and that's taken by Josh Blake, moving away to his right-hand side. I do feel for Ben Folk, so I still,
agree.
and I've been racking my brains to think, does Ben have a long lost Australian relative or something like that, and he can go and play international cricket for someone else? Because
do a swap with Dan Worrell.
It's hugely frustrating for him, as this one's left alone by Kitley outside his off stump. But what you have to say is that Jamie Smith is an exceptional talent. That's the other thing. There aren't that many of him around, and he's gone into that test side and well, done everything they've asked of him really. So, but you look at folks and the talent he's got, and you think, oh dear, how can he not be playing international cricket? As over the wicket goes Laws, and Kitley, a little bit late on this, pushing forward, hit the toe end of his bat, that almost went straight back onto his stumps. I think it bounced straight over the top of them, and there is no run. But yes, I honestly think, Nick, that sort of the way that England go about it is that if Duckett or Crawley do get injured in Pakistan, it'll be another one of the batters that will just have to slot into open.
Which you can't really think of ideal candidates. Ollie Pope's already been pushed to number 3, which was fairly alien territory for him. He's never opened for Surrey, has he?
Not as far as I know, as this one's punched off the front foot by Kitley.
It would probably be Stokes would probably do it himself, wouldn't he, in an emergency? But it wouldn't be. You don't want an emergency, a stopgap solution, do you? They'd be better off taking a specialist opener as a spare batter, I think, in that situation.
But I'm right in saying that's not what they've done for the Tour to Pakistan, is it? There isn't a sort of specialist backup opener in that squad.
They're probably thinking of the pitches or anything like last time that won't have to worry too much. But I think the pitches have just changed character a little bit there, so that'll be interesting.
I think they've asked for a bit more pace in them, haven't they?
To try and suit their bowlers. So it might be that England can't get 500 in a day this time. But yes, I guess as Taylor comes in to bowl, going around the wicket, and this is played by Elgar, who carries on, 151 not out, playing it up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 379 for 2, Tom Wesley out for 135, partnership of 253 for the second wicket, and almost unnoticed these two have got 122 I think it is so far for the third.
Elgar has batted the whole game.
Yes. He might not be looking forward to being on the field for the whole game.
I don't think you'll see him in the field when Essex go out there to bowl.
I think he might have sent the message to say, when I am out, I'll take the applause, and that'll be it for me for this year. I'll see you in April. Here's a pull shot, which is sent away. Good shot from Elgar, getting into line and pulling it away with great certainty. And there was a boundary fielder out there in front of the apartments, but couldn't get across to that. That was very nicely placed.
The other problem he's got is, and I heard you and Dan mentioning it, there is no way Rory Burns would let him have a run and out. because he's been doing this
Yeah.
since about 10 minutes into play this morning.
Yeah.
So he knows now that he's going to have to. But this is what I love about Elgar. Like all really good players, he's a greedy. What's it?
As Taylor bowls. Oh, and that one just maybe, if anything, just confuses or discomforts Elgar, who's maybe just thought it was going to hold its line more than it did, and in the end he was slightly cramped as he played it, and just slightly trapped there, I think, the bat handle as it went up towards cover point.
I had him sort of 250 knots out at the end of this, but that's not going to happen if they're doing the 450. He could be 200 knots out at the end of this, though.
I was just my screen is playing up maybe with the sunshine, but I was just looking at Ben Folkes' average. I think it's in the mid-20s, isn't it, this season? And he was given the opportunity at number 5 ahead of Dan Lawrence, so it could be argued that unfortunately he didn't take it to the extent he might have done. Now that's a lovely stroke, cover driven away to the boundary for 4, and 2 very, very classy shots in this over from the South African, who's well, I think he's enjoying himself out there, because it's obviously every time he has to move it's a bit of a discomfort, but he's playing a full range of strokes out there, and it's been a tremendous knock from him. It's 159 for him now, I think. So 387 for 2.
That was probably the best shot he's played in
Yeah,
all
lovely
of the
shot.
shots he's played.
All the way down the ground. Went past his 1,000 runs for the season in this innings. This is driven away again, pretty well timed, but goes straight up towards mid-off, and didn't think of a single.
Elgar is your sort of archetypal opener, isn't he?
Yeah.
And for the purist, you're watching a guy who he knows his game inside out, upside down and backwards. He knows where his strengths are. I said on the first day, the key thing with Elgar is he never really hits a fielder. Always gets the ball into a gap, and this has just been a typical Dean Elgar knock.
Round the wicket goes Taylor, and that's just punched out into the offside. They're going to scamper through for a single. He goes to 160 with that off the last ball of the over. We reckon T a fixed 330, so 387 for 2 is the score. 72 to Kitley, and 160 now to Dean Elgar, and it's just a question of how long they're going to bat for. Hampshire latest 105 for 5. Now Vince is out for 54, but they only need another 16, and Liam Dawson, Hampshire's man of the season, is there on 31, so odds at the moment are that Hampshire are going to finish second.
And if it's going along the lines we think it is, they've got another 19 overs to find another 62 runs of Essex, because that would give them the 450 in the 110. So actually, really, they're well on course. Tom Laws, round the wicket he comes to Elgar, and Elgar digs this one out, straight back up the pitch it goes to Laws. And there is no run. So yes, I don't think Surrey will see a huge amount of Jamie Smith. Now, I don't think Surrey will see a huge amount of Gus Atkinson.
No.
Either.
The question, I suppose, is about Dan Worrell, isn't it? When he becomes available to England.
That's just an interesting one, that. I'd be amazed.
It would be odd. It would feel odd, I think.
As round the wicket again goes Laws, and this one's down the leg side, and Elgar looking to swing it into the leg side, gets nothing on it. It'd take wickets, there's no doubt whatsoever about that, but I think it'd be the look of it as much as anything. So
yeah, I think there was a quote from Rob Key about Dan Worrell, and it could have applied to Sam Cook equally, about how he does in county championship, and the fact he looks the Finnish article and all that sort of thing. He could have been saying exactly the same thing about so obviously he likes the look of Dan Worrell, and of course his figures back that up, and I must admit he has been formidable. What I've seen of him, tremendous.
He always say with it, his skill set is exceptional. As round the wicket goes Laws, and that's on the toes of Elgar, and Elgar's turning it into the leg side, and they will pick up a couple here as off goes Ryan Patel to do the fielding. 2 more to the total.
So it could be that it might be a bit more difficult, but to get 4 in a row would be absolutely exceptional. I think if Surrey were to do it next year, given the fact we are expecting even more calls, international calls throughout the summer than this year. It would be truly exceptional. So, as I say, I think there are 4 genuinely strong title contenders. 2 of them here, 2 of them at Taunton.
Round the wicket again goes Laws, and that's down the leg side. It's well done by Blake. Dives across to his right. Elgar didn't get anything on that. Got a glove to it, did Blake?
Unless Yorkshire take us all surprised by running away with it next year.
Yeah, well,
or Sussex. But I mean,
Sussex.
2 strong sides coming up, and the 1 or 2 sides who are surviving this year, Warwickshire notably, I might have to look over their shoulder a little bit and try and find a way of winning more games. Not sure they'll get away with just 1 victory next year and staying up, which they look like doing.
Laws round the wicket once again to Elgar. That's short, and that's a short-arm jab, really, by Elgar. Whistles out towards Kemar Roach at deep backward square, and they will get a single, and that will move Dean Elgar into 163.
Yeah, we were discussing the One Day Cup off air, weren't we? I mentioned it to Dan, thinking, I know Alex Stewart very much against the Kookaburra. Was Alex generally against it at any point in the season, but particularly in April because of the fact that you've got soft pitches,
Yeah.
you're not replicating conditions in places like Australia in November.
How on earth, and I've always said this, Laws comes over the wicket, and this is up on the toe. Shout for LBW as Critchley's looking to whip that leg side. We'll see it again on the replay. It must be going down because umpire Blackwell signals leg by. But even in the height of summer here, how do you replicate Perth?
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
With Edgbaston,
really and truly.
Yeah.
And also the first year we had it, and I haven't seen the stats this year on it, so I can't really comment, but we worked out that the South African bowlers and the Australian bowlers were very good with the Kookaburra. Well, we knew that anyway.
Yes,
so
used to it.
It's a nonsense for me. It really is a complete and utter nonsense. It's just to look to be doing something. I think it's one of those, you sort of do it to look as if you're trying to be proactive looking when you go overseas. But I think it's an utter nonsense, really.
Yes, it's
I don't really care what time of the year it is.
Yeah.
It's just a
particularly at the
nonsense.
start of the season, I think. Here's Taylor bowling, and this is played up into the covers, and there's no run. And of course, 1 or 2 high scores are floating around, and a lot of draws weren't there, certainly in one of the rounds of games.
What we did find out as well was that, which I think we already knew a bit about as well, is that if you get in against the Kookaburra, then batters tend to score a lot of runs, don't they?
Yeah, which is why the suggestion we're making earlier, which is about the use the red Kookaburra for the 50 over competition and play it in whites, because then you're giving some of these younger players a chance to experience red ball cricket ahead of perhaps playing in the championship, as this is pulled away down towards long leg for a single, because I think certainly for a side like Surrey there's a bigger connection between the 50 over competition and the championship side with England calls than perhaps the Surrey T20 side at full strength, which would be difficult for some of these players to break into.
And it's the other thing is, I suppose it's the
one run
the
there.
restrictions, and then people will say the different sort of stages of a one-day game and all that good stuff. That's fine, but also look, how many overs are we having today? 104. Well,
Yes.
that's more than we normally have. Well, you're looking at 100 overs in a 50 over game, aren't you? The two
Yes.
sides 50 overs, so it's not that far off what we're getting today, really.
Elgar on strike and just playing that one up towards mid-wicket, and
Yeah.
there's going to be 1 more run. So Fatner there would have been, but he's decided against it. I think he could have got us quick single. Of course, he's not really mobile enough to consider that, so that's fair enough. 393 for 2. He's on 163, and
I've always the one thing I would like with the 50 over composites earlier in the season, even getting it like the old days,
Yeah.
straight away, start of the season, and you're playing it.
And funnily enough, if you did that, I think you'd played as the LBNH format with 4 small groups. As here is Taylor bowling and driven away by Elgar, and well stopped actually at mid-on, saves any runs. It's basically 4 or nothing at the moment, isn't it? There were 1 or 2 things that could be singles, which they're not going for, and he's just waiting to get to the boundary boards. 393 for 2. He's still on 163, and Critchley on 73.
He's picking his shots though, isn't he, Elgar?
But then if you played a short, high-quality 50-over competition as a white ball format, you then have the contrast while the 100's going on of playing like a development competition, playing another 50 over, maybe 45 overs with a red kookaburra. So there would be a difference there. As here's Taylor again, bowls, and that's driven nicely up towards cover, and there's no run because while the 100 continues, the counties have to be doing something, and it's the age-old problem that's never quite been solved. What do the counties do during the 100? Yeah. But yeah, I agree with you. It would be nice, and it might need a cut to 12 championship games and 12 T20 games to do it. But the B&H format with a midsummer Lords ideally final, I think is great. I think it would be nice for the counties to have one Lords final rather than none. When there used to be two.
It used to be the big day out, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. As Taylor bowls and hits the pad of Elgar and just rolls into the onside, and it's gathered in by the bowler. The last, what do you call, proper Lords final, when sort of all the main players were available, I think it was 2018 when Hampshire beat Kent. 2019, Somerset beat Hampshire, but Hampshire were without Vincent Dawson, who had done well for them today. So it was a slightly hollow victory, although Somerset certainly celebrated it to the fore.
Well, Surrey had a run in those finals of going to them and losing the final, but they had a run in those finals.
393 for 2.
Yeah, that was the showpiece day out, wasn't it? Well, especially the September one, because we were saying the other day, if you had a good final in September, you would got yourself a tour in the winter,
used to
didn't
be
you?
It. Yes, I used to make the selections based on who did well in front of the TV cameras. So, those were the only games on television, weren't they? There was no live streams then. You had to watch
one from here. The great Ashley Cowan, he got himself on a West Indies tour off the back of that, didn't he? As here is Laws over the wicket from the Graham Gooch end, and Critchley's playing this one down into the deepish gully region. He won't get a run on this occasion, and the score remains 393 for 2.
And congratulations to Hampshire finishing second with very consistent performance. I think ever since they had a big defeat against Surrey, which I think was their only loss in the entire season. So to only lose one game is quite impressive, and been very good in the middle part of the season and the end of the season. They win by 5 wickets. Yes, Dawson 44 not out, Vince 54 tells its own story.
Over the wicket again goes Laws, and this is driven by Critchley. And the dive from James Taylor, but it beats his right hand. Got himself in a bit of a muddle there, did James Taylor, and that runs away to the boundary rope for 4, and Essex move on to 397 for 2. Dawson's had another exceptional
definitely Hampshire's player of the season. He really, you look at what he's done, is reeling off hundreds and getting sort of major hauls with his bowling.
Yeah, they're a good side.
They're very difficult to beat at home.
I heard what you're saying though about the Abbas Abbott Barker conundrum, because what you don't want is all three of them coming at the same time, do you?
They're trying to bring Turner on.
As in over the wicket goes Laws, Yorker, and not timed by Critchley as he's trying to work it into the leg side.
Basically, Turner knocked Essex out of a T20. The crunch game was the last group game at Southampton. Hampshire already out. Essex had to win to get through, otherwise Gloucestershire would get through. And Turner was the difference. He was absolutely superb. Really roughed up the Essex batters. And I'm almost surprised he's not been given an outing by England in this series so far.
He hasn't had a game, has he?
Don't think he has, no.
In the one day.
Don't think he has.
As over the wicket goes Laws, and forward comes Critchley. They'll take the quick single, and I'm not sure Elgar will have enjoyed that. He did manage to put a little burst of speed on at the end to make sure he was home, but not sure he wants to be running any quick singles. But that takes Critchley on to 78 and moves Essex on to 398 for 2. But yet, thinking in terms of championship cricket, there's going to come a point where Abbas and Barker can't play. And as I say, those are 3 big pairs of boots to fill, aren't they?
Absolutely. So that it might be that they're missing out on a prime opportunity. They've been close once or twice. As have Somerset.
Round the wicket to Elgar, who's uppercutting. That's a good shot from Dean Elgar. That's away for 4. Down to the deepish backward point boundary. He was off his feet there and just helped it on its way with the uppercut. There's the 400 up for Essex. They're actually going to do this inside the time in terms of bonus points, I
They
think.
are.
And Surrey might have a bit longer to bat. 402 for 2.
Can Surrey nip a point for the bowling?
Well, yes, that's the other thing. Yeah, that's never great, is it? If the opposition have got 5 batting points and you haven't picked up a bowling point. Tom Laws round the wicket he comes to Elgar, and Elgar digs him out into the leg side. Oh gosh, he's going to have to hobble to here. Here's Elgar. He moves on to 169, and Essex move on to 404 for 2 at the end of the over. And what have we got? Another 6-7 minutes until the tea break.
Yeah, it helps when you've already won the championship, though, doesn't it? In this situation,
Yes.
it's going to happen. It does like sweeten the situation a little bit. And I say, it's always been the issue with this game. It would have been absolutely fascinating, given that Surrey have obviously the only sort of games they've lost have been at the other big contenders away from home, so obviously Taunton and Southampton, and it would have been fascinating to see over 4 days full-blooded contest between these two sides at full strength. It would have been absolutely fascinating, I think.
You were mentioning that amazing game of cricket in 2018, last game of the season, where Surrey had already won the championship, and they managed to get themselves back into a game after they were all out for 60 against Essex in there. I tell you what, Surrey would be a heck of a victory from here, Nick.
Yes.
for Surrey, that would be a humdinger. Because it was Ryan Tenduscarter yet again that got Essex over the line in the last over of the entire season, didn't he? It was an extraordinary game of cricket. Jason Roy got 100 in that game for Surrey, I seem to remember.
We might have a quick look at it. It's one of 2 games I want to look up. So,
and it was on the telly, wasn't it? They
yes,
put it on the telly. They weren't going to budge. They were going to have that game on the telly.
I did say it was an unnamed Sky commentator who said, "I'm not sure why we're here after 2 days." It may or may not have been Mark Butcher, but I'm not sure. But and of course, then this is a fair point on his part because there are other games going on. Okay, so here we have the start of a new over. This is just played from the crease. It's Patel, isn't it?
Yes,
it bowling, and that's just played up into the offside, and they get through for a single. So the bowler's being rotated, which I guess you have to do at 404 for 2, and 405 for 2 with that single to Kitley, who's gone along to 79 and 169 for Elgar. Apologies if we're sort of a little bit uncertain about the scores because of very bright sunshine coming into the box. So. Having to work out whether the scoreboard's updated itself or not.
405 for
405 for 2. Yes, I can see it a little bit clearer on that screen there. It's Patel bowls, gentle medium pace, and just driven away up towards deep mid wicket for a walked single by Elgar. So he's sort of breaking the run of just boundaries or the boundaries and reluctant twos, I would describe
It's like
it. Yes.
he's broken his leg as well now.
406 for 2. And Elgar 170, and this partnership has taken it up from 257 when the only wicket of the day fell. Here's Patel again, up to the wicket, bowls, and just again run into the offside on the walk from Kitley. It's a sort of gentle single really, and slightly surreal feel to the cricket at the moment, but certainly Essex have done a tremendous job in this innings. That's a partnership of 150, so it's a partnership of 253 followed by one for 150.
Do you know who I feel for at the moment? Robin Das.
Yes, I mentioned this much earlier on. Yes, it was a great opportunity for him, and this is played from the crease up into the offside, and there's no run. Yes, hasn't quite been able to nail down that opening berth that he was given the opportunity for in these closing weeks. What a big miss.
Well, that is
a bit like Nisanka getting out for 1 in that Sri Lanka 602 for 5, and we know what a quality player he is.
That is why being an opener is so horrible.
There's Patel. Yes, you could get that ball first up, couldn't you? It's a lovely drive by Elgar. That's going to be at least 2, even with Elgar walking. And well, on a really good day, that would have been flicked back by the boundary fielder and saved 2 runs. But unfortunately today, it's just trickled over the rope. The flick back didn't quite work. They had the 2 fielders in place, but unfortunately it didn't quite get executed right. So Patel will be annoyed because that's 4 against his name. And it's 411 for 2 and Elgar 174.
Yeah, they are racing towards the 450 now. Essex.
So here's Patel again, bowls. Let's play defensively, just back down the pitch, and there's no
You
run.
might
T.
find Metters, Cook and Porter running out with a drink to these two soon, saying just slow down a bit.
Yes.
Don't want to get out there too early and have a bowl. It's the last game of the season.
4-11 for 2 then. We've got probably one over to go before tea, I imagine. I'm expecting it to be at 3:30.
Yeah, and look, Elgar's played very nicely here. Kitley's got himself some runs, got himself a bit of form. And as I said very early on this morning, Nick, there is nothing wrong with a nice red inker in your last innings of the season.
So
As it does the average, the power good.
Absolutely. So almost the same dates, a little bit earlier, 24th to 27th of September 2018. Surrey, 67.
Yes.
Chose to bat, 26 to Ollie Pope, and 4 wickets each for Porter and Cook. Essex 477 for 8, 134 to Wesley.
At that point, it wasn't looking the best decision at the toss, was it?
No. 134 to Wesley, so very similar to what he's got here.
Yes, very good.
1 run less. 102 to Simon Harmer, which rather rubbed it in, I think.
Yusuf Majid is into the attack from the Graham Gooch end of the ground, and there's a single off the first ball of this new spell and new over for Majid, and Kitley gets a single. 412 for 2.
So 477 for 8 Essex. Surrey went in again. 541 all out. 128 for Jason Roy and 114 for Ollie Pope.
Yep, I remember that.
86 for Mark Stoneman.
Yes. Well, Jason Roy played really well, I remember. As waiting is Elgar, and he's forward and just pushes Yusuf Majid straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
And Essex 134 for 9. Ryan Tenderscarter 53 not out from 62 balls. Next highest score, Wesley's 20.
As Elgar whips this one into the leg side, won't get a run on this occasion. Good tumbling stop in there.
And Mornay Morkel caused a lot of damage
he
there.
got
4 for
wickets,
28, 4 for 28 Mornay there.
But then it was Tenderscarter, wasn't it?
Yes, from 111 for 8 at one point.
As this is punched by Elgar straight back up the pitch. For some reason, I seem to remember him near the end, or was it the end of the game, having to dive in to. I don't know. Sort of, maybe it was sort of they had a run-out chance near the end. Sorry, as Elgar turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run. But it was a dramatic end. I think it was basically the last over of the season, wasn't it?
Yes.
And Essex got over the line. I suppose Surrey, or whatever happens in this game, get the trophy tomorrow. As forward goes Elgar, pushes this one out into the offside, rolls out there to a deepish cover, and that will be tea.
You know what, at one point, Mark, I thought one of us might have the honour, in inverted commas, of announcing Somerset's first ever championship win. I thought it was either going to be one of us or Anthony, with the game having probably already finished at Taunton, but not to be. It's strange how things have changed in the last couple of weeks, but Essex have had a very, very good day. Somerset have already won the championship, so these two sides both pretty happy, but it's been Essex's day so far at 4:13 for 2, and we'll be back for the final session in 20 minutes' time.
They'll declare at 450. I would have thought. And then Surrey.
will play T20 cricket.
Score 400 by
Well, that would be amazing.
Set it up.
There we are.
Welcome back on BBC Essex and BBC Radio London and via the BBC Sport website and app and your smart speaker. This is Nick Ledhill with Mark Church and Dan Whiting here at Chelmsford for what is the evening session in bright afternoon sunshine at the moment on day 3 of this match between Essex and Surrey. It's been a day that's been dominated by Essex so far, with hundreds for Dean Elgar, 175 not out, his highest score for Essex, and Tom Wesley, 413 for 2. Yes, Essex have thoroughly enjoyed themselves today against a depleted Surrey attack. We're just resuming after tea, and Surrey have been really struggling to take wickets. Essex 413 for 2. Dean Elgar, who's been hobbling around since he had a little bit of a muscle pull with setting off for a single early on today. He's 175 not out. That's his highest score for Essex, his 4th century of the season. He put on 253 with Tom Wesley for the 2nd wicket, Wesley making 135, and since then he's been joined by Matt Kitley, and they've taken it up from 257 to 413, and Matt Kitley just 19 runs short of 100. It's been fairly easy going in benign conditions. Again, Surrey without many of their key players in this game, but I think that Essex may well declare once they get to 450. Oh, we would think, I think, Mark, because they need to try and win the game, and they need to have a bowl at Surrey. They might just get a few more, but I wouldn't expect them to be batting that much longer.
No, I
maybe
think,
Elgar's 200, for example.
Yes, I think it was always sort of in the Essex thinking of get maximum batting points, and they've done it very nicely. It's not that Surrey have bowled badly. It's a pretty good pitch, and you've come up against Dean Elgar, who, you know, is still one of the best players out there, and he's 175 not out. He deserves a double 100 here. He deserves a not out at the end of this as well. And as we said early on this morning, it doesn't do the average any harm. A big score in the last innings of the season with a not out score. So it'll be Ryan Patel to get us started after tea. We have 36 overs remaining in the day, and Ryan Patel is over the wicket, and well, the first ball, Elgar's helped off his hip, and it's away for 4. So Elgar moves on to 179, and Essex move on to 417 for 2. I don't know whether it's because of this injury he's got, Dean Elgar, but he's batting with a really open stance now to Ryan Patel. But yes, look, Dean Elgar deserves a double 100 here, and Essex will do this inside the 110 overs to pick up the maximum batting points, and then it's up to them really. I don't know whether they want to keep going or not. As in over the wicket comes Patel. Oh dear, that's a horrible full toss, and that's pulled away by Dean Elgar, and he'll be delighted it was at the pace of Ryan Patel. Welcome back to Dan Whiting.
Hello,
and that's
Churchy.
a single.
Yeah, it was horrible. It was one of mine.
Yes, as I say, thank goodness Patel's not quicker, because I think that would have not only taken Elgar in half, but also Josh Blake is standing up here too.
Yeah,
Ryan Patel.
we used to have a quick at our club who used to love coming in the indoor nets in February and bowling for about 16 yards and giving you a beamer.
As forward goes Critchley, and this one's pushed away out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. So Critchley's now 18 runs away from his 100. It's going to be a funny looking scorecard, because poor old Robin Das was out in the 2nd over for 3, and then everybody else has scored runs. So that is the perilous job of the opener. So I feel a bit sorry for Das really, having to go out in gloomy conditions and nicking off to Tom Laws on the first day. As Elgar forward he comes to Patel.
Well, the long and short of this is Essex needs 17 points out of this game. They're going to get 5, and with their 16 for winning, If they beat Surrey here, they will finish third,
There you
leaving
are.
Somerset to finish fourth in what looked like a 2-horse race a couple of weeks ago.
As in over the wicket goes Patel and punched down the pitch by Elgar. So straight it hits the stumps at the bowler's end and ricochets away, and Sykes does the fielding. Well, we've got 35 overs after this one left, and another 12 overs for Essex to find 31 more runs, but I think they'll do that, as I say, before the 110. So it's really how much bowling do Messrs Cook and Porter and Snater and Bit of Harmer want to do tonight. As forward goes Elgar and plays this one to backward point. End of the first over after tea. Elgar has 180, Kitley has 82, and Essex are 419 for 2.
Yeah, we have... What do we have? We have 35 remaining in the day. And I think that we probably will get them all in.
I think we will.
I think there'll be 2 for a change of innings that we'll miss. But I think we'll get them all in because the light is beautiful. Not far from Constable country here.
Well, the other thing is with Patel and Yusuf Majid bowling in tandem, we're getting through the overs quite quickly.
Yeah.
But yeah, the logic would say that Essex would declare when they get to 450, and then it'd be interesting to see how many overs Surrey have to bat tonight.
Or if there is that forfeit.
Yeah, I would be absolutely amazed.
Majid in, and that's defended by Kitley. Goes straight back to the bowler.
I would be amazed. Because the other thing, as I mentioned, is, you know, I know the pitch isn't doing a great deal and whatever, but Surrey are going to have to switch on tonight with the bat against this attack.
Yeah. Pushed into the offside. Do you think that maybe that they might discuss a forfeit overnight, perhaps?
No. I don't think it will even be mentioned.
Played out to long off. Okay.
I genuinely...
Do you think that if they are going to mention it, do you think that...
It'll be a very short conversation.
Okay. But I'm thinking, do Surrey bat tonight, and should they be none down, one down, do they then have a discussion?
No.
Okay.
I may be completely wrong, but I'd be amazed. I'd be absolutely amazed after we've won the championship.
Majid over the wicket to the left-handed Elgar.
I'd be amazed if it was. I just think you just play the game naturally. You get to the end of the season, you see where you are, pick up your trophy tomorrow, because they'll get the trophy tomorrow, and pack up, and that's the summer done.
That's filthy from Elgar. He's played some glorious shots. That's not one of them.
And the other thing I think you would say to Essex as well is if they manage to bowl Surrey out twice, fair play. You know, if they can do that, fair play to them.
No, I don't think you can bowl Surrey out twice.
But I just, no, I don't think. I may be completely wrong, but I would be really surprised.
Defended by Kitley. That's the end of the over. 420 for 2. Elgar 180. Kitley 83.
I can guarantee you one thing: if it was the other way round, Essex would say no as well. So that's the way it works. It's a long old season.
So do Essex just grind Surrey into the dust and
well, Essex can bat till lunchtime tomorrow if they want to. You know, they can bat till close of play tomorrow if that's what they want to do. And Elgar can finish 800 not out, and Essex can be 1,500 for 2. If that's what they want to do, it's entirely up to them. But I think the logic really here is you get to 450 and then declares.
Yeah.
Here is Patel, and that's just stopped a touch, I think, on Dean Elgar, but it's actually a no ball, unfortunately, and that'll be 2 more to the total, and 423 for 2. But I think he was quite pleased with that delivery, Ryan Patel. Unfortunately, he'd overstepped the mark, but I think he was quite pleased with that one as he bustles in once again over the wicket, and Elgar's forward and pushing this one out into the offside, rolls in there towards short extra cover, and there's no run. Personally, what I would like to see is Essex declare at 450, and I don't not want to see Sibley and Burns and Lawrence back, but I'd like to see a good bit of Geddes, the young man on his debut as well, Mr. Sykes,
Yeah.
Blake getting a proper knock as well.
Yeah.
I think that would be really, really good.
Well, that's why they're in the side,
Exactly,
aren't
absolutely,
they? They're there
100%.
for a bit of experience, and
100%.
if you're, going to go back to your Sibleys, your Burns, your Patel, everyone knows what they can do.
Yep.
So let's give the youngsters a go.
Absolutely. That's what they're in the team for. Here is Patel, and there is Elgar driving. Doesn't really time this at all, and there won't be a run. But yes, I'd love to see sort of. I'm a huge fan of Geddes. I think he's a very, very good player, but doesn't get many opportunities with the bat in
No.
the first team. And then Blake and Sykes on their debuts as well. As over the wicket goes Ryan Patel, and driving is Elgar. And for the first time really in his whole innings, they've set the field for this.
Yeah.
Going wicket to wicket, cover ring, packed cover ring, but Elgar can't find a gap at the moment, and this
Yeah.
is the first time really in his entire innings that he hasn't managed to do that.
He's got Geddes, a short extra, and then Yusuf Majid at a conventional extra. And Ryan Patel's feeding that shot.
He's in again. He's not going to go through the covers to that one because it's on leg stump, and he just turns it away into the leg side, and there is no run.
Ollie Sykes seems to have removed the mullet that he was sporting earlier in the season, which is a good thing in my book.
Yes, the modern way is sort of, and you have the sides cut very short,
Yeah.
don't you? That seems to be the
Yeah.
modern way. Is Patel is in, and Elgar again can't find a gap, just turns this one into Sykes in there at short mid wicket, and there is no run. End of the over, tidy over that from Ryan Patel, and Essex are 423 for 2, 83 to Kitley and Dean Elgar on 181.
Yeah, it's lovely evening, isn't it here? Really quite gorgeous.
I think the weather for tomorrow is meant to be pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah.
The other thing though is with sort of batters, Messrs Burns and Sibley are greedy, and they'd have seen this pitch in Elgar and think themselves, well, actually, if we can get in on here.
I fancy a bit of that. Oh, that's well bowled by Majid. Goes past the outside
They
edge.
won't want to see too much of that though.
No, they won't. And Mr. Harmer might be licking his lips watching that one.
That's the first one, isn't it? That's really done anything.
Yeah. Majid around the wicket again. Critchley tried to withdraw the bat there, but I think he was guilty. I think he's had a little bit of a fiddle with that.
He's definitely got that one just to bounce and turn away from the right-hander. So that's 2 in 2.
Majid. That's driven nicely, but only picking out Geddes. Yeah, Churchy and I basking in the sunshine here like a couple of cats on a roof, aren't we? On a garage roof.
Very old cat, me now.
You're not as old as me. I'm as that's played into mid-wicket where they pick up the single. You're not as old as me, Church. You know, I'm you know.
I think I'm older than my years, I think, these days. But it's very nice. I'm just pleased that the weather's good for today.
Oh, is that a chance? Elgar. Majid is suddenly starting to make things happen here.
Yeah, as I say, so I don't see too much of this, but
No.
he's got that one to bounce on Elgar. That actually hit him on the back elbow. He's looked to late cut, and suddenly it just bounced on him.
Here is Majid. That's played with an element of bottom hand. Goes out to long on, and that completes the over. 425 for 2. Elgar 182. Critchley 84. You're listening to Dan Whiting, Mark Church, BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Essex, and also on the BBC Sport apps, where you can listen to us today by saying, "Dear smart speaker, What did he say?
Well, then I would have thought you'd say, "Dear smart speaker, play me day 3 of Essex against Surrey."
Yeah, or if you're doing it tomorrow morning,
Day 4.
exactly.
Yes.
Yes.
Although, as we worked out with Martin Emerson, it depends how smart your speaker is,
Yeah.
because his one, not the smartest. As here is Ryan Patel coming into Elgar, who's driving again into the cover ring and won't get a run.
Yeah, some of them, aren't that smart, are they?
Oh, well, I don't have one of those things, so.
No, nor do I.
But yes, it's great now that people can do that and get the commentary. We're into the 101st over now. Essex are 25 runs away from the 450. As Elgar's trying to nibble one down towards third man. Doesn't get anything on it. Nicely taken by Blake. They've actually slowed this down now, Surrey, after
Yeah, they
10.
have.
So Elgar's trying to get a bit funky for the first time. And Kitley couldn't get Yusuf Majid away. So actually Ryan Patel and Majid are doing a good job here after tea, as Ryan Patel is into Elgar, and Elgar won't get a run as he pushes it away into the offside. I tell you what would be amazing here, now that would be exciting, is if Essex don't get to the 450 in the 110 overs. That would be magnificent. They cannot find a run of Yusuf Majid and Ryan Patel.
Yeah, I don't think they're overly bothered,
Because
because they think if they win this game,
it's a short ball, and Elgar punches it up towards Rory Burns at a deepish mid-on, and there's no run.
if they win this game, they've got enough bonus points already, along with S16 for winning it, to usurp Somerset and jump into third place.
Well, I'll be honest with you, they wouldn't deserve to win it if they can't get to 450 the next 9 overs. As in, over the wicket comes Patel, and oh dear, Elgar again has found the fielder, Rory Burns at a deepish mid-on.
They'll be all right. They're 25 off 9, or 8 and a bit.
With 8 wickets in the hutch, I think they'll get there. But it's good bowling this from Patel. He's bowling to his field, and you can see that Elgar for the first time is getting a little bit frustrated here, as over the wicket goes Patel, and Elgar's driving in the air and has gone caught at short extra cover, and that was just Ryan Patel bowling a good line and a good length, and he looked for the big drive, and I think it possibly just stopped on him a touch. Hit the top half of the bat, the catch taken at short extra cover. What a magnificent innings that has been by the hobbling Elgar. And he will make his way off with 182 to his name. And Surrey have a bowling point, and 425 for 3.
Yeah, that's a really good innings there from Dean Elgar. Good stuff from Surrey. They've just frustrated Elgar there and forced the error out of him. But combination of tiredness and a little bit of frustration sees him walk off, but he's getting a rapturous round of applause here. He deserves every drop of this love from the Essex crowd. 425 for 3. Elgar just departing for 182.
Yeah, great innings. Dean Elgar and Benkenstein making his way out to the middle, as you probably heard there. Across the tannoy, Luke Benkenstein.
I reckon he's got pad rash, Benkenstein.
Well, I think Elgar, this is Elgar. I think he'll be annoyed about that.
Yeah.
I think he really will be annoyed
It was
about
a tame
that.
dismissal.
It was. I think it's a good bit of bowling from Ryan Patel, and it just stopped on Elgar a touch. But we were sort of saying, you could see for the first time in his innings, he was getting a bit frustrated. He was trying to play shots he didn't really want to play. So actually, Ryan Patel deserves that wicket of Dean Elgar, and in 25 years' time it will have seamed off a length and knocked Elgar's off stump out the ground. But well played, Dean Elgar. Really enjoyed that. That was a real Dean Elgar type innings.
Gritty. Yeah. Great signing. Superb signing, Elgar. Now, this lad is an exciting talent. Yusuf Majid is going to be bowling to Kitley, actually. Plays that one down the ground for a single. But Luke Benkenstein is the son of Dale Benkenstein, who's the Lancashire coach. And he has been a very, very good player. I saw him in the One Day Cup. He didn't get many here. Got 4 here in the One Day Cup against Surrey back in August.
Well, his old man was a good player.
Certainly was. Won 3 county championships at Durham. Benkenstein cuts, but only to point. Yeah, I saw Benkenstein get 67 at Bristol and he looked a fine player. He's got another brother who's in the Gloucestershire second 11 on the sort of pathway there. So that's played out to extra cover.
It's always difficult when you're sort of the son of when you start, aren't you?
Yeah. Short and pushed out to James Taylor at cover point.
There's a few of them knocking around now, aren't there?
Yeah, Flintoff, Vaughan, Benkenstein, Church.
Oh no.
Down the leg side.
Ooh.
And that's just about gone over the head of, is that Ryan Patel there?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's 4 runs, but Benkenstein living perilously. It was not the greatest delivery from Yusuf Majid, but often they're the ones that get wickets, aren't they?
Yeah, I think Ryan Patel, for a second there, thought that wasn't actually going to get to him, so took a step forward and then realised it was going straight over the top of him.
Yeah, if you'd have had just defended, if you'd have had Jordan Clark or one of those guys there, it would have been a nice comfortable
Yes.
head height catch, wouldn't it? Anyway, that completes the over. 4:30 for 3 here on a lovely sunny evening in Essex. The sun shimmering off a spider web that's appeared in the corner of our box.
Well, it's been like this all day.
Yeah.
I think it's meant to be pretty good tomorrow, isn't it, the weather? So we'll get the rest of today and tomorrow in, which is very good, especially after all the rain we had over the first couple of days. All around the country, really, it's been fairly wet.
Yeah, it just caused us to wander around the streets of Chelmsford, didn't
Yes,
it, Churchy?
yeah.
We were, like this Essex total of 450 should be, a walk in the park.
Well, it should be, as here is Ryan Patel. Oh my lord, inside edge from Kitley. He's eyeing up a 5er from nowhere. Here is Ryan Patel.
You sounded like Arthur Daly there.
Well.
He's going, oh my good God.
Well, I thought Kitley dragged that one on. He's on to 86, 431 for 3, and Benkenstein comes on to strike for the first time to Ryan Patel, who's looking not unplayable after tea, but he's causing a few headaches for the Essex batters at the moment as over the wicket he goes. And has he bowled Benkenstein round his legs?
Yes.
I think he has. Yeah, the bails have come off and Benkenstein has gone. Oh, he is eyeing up a 5er here. He was just trying to work that round that front pad, and I think it's hit the thigh guard, gone straight down and hit the stumps, and just saw the bails come off. And Benkenstein has got the shock of his life there, just looking to work it round the leg side. It's hit the top of the pad, gone straight down and hit the base of the leg stump. And well, he's got
it's a rotten
couple
way
now.
to get out.
It's a horrible way to get out. But Ryan Patel won't complain, but Benkenstein has got to go. And he looked across towards the square leg umpire, wondering whether it had hit Blake's pads and gone back onto the stumps, but it just came straight down off his own pad, and he's gone for 4, and it's 431 for 4 now. And as I say, Ryan Patel eyeing up a very quick 5er. He does have the record, of course. It was 11 deliveries against Somerset. And here comes Paul Walter out to the middle.
Paul?
Yep. Good player, Paul Walter.
Yeah. A good, solid county
He's got a
pro.
very good technique with the bat. I remember when he went up top and opened for Essex for a bit, and scored runs at the top of the order. So he's a good player. left-hander, of course. So 431 for 4. Now Essex.
Yeah, where's Walter from? He's from Romford that way, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he is, yeah.
He's done pretty well in the old franchise stuff as well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Big Bash.
Yeah, he's red ball, white ball. You can, like Sir Thomas More, he's a man for all seasons.
Yeah, well, yes, and all parts of the world, it seems.
Yes.
As Patel is over the wicket to him, his first delivery, Walter drives. And into extra cover it goes, and there's no run.
Look at the dust picking up off the square there. Simon Harmer, I think, is going to come into this game. I think he's on for a long bowl tomorrow, him and Kitley. And I think once that new ball's done with Porter, Cook, Snater, once they've done their stuff, Harmer and Kitley come into it.
Sails in again, and Walter's playing this one straight back down the pitch. And there is no run. Well, Ryan Patel 2 now, since tea. 431 for 4 in the 104th over of their first innings. Essex. Over the wicket again goes Patel, and Walters forward will get a single to get off the mark as Kemar Roach dives to his right, gets both hands to it, but the ball gets through Kemar Roach's hands, and Walter will pick up a couple of runs, and that will be 2 more to the Essex total. 4-3-3 for 4.
Jamar actually did well there because he was just sort of arcing away from him a little there, wasn't it? Thought he did pretty well to get down to that one.
Walter settles once more as Patel is over the wicket to him, and Walter's chipped it straight to Rory Burns. He's got 3 now. That's Ryan Patel. Ryan Patel really is not going to script here for Essex, because he's now picked up 3 since tea, and Essex are 433 for 5, and Walter goes for 2, and all he's doing is running in, bowling stump to stump, and Essex are obligingly picking out fielders at the moment. So Walter goes for 2. It's the end of the Patel over, and Essex were going along seamlessly, and all of a sudden Ryan Patel picks up 3 wickets, and they are 433 for 5. And actually, it's more with the way Patel's bowling now. Can Surrey get to 3 bowling points before Essex get to maximum batting points? Because if Patel has another couple of overs at this rate, God dear, he'll be on an 8-fer.
Well, some people might say Mark Church is a psychic. Oh, I'm not very good at reading and writing. I just call him a physic.
Well,
but yeah, you predicted this.
Been called many things. Here's a man though that may just say a couple of balls of Patel and I'll launch a couple out the ground.
Yeah.
Cricketer I've always enjoyed watching is Adam Rossington.
And he's a fellow Barnet fan, Church.
Well there we
are.
are.
Have a bad word said.
No, well look, he is a very good cricketer as well.
Yeah, he is. He's been a good cricketer. I've known him since he was a kid. Since he was at Barnet, he's played at Finchley Cricket Club, Totteridge, Moor Hillians, and then he went to Middlesex, and then had a spell at Northants, which did well there. And he's come here and had a very, very successful time here in Chelmsford. Yusuf Majid to Kitley, who's been watching the carnage from the other end.
This is fantastic now. So we're now in the 105th over, and they still need 17 to get to 450, Essex.
Rossington will just go bang, bang, bang. Played out to Burns. Majid and Patel just squeezing Essex a little bit. They've had it all their own way for all this game. As that's gone out to long off, and they'll amble through for an easy one.
Surrey, as I say, Surrey are 1 wicket away now from a second bowling point.
Well,
Which seemed a long way away at tea time.
it certainly did. Yeah. Gee, just tinkering with his field. defended by Rossington. What ball's he going to go, Churchy? Come on.
I think he'd have a look first, but it won't be too long.
Tossed up, driven firmly by Rossington, but only picking out extra cover. What are your lottery numbers tonight, Church?
Well, I think you want to be playing Ryan Patel from the other end at the moment, don't you?
So
Bold.
that's a dot ball. So your lucky dip tonight would be playing Ryan Patel from the
all I was going to say is that the last ball of the over, be on your toes for the single.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be facing Ryan Patel.
Yeah.
So there are 5 overs left for bowling batting points, and Essex remarkably are still 60 runs away from the 450. And Surrey are a wicket away from a 6th wicket and a second bowling point. And Ryan Patel has magnificent figures at the moment, 3 for 30 off his 10. And here he comes once again from the Sir Alistair Cook end to Kitley, and Kitley's forward to him and playing this one straight back up the pitch. And Kemar Roach does the fielding at mid-on. He's got, well, it's just a very orthodox field for what he's doing. And as I say,
it's a ring field-ish, isn't it?
Just going stump to stump here.
Yeah.
As over the wicket he goes once again, which is a skill in itself. As forward goes Kitley, plays this one out to extra cover, and there's no run.
Proper cricket, isn't it? You bowl wicket to wicket, ring field. You try and hit it through us.
Yes, and
we'll wait for you to make the mistake.
The only thing I would say is, and it's probably not at the moment, but in certain other times of the season, Roach and Laws and Taylor would be stood there thinking, what have we got to do? As here comes Patel once again, and Kitley's forward, playing this one down to backward point, and there's no run. Remember when Anil Kumble made his Surrey debut at Guildford and went for millions and couldn't buy a wicket, and then Alistair Brown came on and took 3 or 4 in no time whatsoever.
No justice.
Yes. As Kitley on 87, as Ryan Patel's into him. Oh, now he's whipped round that front pad. He won't mind that too much, Ryan Patel, but it's nicely played by Kitley. And James Taylor does the fielding, and that'll be one more. They're creeping now towards the 450. Essex. Ryan Patel comes marching back towards us, but all joking aside, Ryan Patel is very useful at doing this, as he bustles in once again to Rossington. First time Rossington is looking to get on with this. He's looking to sweep that behind square on the leg side. Got nothing on it. Blake did well there to get across standing
missed
up.
Out there, Rossington, because there's no deep backward square. There's not even a fine leg. All he needs to do is just get something on it.
Ryan
I'm not
Patel.
going mad. There's no one down. Oh, they have just moved Taylor square up.
Yeah, as Patel is into Rossington. Oh, now he's playing around that front pad. Height will be the issue. But again, it's nicely bowled by Patel, and it's just a single off the over. So there are 4 left, and still Essex need 15 more to pick up maximum batting points of 435 for 5. This is slightly reminding me of, if anyone's ever been an actor, or not that I have, but you sort of learn your script, yes, and it's all going really, really well, and then someone decides to ad lib, and you've got no idea what they're talking about. It's a bit like that here with Ryan Patel. He's gone completely off script.
He has. He's this is director's cut. Yusuf Majid into Kitley, who drives elegantly out to long off.
The other thing it's doing is it means that Surrey may not have to bat as many overs as they thought they would tonight.
No, exactly. Majid.
Here we go.
Rossington has gone up in the air. Is Kemar going to get there? No, he doesn't quite. Sick outside edge, spinning away.
far away though.
There's panic stations in the Essex ranks here.
Oh my
Having
goodness.
gone from 425 for 2 to 437 for 5 now. Essex are just...
They are making a right old Horlicks of this one at the moment.
Majid. Critchley plays that to Burns at mid-wicket, no run.
Yes,
The dot ball is a hot ball, as they say.
It wasn't too far away from Kemar Roach, that.
No, it wasn't. If it was one of the younger chaps, I think that might have been
Bold.
Chow Adam. Dot ball.
Yusuf Majid's bowled. This is probably the best he's bowled in the overs. He's into his 25th, but since tea he's bowled really nicely.
Yeah, I like him. Critchley going for a big booming drive and cloths it back to the bowler.
Critchley's lost all his timing here as well now.
Yeah. Somebody sort of replaced this pitch with, you know, the finals pitch from Edgbaston. That's, again, just waited for that one. Critchley rocked onto the back foot and punched it out to James Taylor at deep cover. So 3 overs left in bonus point world. And Essex needs 13 off 3. Where's your pocket money, Churchy?
Well, I think it's
4 or 5 points.
I think it's going to go down to the final over.
Yeah.
And I think Essex are going to get there. But Ryan Patel's going to take a hat-trick just to add to the excitement in that over. We really are clutching at straws here, aren't we? But actually, what it has done,
I can guarantee he hasn't been drinking.
it's made it very interesting after tea. I know it sounds a strange thing to say, but actually Patel and Majid are bowled nicely here as Ryan Patel is in. Oh, Critchley has slung one high in the air, 2 bounces.
What's
out
going off out
towards
there?
the keeper. Sweeper on the cover boundary rope.
What in the name of jumping Jehoshaphat is going off out there?
Cricket never fails to surprise you, does it? Critchley on to 91 now. 439 for 5 in the 108th over. Rossington back on strike on 1. Ryan Patel's into him and Rossington dabs it down towards backward point, but they won't get a single.
They want to, one. There's a little bit of indecision there. Essex thinking, right, we're going to get this in ones. Or does Rosso go for the big booming shot over the top?
Well, he will in a minute.
Yeah, he will.
Patel knows that as well. Well, Surrey know that with the way that Rossington plays. Stands with that bat raised as Ryan Patel is into him, and Rossington is trying to get the bottom hand into it and get it away through the leg side, but he's hit that too straight, and Kemar Roach comes across to do the fielding.
He gives it a whack, he hits it hard.
He does, and he's a very attractive stroke player.
Yeah.
Here's Rossington. Does play some powerful shots. 439 for 5. Essex. Oh, he's played the little paddle sweep. Nicely played by Rossington. Got down on one knee, waited for it, and then knew there was nobody at fine leg or a deep backward square, so he's just dinked it. Nicely played by Rossington. He's on to 5. 443 for 5, and a sigh of relief goes round Chelmsford.
Yeah, clever cricket, and that's because he's from Barnet.
Yes, and it's also because it's Ryan Patel bowling, because I'm not too sure he'd have been playing that
to Jamie Overton.
Well,
or Gus
actually,
Atkinson.
he probably would. You know, that's the way these lads play these days. But no, it was very sensibly played that by Rossington. There are 2 balls to go in this over. 7 runs away from maximum batting points as Patel's in. Oh, Rossington's gone up and over the top of Rory Burns, and that's well played by Rossington. And that's away for 4. So Rossington takes Essex to within 3 now of 450. The only other thing that comes into this is, of course, Critchley's on 91.
Yeah.
So it would be a bit harsh to declare on Critchley on 91. So we may then be waiting for Critchley to get to his 100. And, well, the rate we're going since tea, that will take us a bit of time as Ryan Patel is over the wicket to Rossington, and Rossington's for that little paddle sweep again. He's got something on it, and it's just potted away into the leg side, and they will pick up a single. End of the over, 108 gone, 2 left for bonus points, 2 runs away from maximum batting points are Essex. I'm going to vacate, and in a moment you will be joined, Dan Whiting, by Nick Gledhill.
Yep. 447 for 5. Rossington on 9. Kitley on 91 here on a gorgeous late summer's evening at the Cloud FM County Ground. My name's Dan Whiting. We're listening to BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio London on the BBC app, and I am delighted to be joined for the evening session by Nick Gledhill. Afternoon, Nick.
Yeah, hello. Dan, and Mark enjoyed that last half hour, maybe even more now, because Rossington's about to get out, and he's dropped. That's an awful drop, that backward point. Oh dear! Literally, it spent about an eternity in the air, and the fielder didn't have to move anywhere. He completely miscued that, Rossington. He was trying to club it away down the ground, and it just come off the top of the bat, just flew right up in the air, and the fielder didn't have to move and put it down. 448 on the board, and Rossington with his reprieve. Fielder kicks the ground in frustration.
Yeah,
James Taylor. Poor old James Taylor. He hasn't got a number on his back, so we couldn't identify him straight away, but he's obviously pretty upset with that. And there's a single there as it goes down to Ryan Patel, the man of the moment, down there at deep backward point. But yes, I don't think it matters too much in the context of this game, but that's a frustrating one for him to drop, because it was literally just waiting for the ball to come down in his hands, didn't have to move. That, I think, has come off the pads. It's going down towards fine leg, and it means that 450 with the 2 runs added are on the board for Essex, and they have maximum batting points within their 110 overs. And Surrey have about 9 deliveries to see if they can join Essex with another point and just get to 2 bowling points, which they'll get if they get a wicket in the next 9 deliveries. So here's Majid going round the wicket. What a long day he's had, as that's driven away by Kitley for his 92nd run. That's 452 for 5. Kitley 92 from 154, and Rossington there on 11. I think we can say he's had a reprieve there.
Yeah.
It literally just flew straight off the top of the bat in the air, and the fielder didn't have to move. Poor old James Taylor. That's driven away down the ground. It's a good shot from Rossington. That's what he's capable of doing. Getting to the pitch of that, hitting it over the bowler's head for 4. And one would suspect Essex declare when Kitley gets to 100. 456 for 5. As we were saying, it'd be given the fact he's not been in the best of form, Kitley, it'd be nice for him to get a chance. I think he'd get his 2nd 100 of the season, which he's not far away from getting now. As this one sees Rossington playing a nice back cut, but there is a fielder out in the deep there in front of the pavilion, and there's just the 1 run. That's unfortunate for Majid in particular, because he's actually put in a wholehearted performance here. 26 overs, 1 for 111. It's just a shame for him there that he wasn't able to add a 2nd wicket when having got Rossington to play the full shot. Rossington there on 16, Kitley 92. It's 457 for 5.
Yeah, Rossington farming the strike somewhat. We can count to 6 in Barnet, Nick, you know.
Well, one suspects that Essex will declare, say, when he gets to the 100, because once that happens, you then start to think about the time left in the game. There's plenty of overs left today, by the way.
Ollie Sykes is having a bowl.
Yeah. We could have potentially 24 more overs, but the light has to hold. It's looking pretty good at the moment.
I think he bowls leg spin from memory. He didn't bowl here in the One Day Cup. I'm not sure he bowled anywhere actually. Did he have a bowl at...
He's going to have a go anyway. It's a short run up with some spin, and that it's going away down towards fine leg. I'm not sure what it's hit, if anything. It's going to be a couple of runs to the total. Wait for the umpire's signal.
Yeah, it's buys.
And his buys. Yeah, it didn't appear to hit anything, that. So I think probably the last thing that Josh Blake was expecting was to have to deal with the bowling of Ollie Sykes. and that first one eluded him as it went down the leg side. Here comes Size. There's a short run up and a short ball here, and there's a sweep, and it goes straight to short fine legs. A quick single, but Kitley was running to a danger end and reacted very quickly. Rossington's got in as well, and it's 460 for 5. And we've had a flurry of activity after tea since Dean Elgar's dismissal. For 182 from 284 balls, 21 fours, his highest score for Essex. Shared in two massive partnerships, 253 for the second wicket with Tom Wesley, and the third wicket partnership, as this is a little bit short as well, and pulled away, and that's going to go all the way for 4 to the square leg boundary, and that'll take Kitley 4 runs nearer the 100, takes him along to 96. So then the other very big partnership was worth 178 doing the maths, from 257 to 425, and that was Elgar and Kitley. Elgar out at 182, and soon afterwards Benkenstein 4, Walter 2, and Rossington should be gone as well, but he isn't, and Kitley off the back foot drives that back down the pitch. Kitley must have been worried about being stranded on the 98 not out the way the wickets were falling there for a while, but I don't think that's going to happen. Sykes is fairly tidy over this. It's actually been a couple of good deliveries here, and he just treated with respect there by Kitley, who's driven it down to long on for his 97th run, 465 for 5. But yeah, a mixed season for Matt Kitley, but he's going to end it with the bat on a high. Been very effective with the ball. This is driven away down the ground. Very similar shot to the one that Kitley played from Rossington down towards long on for a single, and Rossington will keep the strike. So 466 for 5, Rossington 18, and Kitley 97 from 156.
Yeah, Rossington just bullying that one down the ground off the back foot. Sheer strength. He's having a bowl here. Oh, it is Yusuf Majid.
Must be
Rory Burns.
Yeah, I was going to say,
have a go there.
Without even looking, I was going to guess Rory Burns, because he's the next obvious one, or non-obvious one, that hasn't had a go yet.
He did warm up in the lunch break.
It will be Kitley's second 100 if he can get there. His average has popped up to 38 with this innings. He's just 647 runs for the season. This will be his second 100 if he can get it. And at the moment he's got 450s, including this one.
Majid in, and Rossington drives out to deep cover.
So that 1 and 4 could become 2 and 3 very soon in terms of 150s. But Matt Kitley ending the season with a flourish with the bat.
Majid in past umpire Ian Blackwell, and Kitley pushes that one. Check drives it out to long off and picks up a single. 2 runs away now, Kitley, from a well-deserved century. Oh, that's reverse swept, and Rossington's gone LBW. Majid strikes again. Rossington, I think, thought that there might have been a little bit of bat involved there, but Majid deserves that, I think.
Yeah, I was mentioning he deserved the wicket when the catch was dropped. I suppose Taylor won't feel quite so bad about things now. Yeah, I was just saying, he deserved the second wicket for the wholehearted effort he's put in today. There is a bit of an indication of help for the spinners now, which will clearly interest Harmer and Kitley. It is a used pitch, so we thought, with Essex batting first, that would be part of their thinking. And another quick dismissal, but Majid thoroughly deserving that second wicket. And I think he had a slight spell today. He's bowled a lot of overs as we were talking. This is his 27th over. There was a period where he just lost his line of length a little bit and was clubbed around, but he got it back.
But
since tea, he's done
since
very well.
He's bowled really well. He's varied his pace a little bit as well. I like to see spinners getting the ball above the eye line, giving it a bit of loop, not just firing in dance. And Majid does that. He's got the confidence, and he's actually saying to the batter, right, if you want to take me on, you've got to go down the ground, but I'm going to toss it up. And I mean, he'll get some tap in his career doing that, but he'll also pick up a lot of wickets as well. So Rossington departs for 19 of 20 balls as Kitley He's not going to end up stranded, is he?
Well, I was just saying that almost as a joke. I don't think it's going to happen. He is on 98, funnily enough, but there are still 4 wickets left. We're looking a bit more respectable for Surrey now, 468 for 6. But two massive partnerships have held them up today. And Simon Harmer, he made 100 in that game in 2018 that we were talking about earlier. He's not going to have time to do that today, unless Essex are very unsporting towards Surrey. Here's Majid bowling to him, and that's driven away nicely. That's a good-looking shot, actually, out towards deep mid-wicket. Really timed that well, and he gets off the mark. And the strike is with Matt Critchley. So he's on 98. Can he become the 3rd centurion of a day for Essex? So Majid's going to bowl from the Graham Gooch end, left arm round the wicket, bowls, and Critchley drives. Oh, he doesn't go for the single here. Straight up towards mid-off, hit it straight to the man, just a yard either side. There would have been certainly a run there. Slip in, backward point, straight cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, backward square leg, a long on the boundary. This is driven by Critchley up towards cover, and there is no run.
Critchley doesn't seem to be in any hurry here, does he?
No. 20... how many overs left of a day? 22.
21, 22.
20, yeah, so... And the light should hold. We've still got plenty of blue sky. Just a few cotton wool clouds around. That hasn't changed much since lunchtime. Clear blue skies this morning with no cloud at all. 469 for 698 Critchley and 1 to Harmer. And they didn't quite get that second bonus point, did they? Sorry, it's just a...
No.
Just... Thankfully, it's not going to make too much difference in the final analysis.
So Sykes will be bowling to the new batter, who is Simon Harmer.
Yeah.
Who plays that out to long on for single. Simon Harmer, I would argue, is probably the best overseas player ever in county championship cricket. There have been some really good ones, as that's worked into mid-wicket by Critchley, and he'll move on to 99.
Yeah, very interesting call. What's really odd about Harmer in a way is how he's never quite been able to translate it into the test, into the international arena.
Yeah, but I mean, he's won county championships here.
He has.
He's, you know, I would put him and Jeetan Patel up there.
Yes, he had a massive impact, didn't he?
Short and pulled away out to deep square by Harmer.
Essex have had a few good ones down the years. Alan Border, Salim Malik, Mark Waugh.
Yeah. Kenny McEwen
before that.
Keith Boyce.
Yes, I mean there's quite a long list there. Here's Sykes bowling, and this is played away. Through square leg for the single that will give Matt Critchley his second 100 of the season. As I say, it's been a sort of tough second half of the season, both actually in white ball and red for him, but he made a valuable contribution at Edgbaston in that low-scoring game. And here he's taken advantage of a more benign situation than might have been the case with these two sides clashing with each other. And he's got in there, got himself in, and played very sensibly, and produced a very good hand indeed. And he's gone through to his 100, and thoroughly well deserved.
Sykes in to Harmer, who plays that. No sign of a declaration, but there has been movement from the Essex balcony, with a lot of players scurrying back inside that dressing room.
13 fours in the innings.
Played to mid-on. Still no call from the balcony.
161 balls for Critchley.
And a gentleman,
somebody shouting declare, and it's Essex
down
batting.
in front of us seems to...
Normally when it's the opposition to 461, 6 you might get.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that he's got a reasonable point.
I have to say, I think on balance, I wouldn't, if I were Essex, I wouldn't be batting for very much longer here. There's no landmarks involved.
No.
You want to have a bit of a go at Surrey this evening. Maybe give Simon Harmer a few overs as well as Porter and Cook, and of course there is Shane Snater, who's been in good form as well.
Yusuf Majid. Is this my over or
you go ahead.
Yeah, that's just played by Critchley out to deep cover.
Just bringing you up to date what's going on. Warwickshire 112 for 4 in reply to Notts 487, but they're going to be okay because Lancashire have got to get to 250 minimum at the moment. I mean, they're being set a moving target. Lancashire, they've basically got no chance, but they're currently 171 for 8. But it's a bit of a recovery by Lancashire. 171 for 8. George Balderson 34 not out.
Oh, that's been chipped and almost finds Rory Burns. Was that a bump ball, or did he sort of get underneath that? Harmer there.
I think it might well have been.
Majid fires that one in at Harmer's toes. In he comes around the wicket past the burly frame of Ian Blackwell. And that goes out to mid-on, who's halfway back to the boundary, and they take a single. That mid-on has gone all the way back to the boundary now. Majid around the wicket. Critchley rocks onto the back foot and punches this through the offside. They're going to come back for 2. They're going to take the arm on. Oh, it's a direct hit. That's got to be close. Majid fancied it. Harmer's bat was in the air.
Oh, it could be like that dismissal in the one-day international where it was out, but it was given not out by the third umpire.
Jamie Smith came pretty close last night at Lord's, actually. He just about got his foot down, even though he was about 1.5 feet behind the crease.
See if it was out. It's 21 stumps are broken. Very close.
Oh, he's probably just about got a foot there.
Yes, he's got
Clossed by Critchley. And there's a bit of football going on there by Ben Geddes, showing off his silky skills. Might get a trial for Tooting and Mitcham if he's not careful.
Okay, so Notts, we know, are effectively safe. 487 against 112 for 4. They only need a draw. So in that game, Lancashire currently on 129 points. If we leave Notts to one side for the moment, Warwickshire on 148. The only chance Lancashire have got realistically is to get 3 batting points and win, and hope that Warwickshire don't get any more points from their game. That would leave Warwickshire on 148, Lancashire on 148. But as I say, they're 8 wickets down, and they've got to get to 350. But they are putting up a creditable fight after a real collapse. Lancashire 171 for 8 in reply to Worcester's 180, and of course they've got to win their game, but they will have a big lead, of course, if they get to 350.
They've got too many Georges in their side, haven't they? George Balderson, George Lavelle. More Georges than the
Georges against the Toms, of course, when it's Somerset with Coda Cadmore having been added to the ranks there. Taylor comes into bowl. That's going down the leg side. So we've had our first shout of declare.
And Sussex.
Yeah, of course.
477
for 6. And now you start to think about what Essex are. The idea of them making 1,000 with a third team to make 1,000, that's gone out the window, hasn't it? And not give Surrey a bat at all. There was a mischievous thought about that. Would have been a bit unsporting, but that's gone. So now you wonder what the targets are. Do they feel they need 500? But the thing is, 350 shouldn't really be an issue, because if Surrey get anywhere near there's not going to be a chance to bowl them out a second time, is there?
No, and I just wonder whether there has been a possible,
as this is played defensively, back down the pitch, and actually it hits the non-striker. Critchley, who's there on 103, and Harmer, who struck that, is still on 4.
I wonder if there has been a possible offer being made by Essex to Surrey, who've refused the deal, and so Essex going, right, we're just going to bat them.
Well,
because they don't seem in any hurry.
That's why I think if that's happened, Surrey would be pretty pleased with what's happened since tea, because the alternative would have been quite worrying.
Yeah.
And so here is Taylor again. Ball that's up in the block hole and squeezed away by Harmer. It goes down to the fine leg boundary. A bit unlucky that, the bowler, because it was a good delivery, but Harmer got his bat down in it and turned it into a very authentic leg glance, which went down for 4. So it's 481 for 6 and Harmer to 8. Critchley on 103 for third century in the day. Earlier, Hampshire securing second place by beating Somerset by 5 wickets, having been extraordinarily, they were 0 for 2, and there was a dropped catch off the third ball of the innings. So a wicket went to the first and second ball, and Vince was dropped off the third ball, hard chance of the hat-trick ball, and he went on to top score with 54. So and Liam Dawson almost inevitably chipped in as well. Here's Taylor as well, bowls, and that's driven by Harmer up to through mid-wicket for 2. That's it doesn't really matter in this context for Surrey, but that's a sort of fielding mistake that you wouldn't expect. In fact, we're going to see a rare 3, because I don't think we've seen many 3s, certainly when Dean Elgar was batting, and I think Dan Lawrence going back there to complete that, and yeah, I think that's about the first 3 of a day. Certainly 3s were completely off the table when Dean Elgar was there. And singles were for a while as well. 484 for 6 with that 3 added.
Yeah, Yusuf Majid's a good fielder. He'll be disappointed with that. He prides himself on his fielding.
So I wonder if they did offer Surrey, would you like to chase 450 if we have a double forfeiture? And Surrey said we'd rather not, thank you.
What about 500? 500 in a day.
I think if you were going to get this situation, it had to be a figure around 400, Dan. I think anything more than that, it doesn't really make a lot of sense as Taylor comes in. Bowls, and that's hit away down the grass. A good shot, aggressive stroke there from Critchley between mid-wicket and mid-on for 4, down to the wide long-on boundary. And the score goes along to 488 for 6. Harmer 11 and Critchley 107. I wonder if that happened. At
Do you
what
wonder if
point
they
it might have
want
been
500?
Yeah, perhaps.
Do you reckon 500's the magic figure?
It could be, but
we could know in 2 balls, couldn't we?
I think to have a chance of winning the game, they've got to bowl Surrey out for less than 300. I reckon it's fairly irrelevant as to, the only thing I'm thinking perhaps is, is more runs for Surrey to get in the second innings if they have to follow on, which might help Essex. But yeah, that's the only thing that you can think of really, is Taylor bowls, and that's going down the leg side, and nicely gathered in actually there by Blake, moving across to his left. That was a good take, and at the end of the over, 488 for 6. Harmer's down 11 and Critchley 107. So we await developments in terms of, but it would be odd if Surrey didn't bat tonight, given this is day 3 of the game, and Essex have got to bowl them out twice to win the game.
Yeah. Do you know what I like about Blake is I like his footwork. Everyone talks about keepers with glove work, but Blake has got the footwork which gets him into position. You've got to get from A to B and then your gloves take over. And Blake's footwork makes him one of those keepers that's going to be described throughout his career as being unfussy, because he makes it look easy by the quick feet that he's got. Here's Yusuf Majid around the wicket, and that's driven firmly to extra cover.
Yeah, Lancashire showing some fight, but it's very, very hard to see any way out for them.
Majid, that's been smashed again, repeating the dose, Critchley, but yet again get his extra cover, stopping the boundary. That's gone the other direction this time to Burns. 3 dot balls from Majid. In he comes, bowls this one slightly slower. Good cricket. Good spin bowling there from Majid, just varying his pace, varying his flight, varying the speed of the ball. And he's a big tall man, gets over that front leg well, gets good purchase off the pitch from his action. A lot of people say that spinners get their purchase from their fingers, but a lot of it's getting that body around that front leg.
So the only real reason for batting on is if they think that Surrey in their 2 innings can get past what Essex get and therefore make them bat again. But it's going to be quite an ask to, in a defensive situation, to get 490 odd in about 110 or 15 overs.
That's just been a horrible bit of timing from Harmer, and the ball just dribbles out into the offside. So we've got how many overs left in the day? We have got 18 overs minimum remaining in the day, and Harmer's on 12, Critchley's on 108, Essex 490 for 6. If we do have a change of innings, they'll take 2 off, so Surrey will have to bat for 16 tonight, or minimum of 15 if they declared in this over, for instance. But I'm just wondering where this declaration is.
Well, we'll see. Lancashire have just been bowled out for 177 and they're down. They lost the last 2 wickets very quickly after a good half century stand there. But that is it for Lancashire, because even if they win now, they can't overtake Warwickshire, and Notts are out of reach. So that's it for them. Here's Taylor bowls, and that's hit away over mid-wicket, clumping drive away out towards deep mid-wicket, and that's 4 runs to Matt Critchley. He's enjoying himself out there. 112, 494 for 6. One presumes the declaration comes at 500 then.
Yeah, Lancashire bet going down, as the Smiths sang, "Oh Manchester, so much to answer for."
Which song was that? Not one of those I can remember the lyrics of, I have to say. So Taylor has had a long bowl today, and it's these younger bowlers for Surrey. It's been quite an interesting experience, and this is pushed up towards mid-on, and there's no run as it goes out to mid-wicket. So Lancashire 177 all out, 3 behind Worcestershire on 129 points. Even if they win, they can only get to 145, and Notts have already gone out of reach with the bonus point that they've got when they took the 3rd Warwickshire wicket, and they now cannot reach Warwickshire, who were realistically their target. Warwickshire on 148, so curtains for Lancashire. Here's Taylor. Up to the wicket, bowls. A bit of a wild swing there from Critchley. But now there's a declaration shot, I would say, Dan. It's encouraging as that declaration might be on the way as it went through to Blake.
Yeah, we had a situation earlier in the season where Surrey played Gloucestershire, and we had Matt Taylor facing, with Jack Taylor at the non-striker's end, being bowled to by James Taylor, and Matt and Jack's father, Kevin Taylor, was in my commentary box because it was air conditioned. It was about 33 degrees today. There were more Taylors than Savile Row.
Here's Taylor again, bowls, and this is hit in the air and should now be caught at cover, and is. So that's in the end sees the 7th wicket go down, and the end of a very fine contribution.
No declaration
from Matt Critchley, but it doesn't bring about a declaration. He's the in batter, if you like, but that was again, he's sort of throwing about at everything. That one sort of just flew off the leading edge, comfortably caught at cover, and there we see the end of Matt Critchley. So Surrey might end up bowling Essex out here and solving the problem. But 3 centurions for Essex today. Subfielder kept taking the catch. We won't be able to identify who it was, but 497 for 7. Cameron Steele, right. He might have enjoyed bowling out there today, but as a subfielder. But Majeed's done a good job, and he's taken his opportunity pretty well. And I thought nice there for Taylor to get on the board as well.
Well, something's gone on here that Essex aren't declaring. I don't know what it is, but they're actually just...
Well, Snater will throw the bat.
Yeah, he only bats one way,
yeah.
But this game, I think, as a contest, he's probably now dead in the water.
Yeah.
I think tomorrow we'll be going through the motions.
Yorkshire's promotion is an absolute formality. They need to get to 350 to be absolutely certain. At the moment, they're 285 for 2. Earlier, Middlesex were bowled out for 271 by Sussex, so that sort of set the parameter of what Yorkshire needed to do. They already had a 15-point lead going into the game, so if they get to 350 and they're 2 down and about 280, as we mentioned. And Adam Lyth 147 off 163 balls. James Wharton 109 not out. They're really firing Yorkshire at the second half of this season.
Yeah, Yorkshire replacing Lancashire.
It'll be interesting to see who their coach is at the start of next year, of course. Is Taylor bowling, and that's all a loose delivery, and Snater can't have a bit of a swing at that because he's out of reach, although in the context of a championship game, I was thinking the umpire was just signalling a no ball.
Yeah,
Yes,
he
he is. It was half. He was thinking about it and then decided it was a no ball. So a couple more go to the total 496. It's not been put up yet. It is now 496 for 7. Harmer there on 12, and Snater, who'll give it a go. The one odd thing for the crowd, because neither Porter or Cook are particularly aggressive batters, as this is played defensively by Snater, who normally is. I think it would be a bit of an odd ending to the day if they're not bowling at Surrey, but they're batting out there, in the closing overs of the day. I think that would seem a little bit of a strange, out of context situation.
Yeah, something's happened out here. I don't know what. I don't know if Essex have offered Surrey a declaration. An innings.
Still think it had to be 400. It had to be 400, or Surrey have a short bat or something like that, and then Essex declare and leave them 400 to win or something like that. That could have been possible, as a bouncer and on the way through, left alone and on the way through to Blake. There could have been a situation where Surrey batted for a while. Essex saw how Surrey got on, and if Surrey were 80 for 1 or something like that, they could have pulled out and then be left with 400 on the last day. That would have been a scenario. But clearly, no agreement appears to have been reached, because one thing's for sure, we're not going to get a double forfeit with Surrey being left 500 to win. So 496 for 7. But yeah, we thought we were sort of having a chat between ourselves during the day as to whether something might be offered, and it seems as if it has been. But it hasn't been accepted or agreed. Harmer 12, Snater no score, 496 for 7.
Someone offers me something, Nick, I always accept. I tell you. Normally a pint.
Well, I would think Surrey would take anything that would get them away from here as soon as possible. They've probably got a bit more celebrating to do.
Yusuf Majid, I'll do one more over and then Churchy can come and replace me uphill into the wind. That's been whacked by Harmer out to long off. He sort of slapped that, didn't he?
So you fancy Lancashire will get their act together, maybe with new management, and come back at the first time of asking.
Well,
too big a club, you would have thought not to.
Yeah, but you've had some sort of pretty big clubs. Surrey spent some time down there, didn't they? That's gone out again to long off.
Only at the start of last season.
Yorkshire have been down there for a couple of years. Or was it last year? No, 2 years ago they went down.
Only at the start of last season, the Cricketer magazine in its season preview said Lancashire were a team to beat, and they didn't win a game for about 2 months. But
that's attempted cut, just dribbles out into the covers.
But it's only a year or so ago, in fact 2 years ago, that Lancashire were right in the mix, weren't they?
Yeah.
Sort of challenging, and things have gone awry since then.
Well, they won the county championship. Oh, that's a thick outside edge. That's going to be 4 runs. James Taylor can't cut that one off. And that takes them through the 500 barrier. But still, no declaration.
Yeah, and
Surrey just won't mind this whatsoever. They're happy just to spend a bit of time out there. Driven back to the bowler by Harmer. Majid. Buckinghamshire lad. Tossed up. That's driven very nicely by Simon Harmer, with Ryan Patel doing the fielding out in front of the smaller scoreboard here at the Cloud FM County Ground. My name's Dan Whiting. You listen to me and Nick Gledhill on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio London, BBC Sport apps, and I am going to make way for the main man, Mr. Mark Church.
502 for 7 then. No declaration. As I say, it will be odd if Cook and Porter are out there with the bat rather than with the ball in a situation where we've got 14 overs or so left of the day. That would be odd.
Do you remember the game though, where Jamie Porter opened the batting with Alistair Cook for 1 over, and then the game was ended because
game between the two sides?
It was, yes. And Jamie Porter, it took a while for them to get out there because he had wanted his photo taken opening the batting with Sir Alistair. He stood at the non-strikers end as Rory Burns bowled one over.
Sam Cook had a sort of period where he was enjoying batting up the order, as this is a pull shot from Snater, typically belligerent shot from him. First ball of Taylor's new over, and he gets the way down to fine leg for 4. And 508 for 7.
They're on to the 1,000 here.
Well, I
lunchtime tomorrow.
If there had been a disagreement between the two sides, the way it was going at tea time.
Well, to be honest with you, they've taken a while to have a disagreement, haven't they?
Yes. Yes, you would have thought that things might have been. I was thinking, that second option, whereas Surrey was sent, put in, see how their innings was going, and if unless Essex had taken a bag full of wickets, have a double forfeit then, or a Surrey declaration and an Essex forfeit, as that's pushed up towards mid-wicket and there's no run.
The only thing you would say is that Essex are giving themselves less chance of winning it now.
Well, I was making the point to Dan that you're looking at the time, how many runs can Surrey in a defensive situation realistically score in the time left in the game, and you're looking at them, to get up to the Essex score, even in 2 innings, they're going to have to score at 4.5 plus and over.
All this is doing is taking time out of the game.
Yeah. So here is Taylor again. Wholehearted performance again from him, and there's he's rewarded with a clean bowled, a big swing there from Snater, looking to club one down the ground, and this makes sense of as a declaration now, because I saw no point at all, and I don't think the crowd would have understood Cook and Porter being out there with the bat. I think there would have been quite a few, what on earth's going on. I could see the point of Snater going in and using the naturally aggressive batter, but the declaration comes at 5:08 for 8. Deserves a wicket again there for Taylor, who had a strong finish, 2 for 121. Majid 2 for 128. So the younger bowlers getting some success. It's been a hard day for them. Kemar Roach 18 overs, number 57. Tom Laws 22 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 80. Taylor, as I say, getting his second wicket there at the cost of, in fact, it was 125 of 25.3 overs. And then Lawrence bowled 8 overs relatively early on for 49. Yusuf Majid 30 overs, no maidens, 2 for 128, and possibly deserved a bit better than that. Ryan Patel, who came on as the 6th bowler used, 3 for 41 in 12 overs. Ollie Sykes 2 overs for 11, and for Essex 3 Centurions, Dean Elgar 182, Tom Wesley 135, Matt Critchley 112, and a couple of 19s down the order from Rossington and Harmer.
Yes, and the 3 Centurions all played very nicely, didn't they, for their hundreds. I thought that Majid stuck at it, Taylor rewarded at the end, and Ryan Patel with a lovely little spell of bowling after tea. And the declaration has finally come at 5:08 for 8. I think Surrey will have 13 overs to bat tonight, something like that. 13 overs to bat this evening. I was quite looking forward to watching Cook and Porter with the bat. Always
now
good
we've got
fun.
him with the ball, yes.
But now we'll get those two with the ball and a bit of Snater. Might get a bit of Harmer tonight, I suppose, as well. So
it'll be interesting to see what Surrey's approach is. Obviously, they've got their orthodox opening pair there, so Burns and Sibley won't be too perturbed at what's coming their way. They've seen that batting is reasonably comfortable out there, but it's a good fight back by Surrey, wasn't it? And I think the younger players in the side will take something out of how they've come back from obviously having been knocked around a little bit in those 2 big partnerships, and a very good comeback after tea.
Yeah, very good. And I think as well, you've got to accept the fact that you're on a good pitch against 3 good players, 2 very good players and 1 exceptional player in Dean Elgar, and they've stuck in there, and they've dropped a couple of catches, and I think it sort of played out the way I expected it to play out. I thought the declaration would come at 4:50 when they got to those maximum batting points to give them a bit longer to have a bowl at Surrey tonight, but that wasn't the case. But they get 13 overs at Surrey tonight, so that's enough, isn't it? And from a batting point of view as well, it's enough to sort of get a start. It's not like one of those horrible ones where you have to go in for 4 overs and you're on hiding to nothing. We did see Durham use 2 night openers in the game last week.
That can get you into a lot of trouble, can't it?
Poor old Mr. Parkinson was sent out there to open and was out first ball of the second innings. And I've never really understood that thinking.
Because you can get in the right mess, can't you, on the scorecard?
You know, your openers, as we talked about earlier, your openers are the ones that are used to having to go out there and face the new ball and all that good stuff. So to stick your number 11 in and expect him to be able to do anything is strange thinking, really.
Elgar sustained some sort of a muscle pull early on when he was setting off for a single and was hobbling around for most of his innings. There weren't any threes while he was batting, for certain, but he was the mainstay with 182 from 284 balls with 21 fours, his highest score for Essex, the biggest of his 4 centuries. He put on a Essex record against Surrey, 253 with Tom Wesley for the second wicket. I thought Wesley batted brilliantly, particularly in the second half of his innings, 135 from 190 with a 6 and 25 4, so a very high percentage in boundaries. And then Matt Kitley and Dean Elgar took it up, but I think it was a further 178 when I was able to do the maths for the third wicket. And then once Dean Elgar was out at 425, Kitley went on to his 112 from 171 balls, 15 fours, and then a bit of a fight back with Benkenstein 4, Walter 2, Rossington 19 and Snater 5, leaving Harmer 19 not out. And in just a few minutes time we'll have Surrey coming out. And as I say, you mentioned earlier, it is a match situation. The championship is won, but this is one of those situations where Surrey just want to get through, losing no more than one wicket this evening.
Mention something else, is that the last 2 years Surrey have won it with a game to spare and then have lost the last game of the season. And actually they've been really annoyed about that, and as I know last year they were really annoyed with the way they finished the season. So all this talk of can we set something up and all that good stuff, really Surrey here now will just want to bat well, get to stumps tomorrow, come away from here with the draw,
probably about 4:30,
pick up the trophy and go home. Because it's a strange end to a season when you've already won the championship and then you lose the last game of the season. Now Essex could bowl out their skins here and knock Surrey over twice and Surrey lose the game, but Essex I think would have to bowl exceptionally well to do that on this surface. So I think that comes into play as well. I think last year Surrey was so annoyed with the way they finished the season.
It was a very tight game, wasn't it, down at Southampton? But I suppose because the championship was won during the game,
but I think
it might have had a sort of dynamic that the team sort of thought, it was quite hard to sort of not motivate, but to completely concentrate on the game at hand.
And I think they didn't finish the season well, and I think that really annoyed them, and that was definitely something that they looked at for this season. So I think that comes into play here. I think what Surrey would like here is just bat well, as I say, at 4:30 tomorrow, shake hands with everybody, say well done, pick up the trophy and go home. So I didn't expect any sort of forfeitures or anything like that, and I think here it's going to be a case of Surrey get their heads down, as Essex did, bat well, and then, as I say, pick up the trophy tomorrow and go home. Essex could bowl brilliantly, and that's fair enough. If Essex do that, fair play to Essex.
And 2 umpires on their way out, and sort of rather appropriately, if you're a Lancashire supporter, bad light has stopped play at New Road. The gloom has descended over Lancashire after they were bowled out for 177, conceding a first innings lead of 3 over plucky Worcestershire. Let's just give Worcestershire a bit of credit, Mark. A lot of people thought that they tend to be a yo-yo side. I've seen them a couple of times, in games during the season, and they've had a great spirit about them, making the very most of their resources. I know Amar Verdi's been down there, hasn't he, for a spell, and done pretty well down there. And all credit to them, because I think the result that did for Lancashire was Worcestershire winning here. They wouldn't have possibly considered that would happen, but effectively it was pulling the rug out from under Lancashire's feet, because I think many people assumed that Kent and Worcestershire were the 2 sides to go down. And all credit to them, and we'll see how they go next year. It might be a bit tougher, but they've done extremely well.
And there's no guarantees of coming straight back up. It can take some time.
You're better off staying in Division 1 rather than getting relegated.
Absolutely. This is going to sound a strange thing to say. You're sometimes better off having a couple of seasons in Division 2, actually, because it enables you to play some of the younger lads, and they get used to playing Championship cricket, and when you come up, you're ready to go.
Essex certainly were, having won the second division title in 2016, they were ready to go in 2017, and didn't look back after a difficult start. Of course, Dan Lawrence was instrumental in that. We think back to the game against Lancashire here in 2017, where he saved the match, and we will see him batting at some point. But I'm pleased to say he's not opening from his point of view.
Yes.
We will talk more about Dan actually when he bats, but hopefully, the crowd would like to see him back for a while. I'm sure, not too long from an Essex perspective, but he's had I think a difficult year, and if he does manage to finish with a bit of a flourish on his old home ground, that would be nice for him. But these two have done a very good job for Surrey this season, haven't they, Burns and Sibley?
Yeah, absolutely. And
I'll leave you with the first over.
They're just a very experienced opening pair now. Done it for England and doing it for Surrey now. Unsurprisingly, there is no sign of Dean Elgar out there. So I didn't think we'd be seeing Mr. Elgar out there in the field.
I don't think we'll see him if Essex bat again either.
No.
I think they'll probably look to rest him.
He's probably got his foot somewhere with some ice on it.
Might not be able to move tomorrow.
Well, it's going to be Cook to get us started from the Graham Gooch end, coming round the wicket to the left-handed Burns, who's letting this one go outside his off stump. Good lead from Rory Burns, taken low down by Rossington, moving away to his right hand side. So I think it's Ben Allison who's out there, 12th manning.
Yeah, who's on his way to Worcestershire.
Right.
Having impressed when he was there on loan, I think they're looking to develop him as a batter. He's got the potential to potentially sort of bat at number 6 if he can develop further.
He stood in there at first slip. There's short ball from Cook, and up on his toes goes Burns. Just drops it down in front of him, rolls away into the covers, and there is no run. It's a lovely evening now. Blue sky, sun over the top of the pavilion.
It's funny because the top temperature today was forecast to be about 14. It's been warmer than that in this commentary box. It has felt a little bit warmer than that even when I was outside, I have to be honest. It's been more pleasant than we thought.
It's positively tropical in this commentary box now. As Cook round the wicket he comes, and Burns little outside edge but all along the carpet, and that'll run away for the first runs of this Surrey reply, and that's down to the boundary rope at third man, and Rory Burns is off the mark. He's gone past 1,000 championship runs already this season, has Rory Burns, and Surrey 4 without loss. But yes, Rory Burns at some point tomorrow will get his hands on that trophy for the 3rd consecutive season. He's got a remarkable record as captain, as this is down the leg side, and they're going for the court behind, but he's brushed his pad, and nothing from umpire Ian Blackwell. Well taken by Rossington, diving away to his right hand side. And actually Gareth Batty's been head coach for 3 years now and has won the championship every year. So again, his CV now looks very, very good.
Worcestershire signed Ben Allison on a 3-year contract. Right. That was announced at the start of the month. Hence it's his last appearance in an Essex shirt as 12th man here.
Well, it's nice that he gets out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
As I say, he stood in there at first slip as Cook around the wicket he comes, and Burns plays this from the crease down into the backward point region. Round goes Critchley.
The issue with him was that he never probably quite got enough wickets for Essex. Certainly he's sort of promising as a bowling all-rounder. If he could just have got a few more wickets, I think it would have kept him more in contention for regular first team action. But he did well, and he impressed Worcestershire when he went there last year. He was actually, I think, involved. He was actually out in the middle, I think, when they got promotion. So good luck to him, and obviously, as we mentioned earlier, good luck to Aaron Beard for the future.
Burns waits once more, and this is clipped away in typical Burns fashion down towards the long leg boundary, and Porter tries to get round to that, but that's over the rope and away for 4. So a nice tidy start for Rory Burns and Surrey. They are 8 without loss in reply by to Essex's 508 for 8 declared.
So, I imagine it's going to be Jamie Porter.
We'll definitely be getting some Harmer, won't we, tonight?
Yeah.
Because all the helmets are out there as well, that's the other thing. Oh, I think we're going to start with Harmer, are we? Yeah, we are.
Ah, poor old leading wicket taker in Division 1 doesn't get... Well, he's joint with Kyle Abbott at the moment, because Kyle Abbott's got up alongside him after another big haul against Somerset. Porter 55, and then Abbott and Dawson, both from Hampshire, on 54, leading wicket takers in Division 1. Beddingham way ahead of everybody else in Division 1 for leading run scorer, and then Elgar and Alex Davis, both with over 1,100 runs at the moment. So it is going to be Simon Harmer, so they obviously think there's definitely going to be something in it for the spin. And we've got 12 overs left.
Well, he's used to doing this as well, isn't he, Harmer?
Yeah.
He's done this a lot in his career.
And he's just sort of found his mojo after problems with his back this year, had a bit of a rest during the 50 overs, and just in the last couple of games been a bit more his normal self as he comes into bowl, and this is played from the crease just out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run, so Sibley there on 0, Burns on 8 for no wicket, in reply to the Essex 508 for 8 declared. As for the slip and a short leg, as Harmer floats one up, and that's driven nicely up towards Benkinside at short mid-wicket. So as well as the short leg and the slip, we've got a short fine leg, a mid-wicket quite deep, a short mid-wicket, a mid-on, a mid-off, a cover and a backward point. As this is played, again, out towards Benkenstein, who misfields slightly at mid-wicket, and it goes out to the deeper of those two fielders, Shane Snater, and there's no run. Sibley on strike. Saw a nice interview with Dominic Sibley on the podcast that Nasser Hussain and Mike Atherton do. So that's heading down the leg side, and a little bit of turn from Harmer. Certainly Sibley was thinking about trying to whip it away, but happy to leave that one alone. Slipping a short leg in, and that short mid-wicket. Essex strive for an early breakthrough here. Harmer again, bowls, and he just pushes forward to it, and as it bounced and then gone to first slip, I think it's what's happened. A catch being claimed, but I think it's not a full-blooded appeal by any stretch of the imagination.
He's an engaging character, Dom Sibley.
Yes. Yeah, spoke very well about the championship success. As Harmer fires one through, and that one, he just tries Sibley to clip it away down towards short fine leg. Doesn't get off the mark, but that won't faze him. And Harmer starts with a maiden over. So 8 for no wicket after 2. So just the 500 behind, but obviously there'll be a follow-on target that'll be significant here. And to be honest, this is the thing about the declaration, that if Surrey were to get anywhere close to 358, we'd be an awful long way into tomorrow anyway, probably.
Yes, absolutely. Well, since Sibley's come back, of course, 2 seasons, 2 championships. So
yes, that was an astute move, wasn't it, to
very
bring
much
Dominic
so.
Sibley back?
I think they always wanted to get him back. I think he was always going to come back at some stage. As cookies around the wicket, and Burns will pick up a boundary as he just helps this one off his hip. Down to the fine leg boundary rope, down below us. So a third boundary for Rory Burns. He moves on to 12. And Surrey move on to 12.
Yes, one thing that certainly, there are a few things that unite Essex and Surrey, and one is the belief in having sort of traditional openers, because in a championship match, certainly there's Chris Silverwood's ethos that all about laying a platform and then wearing a bowling attack down later on with the stroke players in the middle order.
Burns plays this one off the back foot down towards backward point, and there's no run.
So suddenly the bowling attack would start to tart, getting into third spells, and they're up against the middle order who've got a platform, and I think Surrey have been very good at doing that down the years, and Essex at their best have also done that well. And of course Dean Elgar and Tom Wesley are sort of now instrumental in doing that. It'll be interesting to see who's opening with Dean Elgar next year. Could be Dask, could be Cushy, could be Brown in his testimonial year.
Cook is in, and Burns has a little fiddle at this one outside his off stump. looking to run that down through the backward point region.
Well, it looks like Glamorgan have sold Gloucestershire the Brooklyn Bridge, because remember that forfeit game,
Yes.
381 for 4, double forfeit, Gloucestershire 184 for 8.
Oh dear.
So that is not going to be a tie. We're not going to have a second tie of the season, I think, between the two sides. But,
well, that could still be done today, couldn't it?
Yeah,
After
yes,
all
I
the
think that was the
forfeitures,
idea, that the
yes,
poor forecast tomorrow,
because
yeah.
the forecast for
Glamorgan
tomorrow.
having a strong end of a season.
They are, and they won the old Metro Bank, didn't they? So in comes Cook again, and Burns is up on his toes, pushes this one up towards mid-on.
I was interested in that game when they cut it down to 20 overs. I was thinking, Somerset were behind after the 2 20-over innings. I thought they might go up to the umpires and say, well, it's not raining now, can we play the rest of the
Can
match?
we play the full 50 overs?
It was quite an unusual thing to do, wasn't it? It made sense. You would have thought both sides back for, say, 20 or 25 overs, see where we are, and then if it's still dry, you then do the rest of the innings.
I think it was a sensible decision.
Yeah, probably
you knew you
on
were going to
balance.
get the game done.
Yeah.
As this one's left alone by Burns outside his off stump. Of course, you can't have the old bowl outs anymore.
No.
Which used to be fun, all the super overs. So the bowl outs used to be fantastic. Chaos, but fantastic. So it seemed a pretty sensible decision, really, because at least they knew they'd get the game done, and it was a game of cricket. But the sort of rain days and reserve days are always complicated. Burns across his stumps and then nudges this one down into the leg side, and Sibley says we won't take a run there, so Sibley will be on strike for the start of the next over, the fourth, to be bowled by Simon Harmer, and Surrey 12 without loss.
Yes, of course, Glamorgan benefiting from not having too many calls for. I think Chris Cook was injured and Mason Crane was involved in a 100 side, yes. But they've had I don't think they had any other calls. And in the 50 over competition, they came here and Colin Ingram was rested and replaced by Sam Northeast, who was a pretty useful replacement and won the game. Yes, I mean, they had riches indeed at their disposal, so no surprise they actually went on to be successful in the competition.
That was a little like Leicestershire the year before, wasn't it? They had a very settled side.
Very settled side as Harmer bowls, and this is lofted away. That's a very, very controlled shot and hit away over towards deep mid wicket by Sibley for 4 runs. It's just bounced short of the boundary, but he played it with a lot of certainty, got to the pitch and hit it over the short mid wicket fielder, straight at the wider mid wicket and into a big gap, and a very fine shot for 4, and the score goes to 16 for no wicket.
Lovely feet from Dom Sibley there to get down the pitch to Harmer.
Yeah, hit that really nicely into a big gap as well, into a safe area as Harmer bowls, and Sibley just comes forward and just plays compactly out towards Benkenstein at short mid wicket. So we've still got this Benkenstein at a short straightish mid wicket, and we've got Snater at a deeper wide mid wicket. We've got a short fine leg quite square, and we've got a leg slip and short leg in now, as this one played on the bounce by Sibley down towards Benkenstein, doing a lot of fielding at the moment. On the offside as well as a slip, we've got a backward point and a mid-off. So attacking field as Essex look for a breakthrough this evening. 5:08 for 8 when they declared. Surrey 16 without loss and 9 overs left after this, and the light is fine at 5:30. We've got through the overs today with the amount of spin, so there's not actually going to be a lot of overtime, because we're actually obviously due to play till 6 o'clock anyway. Actually, we're going to get extra overs in potentially, as here Harmer bowls, and that's played up towards short mid wicket, and there's no run, so we could actually have a 6 o'clock finish anyway.
So you can get 104 overs in a day.
Well, you can certainly get 90 overs in a 90 overs in a test match day.
You certainly can.
As Harmer bowls, this is driven away up towards long on Wesley, and there's 1 run, 17 for no wicket. Yeah, there's a lot of talk about the 4th day of a test being the new 5th day, but I have been convinced for a while, but I'm almost more convinced after this summer that certainly against the lesser sides, it's maybe a bit unfair on them, your 4-day test with making sure the overs are bowled and starting a bit earlier, Thursday to Sunday generally, with the Sunday is like a people's day with cheaper tickets. I'm sure that's the way to go. Harmer bowls, and this is just run down off an open face down towards backward point, because with so many test matches with 100 in August going to be finished in school term time, you don't want the the kids missing out on seeing an exciting finish to a test match. And if it's on a Monday or Tuesday, they're not going to be able to see it. It's 17 for no wicket, Burns 12 and Sibley 5.
The only thing I would say is, and discuss this before with Mr. Newton in great detail, is there are so many stoppages in a day of test match cricket. There are so many stoppages for all sorts of different reasons, and the vast majority of them aren't really needed.
Now, I'm expecting I might be asked to do an update in a few minutes. So I'm going to hang on for a couple of overs before bringing Dan back in, and I'll call time on it in a couple of overs' time.
Cook is over the wicket. Oh, now that has leapt off a length, found the edge of Sibley's bat, ballooned over the slips, and away for 4. Cool, that really did take off at Dom Sibley. And Cook will be trying to find that spot again. That's ballooned over the slips and away for 4. Sibley moves on to 9, 21 without loss. Nick, you pick up because they'll be coming to you in a moment. I think they're doing the classifieds at the moment.
Yeah. So here's Cook bowling, and that's just worked away nicely by Sibley. That's a good looking shot. He's hit it into a big gap and gets the way 4 to the square leg boundary. Started well here, Sibley. It's gone to 13 and 25 for no wicket. I think my maths let me down here. I was trying to work out his third wicket stand, 257 to 425. It's 168, isn't it? Not 178. I think my maths letting me down at the end of the season, but I think that's right.
What's 10 amongst friends?
Well, yeah, 160. It's still quite a big stand. Three slips waiting, and Cook up to the wicket now, bowls to Sibley, and Sibley gets one that's outside the off stump, just cutting in, and he just gets his front pad to that. So this is both sides at full strength, if you like, at this very moment in terms of the exchanges. We've got the Harmer and Cook against Burns and Sibley. And fascinating contest. 3 slips backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Lovely evening. What cloud there was has largely dispersed, and we're back to these clear blue skies that we had at the start of the day. 25 for no wicket. Cook up to the wicket from the Graham Gooch end, and that's just steered away into the covers and picked up by Dasner's. Not going to be a run there. So Essex 508 for 8 declared. Surrey have gone in 25 for no wicket. Obviously follow on mark to get to 359.
This is the full classified.
Yes.
Do we go into the Scottish Prem in a minute? Oh, we are. Yes.
25 for no wicket, and this is played away off the back foot down towards Porter, who might get a bowl or might not this evening, but I'm sure he will tomorrow morning, as he looks to see if he can get back ahead of Kyle Abbott with this leading wicket taker in Division 1. They're tied at the moment. Kyle Abbott is bowled out, so Will Porter is still probably favourite to win that accolade. He's had a tremendous season. 25 for no wicket. Sun is still with us, and it is on its way down though, and it's about to go behind cloud, and that might just make it a little bit more gloomy, but we're perfectly fine at the moment as that steered away down towards Porter. And everyone complaining about cricket in mid-late September last weekend, and of course when you get something like this it seems like a good idea. So 25 for no wicket. It's been a thoroughly entertaining day here with blue skies and sunshine. Essex 508 for 8, 3 centuries. Dean Elgar, the mainstay, with 182. He shared a record second wicket stand of 253 against Surrey, with Tom Wesley, who made 135, and then Matt Kitley 112. He put on 168 for the third wicket with Elgar. Once Elgar was out, there was a little bit of a clatter of wickets. Essex declaring at 508 for 8. Surrey have gone in with 359 needed to avoid the follow-on. They're 25 for no wicket. And Burns just playing that one away into the off. So I'm going to bring Dan in just a moment. Hand over to you while I vacate.
Yes, of course. Simon Harmer comes in round the wicket to Burns, and Burns pushes this one away off the back foot in there towards extra cover. And there is no run. Burns with 12 to his name. Sibley with 13 as Burns gets a leading edge. Just trying to whip that one through the leg side. Going against the turn, if there is any, of Simon Harmer. And that just potted away in towards short extra cover. As Harmer, round the wicket he comes once more. And Burns just nudges this off his hip, down towards short fine. Welcome back to Dan Whiting.
Burns plays, very good evening to you, Churchy. Burns plays spin very well, doesn't he? He smothers it, or he plays it late. He waits and plays it very late.
Of course, he made his test debut in Sri Lanka against spin. As he's using his feet here. That's very nicely played. And again, a little like Sibley, it's his feet that make that shot, because he's danced down the track, got to the pitch, and then just whipped it through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Nicely played.
I'm expecting to see them both on Strictly Come Dancing later, Churchy.
You know? It's interesting, isn't it? Because I was watching a little bit of the One Day International, and they were mentioning on that the modern player does try and play as much of the spin off the back foot as they can.
Yeah.
But these two, their footwork's been so good that they've got themselves down the pitch, got to work just when the ball's bouncing, and then they're able to work it to wherever they want to. But of course this pitch isn't going square. The thing about playing it off the back foot is it gives you a bit more time, but you have got to be a very good player to do that. 29 without loss then at the end of the over, and 13 to Sibley, and Rory Burns on 60.
Yeah, I think what they're doing is they're both playing it, not allowing Harmer one way or the other, keeping Harmer guessing. So sometimes they're smothering the spin, sometimes they're whacking him over the top. Anyway, here's Cook as Sibley defends that one. That was a interesting delivery last over. Leapt and took the shoulder of Sibley's bat and went a couple of bounces down below us for 4 runs, but that's the first one that's really misbehaved all game, isn't it?
Yeah, he'll be trying to hit that spot again.
Yeah.
Cook.
3 slips in place. So you've got Allison, who's the substitute fielder, in at first, Simon Harmer at second, and Kitley at third as Cook comes in, and Sibley pushes that into the offside. Goes out to Robin Das. Wesley at mid-off, marshalling his troops. You can probably hear the dulcet sounds of a gentleman known in these parts as Kitman Dan.
Really? There you are.
Yes. Who's, he's well known. Sibley defends that. Sounds like Southend have lost to Gateshead. I don't know what's coming through in our earphones, Church.
There you are.
Yeah.
All the big games.
Yeah.
They're all big games now, aren't they?
Yeah, the Shrimpers.
It's interesting this, because Burns and Sibley were talking about it earlier with Dan Lawrence having to open in the test matches. There is an art to this.
Oh, without a doubt.
Having to come out for this period of play.
Without a doubt. And this won't phase Sibley or Burns as Cook comes in, and Sibley again rocks onto the front foot.
Yeah, I'm not saying they relish this, but they're used to it.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
it's not
they won't relish it, but it'll be water off a duck's back to them.
Absolutely. Yes, I think we were saying with the way that England go about it now is, if you're in that squad as a batter, they think you can just bat anywhere, because they're not taking a reserve opener to Pakistan. So it'd be interesting to see what happened if Duckett or Crawley fell over.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Goes past the outside edge as Sibley's groping for that one. And again, not much carry through to Adam Rossington there. But Cook's getting it to dance a little bit, isn't he?
Rossington got that right on the end of his fingers.
Yeah, he had a broken finger first game of the season. And he's, suffered a little bit.
Well, it's the perils of being a wicketkeeper, isn't it?
Certainly is. Here is Cook in, and Sibley pushes that out to Robin Das. Extra cover, that's the end of the over. There's 6 overs left in the day. Surrey are 29 without loss. Sibley on 13, Burns on 16, as they're trying to hunt down this huge Essex total of 508 for 8. But Essex need to bowl Surrey out twice.
They do. And
I wonder if there might be some overnight collaboration, possibly.
I've said all along.
You don't fancy it, do you?
Absolutely not. And I was just saying to Nick as well, from a Surrey perspective, the last couple of years when they've won the championship, they've lost the last game of the season, and it's really annoyed them. And I think with this one, what they'll be looking for is just bat well tomorrow, get the trophy, go home,
get back to South London,
go home. So I think that's what this is all about, and I didn't expect anything to be set up or anything like that, because Surrey have already won the championship and they're well within their rights, if any conversations were had, to say no thanks, we'll just play the game as it comes. There's Simon Harmer from the Sir Alistair Cook end is into Rory Burns. That's nicely bowled by Harmer. Burns plays the line, there is a little bit of turn and bounce, and it's into the gloves of Rossington behind the stumps.
Jamie Porter just getting loose.
He certainly is. Down
backward
there at
point.
a deepish backward point as Harmer is round the wicket, and Burns just waits for this and nudges it down to Porter, because I know Gareth Batty and Surrey last year were really annoyed with the way they finished the season, and they want to come out of this, I think, with having batted well tomorrow and say, well, that's a job well done. This is clipped by Burns into the leg side, and Paul Walter does the fielding, moving round to his left in there at a straightish mid-wicket. Burns has got a short leg and a slip and a short extra cover for company as Harmer's into him again, and Burns, big shout for LBW. I'd like to see that again on the replay. He's got himself propping forward and it hasn't spun. He's coming round the wicket to Burns, so it'll be looking from that angle as if it's going down the leg side. Did it straighten?
No, going down.
Didn't straighten enough, that one from Simon Harmer. Nicely bowled though. He's in again to Burns, and Burns gets onto the back foot and covers up. The thing about this, and he's only got the short leg and the short extra cover, but even like this, it's claustrophobic for the batter. As round the wicket again goes Harmer, and forward goes Rory Burns. Just been hearing there from Kevin Mayer about the loss today. Didn't sound very happy.
No, he didn't.
Did he? End of the over, 29 without loss. 16 to Burns and 13 to Dominic Sibley.
Maybe he'll console himself with a pint with his assistant Darren Curry, who's both those men at Southend United.
We've got 5 overs remaining.
5 in the day, yeah. Jamie Porter's going to have a go, I think.
Well, he's had a fantastic summer again. Jamie Porter.
Win for the Essex boys over the South London as Bowers and Pitsy beats Dulwich Hamlet 4-1.
There we are. There's a real art form to reading the old classifiers.
Yeah.
Kevin Houser's done it.
Has he?
He does it very, very well, but there is a real art form.
You need a lilt, don't you? It needs to be poetic, like a sing-song.
And you need to get it right. Don't sound too happy for a nil.
There's Porter in. First ball was drilled out to mid-off by Dominic Sibley. Yeah, it needs to be sort of like a 4-4, East 5-5.
Yes, you need to, otherwise you can get yourself in a right old muddle. It's a lovely evening now, isn't it?
Oh, gorgeous.
Really nice late September evening.
Yeah.
before we finish at 6 o'clock, and also try and bring you the scores.
Porter.
Rugby
Oh, that's a good leave by Sibley. He thought about it there, didn't he? And then just decided to leave that at the last minute.
Yeah, Porter just he skids the surface.
Yeah,
Doesn't
he does.
It's
He's
a
a wonderful
whippy action,
bowler.
and
He's a wonderful
He
bowler.
doesn't really go off a line and length.
Yeah.
He does enough with it, and it skids off the surface at you.
Yeah. From Chingford Cricket Club, same as Dan Lawrence. And he comes, and that's another good leave by Sibley. Rossington actually ended up taking that outside leg stump. So that's moved quite considerably after the stumps. Sibley just ensuring that there's no extra overs in the day. Doing a bit of Monty Don style gardening.
Oh, Porter will be trying to hit that spot that Cook found as well.
Yeah, he will. And he comes. Sibley rocks forward, just defends.
Yeah, and I'd have thought Porter's one of those bowlers where Wesley doesn't even really have to set the field for him.
Good to see Chelmsford City have beaten Bromsgrove Sporting down the road.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah,
Excellent.
2-1.
Well, very
2-1,
good.
yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, wonderful. Meanwhile here, 29 without loss at the Cloud FM County Ground. Porter in, Sibley gets up on his toes to defend. Chelmsford City used to play actually over just where we park our cars, Church.
Did they really?
Yeah, they used to have
What,
a
in the
ground
car
over
park?
there. Yeah, well, just over the other side where the sort of indoor school is that way. Yeah.
The other
Yeah.
thing with Porter is he really does test your technique. I always think that with Worrell as well.
Yeah.
Dan Worrell will test your technique and will find any little flaw and work on it.
Both of them make you play. They don't let you leave much, do they? Sibley plays that to short mid-wicket, where the figure of that's Snater there, isn't it? Short mid-wicket.
Yes, indeed. Wonder if we might see an over from him
Yeah.
tonight.
That's a maiden over from Jamie Porter to start things off. And crowd just making their way out now.
Well, they've had a full day today. They've seen 3 Centurions.
Yeah, seen some good cricket actually. We've had, what, 400... Hang on. 116 or 508, so that's 392.
Now had 29 here. There's
401.
Harmer is getting a wicket because Rory Burns has gone back to cut and it's just bounced on him and he's ended up reaching for it, and it's the toe end of Burns' bat and it just loops to Snater, I think it is, at backward point. So 29 for 1 and Burns goes for 16. He was just looking to lay back and cut that, and it just bounced on him, and he ended up reaching for it a touch and just looped away. So Burns has had a fantastic season, but he goes this evening for 16. Surrey lose a wicket late on, and 29 for 1. And will they send out the old night? What do you call it these days?
Watcher.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah.
It seems to change every day of the week. But yeah, they will, because that doesn't look like Ryan Patel to me, walking out to have a bat.
James Taylor, isn't it?
Well, he's done the job before for Surrey. But yeah, Harmer picks up his first wicket and the first Surrey wicket. And 29 for 1, Surrey. 500 and...
It's Yusuf
8 for
Majid.
8 declared.
It's Yusuf, I think.
Ah, excellent. So out comes Yusuf Majid. Well, if he can get through this, he's got a whole day to bat tomorrow.
Yeah.
So 29 for 1, Surrey.
and we'll bring you on to
Simon Harmer and Dom Sibley having a bit of a natter about everything. Paul Walter as well. There's a committee meeting at the moment.
Still getting it.
And Wesley's got involved, having a chat about everything as well. So Yusuf Majid, left-handed, and on his championship debut. Well, he's never done it before because this is his championship debut, so this is a new role for him. And as I say, if he can get through this, then he's got a whole day to bat tomorrow. He could do a Jason Gillespie.
As 200, wasn't it?
It was against Bangladesh, yes. So, silly point, short leg and a slip. First ball for Yusuf Majid, and he's forward and plays this one down towards backward point, and up comes Jamie Porter to do the fielding.
It was his last
And
test
there's
as
no
well.
run.
His last test?
Was that his last test?
Yeah.
That's a nice way to
No,
finish.
okay, we're getting out, putting the headphones again.
Probably didn't know it was his last test, did he? As round the wicket goes Harmer. Oh, hello, that bounces on Yusuf Majid. Goes past the edge and it's taken by Rossington. I feel sorry for the producer back at BBC Essex. Having been on that side many a time, the last thing you want is people ringing you up at this point of the day when you've got interviews being sent in to you saying, oh, could you get rid of the clean feed, please, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Yusuf Majid.
We're all right with it though, Churchy. We're pros, aren't we?
Well,
We're
I don't know
all right.
about that, but yeah, you got all these football interviews being sent in to you. And it's all going on as forward goes Yusuf Majid, and that lovely turned into the leg side. Many thanks back at base there. I was enjoying that though.
Southend
Listening
Manor
to
beat St
Victoria.
Margaret's 3-1.
Oh, there you
Yeah.
are. There you are. As Majid waits once again. 29 for 1 as Harmer's in, and this is turned by Yusuf Majid in his first run in Championship cricket. Off his hip into the leg side, so he's off the mark, he's up and running, and he's done his job really because he'll be on strike for the next over. I always find that very confusing. Well, I found the whole Callum Parkinson coming out for Durham very confusing. And also I've seen it a few times where wandered out to bat and haven't faced too many deliveries, the old night whatever they're called these days.
Yeah.
Whereas their job really is that Sydney shouldn't see any more bowling tonight.
Well, what we're actually talking about, for those listening in from Essex who haven't got a clue, is Callum Parkinson came out as a night watcher opener for Durham last week. He was dismissed first ball. He was caught in the slips off the bowling of Dan Worrell. So they then sent in Daniel Hogg, the youngster, as a night watcher at 3. And he lasted 2 balls. So it was
a pointless exercise.
2 wickets went in 3 balls. Anyway, here's Porter around the wicket to Majid. That keeps a little low outside his off stump.
Well, the thing is, at times, how is Callum Parkinson going to be any better than the recognised opener at that time of the day, facing Dan Worrell? So I've never really got it.
No.
In any situation, I've never got it.
Swings and roundabouts, and sometimes it comes off, sometimes it doesn't. As Majid props onto the front foot and plays that out to point.
But what is lovely is when they get in and score runs, and then it's
and then go and get a load the next morning.
It's all very. I remember Neil Williams doing it on his debut for England.
Yeah, he did at the
against
Oval.
India.
Yeah.
It has happened, hasn't it?
Alex Tudor got 99 there. As Majid pushes that out towards Paul Walter in the covers, who dummies it, and ball goes out to Cook, who shows some. Oh no, sorry, Wesley shows some nifty footwork there. Does a little juggle.
Majid looks like he's got a pretty good technique.
Here's Porter around the wicket. Short ball, Majid drops his hands, lets it go through to Rossington. Yeah, Majid, he got 3 in the game at rugby school. He was run out against Gloucestershire at the Oval. He didn't play. Sorry, against Yorkshire, he got 1. So that's pushed backward a square. Kitley almost dummies Benkenstein at backward point.
Yes, well,
yeah, he didn't really get many in the one-day cup, but he looks all right. He's playing the ball under his head nicely, and he's leaving anything too wide. And he's got 13 balls left to negotiate today as the shadows lengthen. Coming in over the pavilion now. The pavilion's almost on the wicket. As that again is played to Benkenstein. Backward square, Majid plays out another Jamie Porter maiden. I think once that shadow, I think we'll be all right, but once that shadow comes onto the wicket, I think that's probably bad
yes,
light.
I think we'll sort of just sneak in before that, won't we? 2 overs to go.
Yeah, just about.
Tonight. And then the final day of the summer tomorrow. And Surrey 30 for 1 then. Sibley has 13. Yusuf Majid's on 1. Rory Burns, the captain, the man to have gone. Off the bowling of Simon Harmer. So Sibley's going to have a leg slip and a short leg for company, and an orthodox slip as Harmer over the wicket. He comes to Sibley. It bounces on because it was that quicker one. And Sibley plays it into the leg side and then kicks at the crease, and puff of dust goes up. Tom Wesley down below us at long on position as Sibley's turning this one again with a bit of bounce off his hip into the leg side, and Porter comes round to do the fielding. See the sun glinting off the back of Sibley's bat there. It's actually never easy fielding in these conditions, as that one bounces again and hits Sibley on the thigh guard and loops in the air, because you're sort of coming out of shadow into sun, and the sun's going down. So if you're sort of Paul Walter, you've got that sun in your eyes at the moment as Harmer's in, and Sibley plays this one off the back.
Yeah, I had it earlier in the season, Church. I was interviewing Kemar Roach, and the sun was glinting off his gold chain. I was blinded. I felt like St. Paul on the road to Damascus.
Yes.
It was one of those evangelical moments in my life.
As forward goes the right-handed Sibley, and plays this one down into the turf, and it spins behind him and picked up by Rossington. So Surrey just looking to get themselves through to stumps tonight without any more bother, as this one's pushed by Harmer through a bit quicker again, and Sibley just stands up tall and pushes the ball down into the offside. So end of the over, maiden over for Harmer. It's normally the way it works as well. There are a lot of maidens towards the end of the day now.
Did Rossington just catch that one-handed and shout, "How's that?" as if you're playing one hand, one bounce in the dressing room?
Probably that time of the season for him now, isn't it? But yeah, we've got 1 over to go tonight. Well, as I say, there's been lots to admire today. The Elgar innings and the Wesley innings, and Critchley's 100 as well, and then I thought Yusuf Majid stuck in there with the ball.
Jamie Porter in to Yusuf Majid, who defends that into Paul Walter, who's extra cover. Big congratulations go out to Yorkshire as well, who have been promoted.
Yes, they are Sussex and Yorkshire.
These two sides will be off up there for some tripe and mushy peas next season.
So it's Kent and Lancashire go down,
and Yorkshire and Sussex
come up.
Come
There
up.
we go.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
so defended.
Little bit late on that.
Yeah, he was a little bit. It's gone backward a square to Benkenstein. So one northern county, one sort of very southerly county. to be replaced by one northern county and one extremely southerly county.
Yes, and I was saying to Nick, it doesn't equate that Lancashire will come straight back up and Kent might cut that. They may have a couple of years of working things out in Division 2 before they come back up.
Porter in. Oh, that's nearly sneaked through Yusuf Majid's defences there. Good areas from Porter, asking questions right until the very end of play.
I remember when Surrey was stuck in Division 2 for quite some time, and then Graham Ford came in as head coach, and Graham Ford really started everything, I think, to where they are now.
Yeah.
And sort of said, listen, we can't keep doing what we're doing. We're just going to have to play the youngsters, and it's going to hurt for a couple of years, but when they come up, they'll be ready for First Division cricket.
Left alone by Majid. And those youngsters were Burns and Sibley and people like that,
Yeah,
back then?
absolutely. And you know, they played a huge amount of their cricket together. And,
Yep.
and when they did finally go up, they knew what it was.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing. So it may be that it takes Kent and Lancashire a couple of seasons to come. They may come straight back up, but sometimes you find it's hard. It's hard to come straight back up from Division 2.
Yeah, it's not an easy division at all, as that's defended. So Yusuf Majid has one ball left to negotiate.
I get through that, and then tomorrow, back till tea. There we are.
Go and get you 150, Yusuf.
As I say, he's shaped up.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Here it is. Last ball of the day. Porter into Majid, who pushes that into the offside to Benkenstein. And after a wonderful day's cricket here at the Cloud FM County Ground, where there have been 412 runs for the loss of 8 wickets, fine value for a busy crowd here. And we're all going to come back tomorrow for the last game of the season. Churchy, what are your thoughts on the day?
Yeah, I think it's been an entertaining day. I think it's been excellent to watch Dean Elgar bat. I think that was a proper Dean Elgar inning. So I think it's a pitch that isn't offering a huge amount, but there is a bit there. And I thought that Kitley batted nicely and Wesley batted nicely. I thought Surrey stuck in there with the ball. And then tomorrow will just be about Surrey batting through the day and not having too many alarms, and then picking up the championship trophy.
Yeah, well, come and join us. 10:25, we're on air. It's a 96 over day. But for myself, Dan Whiting, Nick Ledhill and Mark Church, we wish you a very happy Saturday evening.